Section 54 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 54. The Invasion of the Norsemen, 1263, by Charles Mackay. Hakon, king of Norway, called his men of might, sea captains and Vikinger, his veterans in fight, and set sail for Scotland's coast with a well-apparelled host, full 20,000 strong, when the summer days grew long, in the fairest fleet that ever the North Sea billows bore, to harry it, and pillage it, and hold it evermore. Mile on mile extended, o'er the ocean blue, sailed the ships of battle, white and fair to view, running races on the sea, with their streamers waving free. From their saucy bows all day dashed up the scornful spray, and leaving far behind them in the darkness of the night, unborrowed from the firmament, long tracks of liquid light. Past the Isles of Shetland lay the monarch's path, round the Isles of Orkney and the Cape of Wrath, mid the islands of the west that obeyed his high behest, the Lewis and Ist and Skye, and the countless isles that lie between the wide Atlantic and Albion's mountains brown, and paid him homage duly, and fealty to his crown. Music and rejoicing followed on their way, drinking and carousing nightly till the day. Every sailor in the fleet felt his heart with pleasure beat, every soldier in the ships had a smile upon his lips, as he drank and saw in fancy reeking sword and flaring brand, and the rapine and the violence, and the carnage of the land. Not amid the mountains of the rugged north would the mighty Hakon send his legions forth, not by highland loch or glen would he land his eager men, not on banks of moorland stream were their thirsty swords to gleam, but further to the southward, from the rocks of bare Argyle, to the sloping hills of Renfrew, and the grassy meads of Kyle. In the vales of Carrick, smiling by the sea, in the woods of Lennox, in the Lothians three, there was fatness all the year, there were sheep and fallow deer, there was mead to fill the horn, there were kye and there was corn. There was food for hungry Norsemen, with spoil to last them long, and lordly towers to revel in, with music and with song. Like scarts upon the wing, by the hope of plunder led, passed the ships of Hakon, with sails like pinions spread. But the tidings went before, to the inland from the shore, and from crag to mountain crag, at the terror of his flag, arose a cry of warning, and a voice of loud alarm, that called the startled multitudes to gather and to arm. Every mountain summit had its heel fire bright, all Argyle ere sunset crowned its hills with light, and from Morven to Cantyre lit the chain of signal fire, from Cantyre to Cowell's coast blazed a warning of the host, of savage north invaders that to spoil and harry came, with their lust and with their hunger, with the sword and with the flame. Glen called out to mountain, mount to moorland brown, village called to village, town gave voice to town, and the bells in every tower rang the tocsin hour by hour, till old Dunedin heard, and the Lothians three was stirred, and sent their yeomen westward to struggle hand to hand, for their wives and for their children, for their homes and native land. Wives had no endearment for a laggard lord, maidens had no love looks and no kindly word, for the lover who was slow to march out against the foe. Even maids themselves put on coats of mail and habergon, threw the snood off of the helmet, left the distaff for the spear, to die for sake of Scotland, with a sire or lover dear. Young King Alexander marched his legions forth, from eastward to the westward, from southward to the north. High his flashing falchion gleamed, in his blue eye valor beamed, in his heart high courage glowed, as in pride of youth he rode, with the flower of Scotland's people to defend her sacred soil, and repel the Norse marauders that came down for blood and spoil. With him rode the Comyn, grown in battle's grey, with 1,000 bowmen ready for the fray, with a tongue to give command, and a rough untiring hand, with a cheek in battle scarred, and a soul to pity hard. When he drew his sword for battle, and flung away the sheath, it was death to him who struggled in the combe of Monteith. And the Bishop of St. Andrews, a priest but in his name, in his heart a soldier, with all his warriors came. And the stalwart Earl of Fife led his vassals to the strife, full 1,000 fighting men, strong of hand and sharp of ken, and ready each to die at the bidding of his lord, but readier still for Scotland to draw the avenging sword. From the northern mountains and his locks afar marched the Earl of Caithness, ready aye for war, with his pibroch sounding shrill to his clansmen of the hill, and the Earl of March, new wed, left his happy bridal bed at the first war-cry of danger that broke upon his ears, and joined King Alexander with twice 1,000 spears. Thirsting for the conquest, eager for the fray, Haakon sailed by Erin at the dawn of day. But as up the firth of Clyde he came proudly with the tide, rose a storm upon the deep, and with wild and fitful sweep howled aloft amid the rigging, while the sun looked pale and wan through the clouds and driving vapours as the tempest hurried on. To the ship of Haakon came his staunchest men, Holder, Sweno, Ratho, Hingst, and Innisfin, Irminsul and Locke and Har, each a chieftain fierce in war, in the foray, hand to hand, on the sea or on the land, loving fighting more than counsel, blazing torch than morning shine, the foremost in the battle, and the hindmost at the wine. Short was Haakon's counsel, and the signal flew from captain on to captain, from crew again to crew, that by logs, ere noon of day, they should land within the bay, and through all the ships there ran a rejoicing, man with man, that the hour had come at last when the sword should leave its sheath, and the cloth-yard shaft its quiver, for the revelry of death. Scotland's king was ready, Scotland's patriot men, marshalled round their monarch from mountain, strath, and glen, and from every height around seemed to issue from the ground 30,000 men that day met the Norsemen in the bay, and fought, but not for pillage, nor for glory in the strife, but for God and for their country, for their freedom and their life. Loud the shock resounded on the battlefield, clink of sword and buckler, clang of spear and shield, whir of arrows in the blast, on their errand flying fast, and a shouting loud and high, and a shrill continuous cry, from either side arising, as impetuous legions met, and the green fresh sward was trodden deep, and dank, and gory wet. Loud the voice of Haakon sounded mid the fray, Alexander's louder cheered the Scots that day, and the kings pressed on to meet, through the arrows thick as sleet, through the living and the dead, holding high the dauntless head, to fight in single combat, and to struggle hand to hand, for the glory of the battle, and the mastery of the land. And the fierce Earl Comyn sought the Norseman Har, the bishop singled Ratho from the ranks of war, and the Earls of March and Fife, in the sharp contested strife, fought with Irminsul and Locke, thrust for thrust and stroke for stroke, and the Earl of Caithness drove the mighty Innisfin back again into the ocean with 100 of his men. Har fell wounded by the Comyn's blade, Ratho fell to seaward, faint and sore dismayed, while Locke with mortal wound fell exhausted on the ground, and Hingst sat down to rest with a death shaft in his breast, when a sudden panic seized the whole Norwegian foe, and they fled like flying dust when the northern tempests blow. Down upon them, swooping in their sudden rout, came King Alexander with exulting shout, crying, "Strike for Scotland's sake, and a bloody vengeance take, for the insult borne too long, for the centuries of wrong, for the murder and the ravage they have done within our lands. Down upon them, Scottish hearts, strike and spare not Scottish hands." Fighting, flying, struggling, with his scattered host, Haakon saw despairing that the day was lost. Of his 20,000 men, not a third were left him then, the fearful tale to tell of the slaughter that befell. And Haakon, iron-hearted, who had never wept before, with his hands his pale face covered, and sobbed upon the shore. Flying their pursuers, faint with pallid lips, Hakon and his captains staggered to their ships, and ere nightfall many a one, that had sailed when day begun, as if life were in her sides to defy the winds and tides, was driven before the tempest, her tallmast snapped in twain, a helpless wreck on Erin, ne'er to sail the seas again. Through the Kyles, storm-battered, Hakon led his way, by Cantyre and Esleigh on to Colonsay, and when dawned the morning light, not a vessel was in sight, but his own ship scudding by on the gloomy shore of Skye, dismantled mid the hurricane that still around him blew, with danger all around him and a spirit-broken crew. Thus he sailed to Orkney, but by night nor day to his men around him did one word betray all the anguish of his heart, though at times a sudden start and a short uneasy pace in the flushing of his face showed the grief and rage within him as he mourned with silent lips for his hope of conquest lost, for his sailors and his ships. In the bay of Kirkwell, sheltered from the gale, his sad crew dropped their anchor and furled the tattered sail, and the king was led on shore, weak and faint and spirit sore, seeing, heeding, knowing naught but his own despairing thought, a thought of bitter shame that he had not died that day, with his face towards the mountains in the thickest of the fray. To his couch they led him, once so bold and strong, and they watched beside him tenderly and long, but all human care was vain to relieve him of his pain. So the mighty Hakon died in his sorrow and his pride, and they buried him in Orkney, and Norsemen nevermore set sail to harry Scotland, or plunder on her shore. End of section 54. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Todd.
Section 55 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Ava March Tappan. Section 55. Sir Patrick Spens, an Old Ballad. It was planned to marry the little Princess Margaret, the Maid of Norway, to the son of Edward I of England, but she died on the voyage from Norway to Scotland. The following ballad may possibly be connected with this voyage. The Editor. The king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking the blood-red wine. Oh, where will I get a skeely skipper to sail this new ship of mine? Oh, up and spake an Eldon knight, sat at the king's right knee. Sir Patrick Spens is the best sailor that ever sailed the sea. Our king has written a broad letter, and sealed it with his hand, and sent it to Sir Patrick Spens, was walking on the strand. To Norroway, to Norroway, to Norroway o'er the foam, the king's daughter in Norroway, 'tis thou maun bring her home. The first word that Sir Patrick read, sae loud, loud laughed he. The next word that Sir Patrick read, the tear blinded his eye. Oh, who is this has done this deed, and told the king of me, to send us out at this time of the year, to sail upon the sea? Be it wind, be it wet, be it hail, be it sleet, our ship must sail the foam. The king's daughter in Norroway, 'tis we must fetch her home. They hoisted their sails on Monday morn, with all the speed they may. They ha' landed in Norroway upon a Wednesday. They hadna been a week in Norroway but two, when that the lords in Norroway began aloud to say, Ye Scottishmen spend all our king's gold, and all our queen's fee. Ye lie, ye liars loud, full loud I hear ye lie. For I brought as much white money as gen my men and me, and I brought a half full good red gold out o'er the sea with me. Make ready, my merry men all, our good ship sails the morn. Now ever a lake, my master dear, I fear a deadly storm. I saw the new moon, late yestreen, with the old moon in her arm, and if we gang to sea, master, I fear we'll come to harm. They had not sailed a league, but barely 3, when the lift grew dark, and the wind blew loud, and gurly grew the sea. The anchors brake, and the topmasts lap, it was sic a deadly storm, and the waves came o'er the broken ship, till a' her sides were torn. Oh, where will I get a good sailor, to take my helm in hand, till I can get up to the tall topmast, to see if I can spy land? Oh, here am I, a sailor good, to take the helm in hand, till you go up to the tall topmast, but I fear you'll ne'er spy land. He had not gone a step, but barely one, when a boat flew out of our goodly ship, and the salt sea it came in. Go fetch a web o' the silken cloth, another o' the twine, and wap them into our ship's side, and let not the sea come in. They fetched a web o' the silken cloth, another o' the twine, and they wapped them round that good ship's side, but still the sea came in. Oh, loath, loath were our good Scots lords to wet the cork-heeled shoon, but long o'er all the play was played, they wet their hats aboon. And mony was the feather bed that flattered on the foam, and mony was the good lord's son that never mair came home. The ladies wrang their fingers white, the maidens tore their hair, all for the sake of their true loves, for them they'll see no mair. Oh, long, long may the ladies sit, with their fans into their hand, before they see Sir Patrick Spens come sailing to the strand. And long, long may the maidens sit, with their gold combs in their hair, all waiting for their own dear loves, for them they'll see no mair. Oh, 40 miles off Aberdeen, 'tis 50 fathoms deep, and there lies good Sir Patrick Spens, with the Scots lords at his feet. End of section 55. Section 56 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Devorah Allen. Scotland Part 2. Two Scottish Heroes. Historical note. The death of the Maid of Norway was the cause of many years of warfare, for there were no less than 13 claimants to the crown of Scotland. Edward I of England was asked to decide which one had the best right, and he seized the opportunity to declare himself suzerain of the kingdom. He gave the crown to John Balliol, but this new ruler was less obedient than Edward had expected, and therefore he was taken to England as a prisoner. Edward then subdued Scotland, as he thought. If the Scots had only been united, years of struggle and bloodshed might have been prevented. But while, as a whole, the folk of Scottish blood sought freedom from England, the Norman nobles, a powerful class, favoured Edward. The first to raise the Scots against Edward was William Wallace, who led a popular uprising, and in the Battle of Stirling destroyed a strong English force. In 1298, Edward again invaded Scotland with a great army, and defeated Wallace at the Battle of Falkirk. 5 years later, Wallace was captured and executed. In 1306, the banner of revolt was again raised, this time by Robert Bruce, a distant heir to the throne of Scotland. He was at first unsuccessful, and was compelled to leave the country, but soon returned, and within 2 years had freed Scotland from English rule. In 1314, King Edward II invaded Scotland with a great army, but was totally defeated at the Battle of Bannockburn. 14 years later, after another unsuccessful invasion, England acknowledged Bruce as King of Scotland, and relinquished all claims to that country. End of section 56. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 57 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in February 2020. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 57. The Capture of William Wallace, 1305, by Jane Porter. According to tradition, Wallace was given up to the English by a fellow countryman called Sir John Monteith. As King Edward looked upon it, Wallace was a traitor, and he was first hanged, then beheaded. His head was put up on a pole on London Bridge. His body was quartered, and each of the 4 parts was sent to a town in Scotland, that the Scots might fear to resist the might of England. The Editor. A chieftain on horseback suddenly emerged from the trees which led to the castle, and drew to their side. Edwin was wrapped in his plaid, and, cautiously concealing his face, that no chance of his recognition might betray his companion, he walked briskly on without any shade over the noble contour of a form which for majesty and grace was unequalled in Scotland, and could not be mistaken. He, too, moved swiftly forward. The horseman spurred after him. Perceiving himself pursued and therefore known, and aware that he must be overtaken, he suddenly stopped. Edwin drew his sword and would have given it into the hand of his friend, but Wallace, putting it back, rapidly answered, "Leave my defence to this unweaponed arm. I would not use steel against my countrymen, but none shall take me while I have a sinew to resist." The chieftain now checked his horse in front of Wallace, and respectfully raising his visor, discovered Sir John Monteith. At sight of him, Edwin dropped the point of his yet uplifted sword, and Wallace, stepping back, "Monteith," said he, "I am sorry for this encounter. If you would be safe from the destiny which pursues me, you must retire immediately, and forget that we have met." "Never," cried Monteith. "I know the ingratitude of an envious country drives the bravest of her champions from our borders, but I also know what belongs to myself, to serve you at all hazards. And by conjuring you to become my guest in my castle on the Firth of Clyde, I would demonstrate my grateful sense of the dangers you once incurred for me, and I therefore thank fortune for this re-encounter." In vain Wallace expressed his determination not to bring peril on any of his countrymen by sojourning under any roof till he was far away from Scotland. In vain he urged to Monteith the outlawry which would await him should the infuriated Apthanes discover that he had given shelter to the man whom they had chosen to suppose a traitor, and denounce as one. Footnote: Superior Thanes or gentry. End of footnote. Monteith, after equally unsuccessful persuasion on his side, at last said that he knew a vessel was now lying at Newark, near his castle, in which Wallace might immediately embark, and he implored him, by past friendship, to allow him to be his guide to its anchorage. To enforce this supplication he threw himself off his horse, and, with the protestations of a fidelity that trampled on all dangers, entreated even with sobs not to be refused the last comfort he should ever know in his now degraded country. Once I saw Scotland's steady champion, the brave Douglas, rifled from her shores. Do not then doom me to a second grief, bitterer than the first. Do not you yourself drive me from the side of her last hero. Ah, let me behold you, companion of my school days, friend, leader, benefactor, till the sea wrests you forever from my eyes." Exhausted and affected, Wallace gave his hand to Monteith. The tear of gratitude stood in his eye. He looked affectionately from Monteith to Edwin, from Edwin to Monteith. "Wallace shall yet live in the memory of the trusty of this land. You, my friend, prove it. I go richly forth, for the hearts of good men are my companions." As they journeyed along the devious windings of the Clyde, and saw at a distance the aspiring turrets of Rutherglen, Edwin pointed out to them, and said, "From that church a few months ago did you dictate a conqueror's terms to England." "And now that very England makes me a fugitive," returned Wallace. "Oh, not England," interrupted Edwin. "You bow not to her. It is blind, mad Scotland who thus thrusts her benefactor from her." "Ah, then, my Edwin," rejoined he, "read in me the history of thousands. So various is the fate of a people's idol, Today he is worshipped as a god, tomorrow cast into the fire." Monteith turned pale at this conversation, and quickening his steps, hurried in silence past the opening of the valley, which presented the view of Rutherglen. Night overtook the travellers near the little village of Lumloch, about 2 hours' journey from Glasgow. Here a storm coming on, Monteith advised his friends to take shelter and rest. "As you object to implicate others," said he, "you may sleep secure in an old barn which at present has no ostensible owner. I remarked it while passing this way from Newark. But I rather wish you would forget this too chary regard for others, and lodge with me in the neighbouring cottage." Wallace was insensible to the pelting of the elements. His unsubdued spirit wanted rest for neither mind nor body, but the broken voice and lingering step of the young Edwin, who had severely sprained his foot in the dark, penetrated his heart, and, notwithstanding that the resolute boy, suddenly rallying himself, declared that he was neither weary nor in pain, Wallace, seeing that he was both, yielded a sad consent to be conducted from the storm. "But not," said he, "to the house. We will go into the barn, and there, on the dry earth, my Edwin, we may gratefully repose." Monteith did not oppose him further, and, pushing open the door, Wallace and Edwin entered. Their conductor soon after followed with a light from the cottage, and, pulling down some heaped straw, strewed it on the ground for a bed. "Here I shall sleep like a prince," cried Edwin, throwing himself along the scattered truss. "But not," returned Monteith, "till I have disengaged you from your wet garments, and preserved your arms and brigandine from the rust of this night." Edwin, sunk in weariness, said little in opposition, and, having suffered Monteith to take away his sword, and to unbrace his plaited vest, dropped at once on the straw in a profound sleep. Wallace, that he might not disturb him by debate, yielded to the request of Monteith, and having resigned his armour also, waved him a good night. Monteith nodded the same, and closed the door upon his victims. From Rutherglen to Lumloch no place had presented itself in which Monteith thought he could so judiciously plant an ambuscade to surprise the unsuspecting Wallace. And in this village he had stationed so large a force of ruthless savages, brought for the occasion by Haliburton from the Irish island of Rathlin, that their employer had hardly a doubt of this night being the last of his too trusting friend's existence. These Rathliners knew of neither Wallace nor his exploits, but the lower order of Scots, however they might fear to succour his distress, loved his person, and felt so bound to him by his actions that Monteith durst not apply to any one of them to second his villainy. The hour of midnight passed, and yet he could not summon courage to lead his men to their nefarious attack. Twice they urged him before he arose from his affected sleep, for sleep he could not, guilt had murdered sleep, and he lay awake restless and longing for the dawn, and yet ere that dawn the deed must be accomplished. A cock crew from a neighbouring farm. "That is the sign of morning, and we have done nothing," exclaimed a surly ruffian, who leaned on his battle-axe in an opposite corner of the apartment. "No, it is the signal of our enemy's captivity," cried Monteith. "Follow me, but gently. If he speak a word or a single target rattle before you all fall upon him, we are lost. It is a being of supernatural might, and not a mere man whom you go to encounter. He that first disables him shall have a double reward." "Depend upon us," returned the sturdiest ruffian, and stealing cautiously out of the cottage, the party advanced with noiseless steps toward the barn. Monteith paused at the door, making a sign to his men to halt while he listened. He put his ear to a crevice. Not a murmur was within. He gently raised the latch, and setting the door wide open, with his finger to his lip, beckoned his followers. End of section 57. Section 58 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in February 2020. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 58. The Coronation of Robert Bruce, 1306. By Grace Aguilar. Robert Bruce, who had had a good claim to the throne in the days of Balliol, had left a grandson of the same name, and this second Robert Bruce now became King of Scotland, provided he could win back his kingdom from the English. His coronation took place at Scone, but the famous stone of Scone, on which other kings had sat to be crowned, had been carried to England by Edward. Whoever laid the crown upon the head of Bruce would run the risk of a traitor's death. The Earl of Fife, to whom the duty belonged, was a friend to the English, but the Earl's place was filled by his courageous sister, the Countess of Buchan. The Editor. Brightly and blithely dawned the 26th of March, 1306, for the loyal inhabitants of Scone. Few who might gaze on the olden city, and marked the flags and pennons waving gaily and proudly on every side, the rich tapestry flung over balconies or hung from the massive windows in every street, the large branches of oak and laurel, festooned with gay ribbons, that stood beside the entrance of every house which boasted any consequence, the busy citizens in goodly array, with their wives and families, bedecked to the best of their ability, all as inspired by one spirit, hurrying in the direction of the abbey yard, joining the merry clamour of eager voices to the continued peal of every bell of which the old town could boast, sounding loud and joyously even above the roll of the drum or the shrill trumpet call. Those who marked these things might well believe Scotland was one again the same free land which had hailed in the same town the coronation of Alexander III some years before. Little would they deem that the foreign foemen still thronged her feudal halls and cottage homes, that they waited but the commands of their monarch to pour down on all sides upon the daring individual who thus boldly assumed the state and solemn honour of a king, and, armed but by his own high heart and a handful of loyal followers, prepared to resist, depend, and free, or die for Scotland. There was silence, deep, solemn, yet most eloquent silence, reigning in the abbey church of Scone. The sun shining in that full flood of glory we sometimes find in the infant spring, illumined as with golden lustre the long, narrow casements, falling thence in flickering brilliance on the pavement floor, its rays sometimes arrested, to revolve in heightened lustre from the glittering sword or the suit of half-mail of one or other of the noble knights assembled there. The rich plate of the abbey, all at least which had escaped the cupidity of Edward, was arranged with care upon the various altars. In the centre of the church was placed the abbot's oaken throne, which was to supply the place of the ancient stone, the coronation seat of the Scottish kings, no longer there, its absence felt by one and all within that church as the closing seal to Edward's infamy, the damning proof that as his slave, not as his sister kingdom, he sought to render Scotland. From the throne to the high altar, where the king was to receive the Eucharist, a carpet of rich brocaded Genoa velvet was laid down. A cushion of the same elegantly wrought material marked the place beside the spot where he was to kneel. Priests in their richest vestments officiated at the high altar, 6 beautiful boys, bearing alternately a large waxen candle and the golden censers filled with the richest incense, stood beside them, while opposite the altar and behind the throne, in an elevated gallery, were ranged the 70 choristers of the abbey, 30 of whom were youthful novices. Behind them a massive screen or curtain of tapestry concealed the organ, and gave a yet more startling and thrilling effect to its rich, deep tones, thus bursting, as it were, from spheres unseen. The throne was already occupied by the patriot king, clothed in his robes of state. His inner dress was a doublet and vest of white velvet, slashed with cloth of silver. His stockings, fitting tight to the knee, were of the finest woven white silk, confined where they met the doublet with a broad band of silver, his shoes of white velvet, broidered with silver, in unison with his dress, a scarf of cloth of silver passed over his right shoulder, fastened there by a jewelled clasp, and, crossing his breast, secured his trusty sword to his left side. His head, of course, was bare, and his fair hair, parted carefully on his arched and noble brow, descended gracefully on either side. His countenance was perfectly calm, unexpressive of aught, save of a deep sense of the solemn service in which he was engaged. There was not the faintest trace of either anxiety or exultation, naught that could shadow the brows of his followers, or diminish by one particle the love and veneration which in every heart were rapidly gaining absolute dominion. On the right of the king stood the abbot of Scone, the archbishop of St. Andrews, and the bishop of Glasgow, all of which venerable prelates had instantaneously and unhesitatingly declared for the Bruce. Ranged on either side of the throne, according more to seniority than rank, were seated the brothers of the Bruce and the loyal barons who had joined his standard. Names there were already famous in the annals of patriotism: Fraser, Lennox, Athol, Hay, whose stalwart arms had so nobly struck for Wallace, whose steady minds had risen superior to the petty emotions of jealousy and envy which had actuated so many of similar rank. These were true patriots, and gladly and freely they once more rose for Scotland. Sir Christopher Seaton, brother-in-law to the Bruce, Somerville, Keith, St. Clair, the young Lord Douglas, and Thomas Randolph, the king's nephew, were the most noted of those now around the Bruce. Yet on that eventful day no more than 14 barons were mustered round their sovereign, exclusive of his 4 gallant brothers, who were in themselves a host. All these were attired with the care and gallantry their precarious situation permitted: half armour, concealed by flowing scarfs and graceful mantles, or suits of gayer seeming among the younger knights, for those of the barons' followers of gentle blood and chivalric training were also admitted within the church, forming a goodly show of gallant men. Behind them, on raised seats, which were divided from the body of the church by an open railing of ebony, sat the ladies of the court, the seat of the queen distinguished from the rest by its canopy and cushion of embroidered taffeta, and among those gentle beings fairest and loveliest shone the Maiden of Buchan, as she sat in smiling happiness between the youthful daughter of the Bruce, the Princess Marjorie, and his niece, the Lady Isoline, children of 10 and 14, who already claimed her as their companion and friend. The colour was bright on the soft cheek of Agnes, the smile laughed alike in her lip and eye, for ever and anon, from amid the courtly crowd beneath, the deep blue orb of Nigel Bruce met hers, speaking in its passioned yet respectful gaze all that could whisper joy and peace unto a heart young, loving, and confiding as that of Agnes. The evening previous he had detached the blue ribbon which confined her flowing curls, and it was with a feeling of pardonable pride she beheld it suspended from his neck, even in that hour, when his rich habiliments and the imposing ceremony of the day marked him the brother of a king. Her brother, too, was at his side, gazing upon his sovereign with feelings, whose index, marked as it was on his brow, gave him the appearance of being older than he was. It was scarcely the excitement of a mere boy, who rejoiced in the state and dignity around him. The emotion of his mother had sunk into his very soul, subduing the wild buoyancy of his spirit, and bidding him feel deeply and sadly the situation in which he stood. It seemed to him as if he had never thought before, and now that reflection had come upon him, it was fraught with a weight and gloom he could not remove and could scarcely comprehend. He felt no power on earth could prevent his taking the only path which was open to the true patriot of Scotland, and in following that path he raised the standard of revolt, and enlisted his own followers against his father. Till the moment of action he had dreamed not of these things, but the deep anxieties, the contending feelings of his mother, which, despite her controlled demeanour, his heart perceived, could not but have their effect, and premature manhood was stealing fast upon his heart. Upon the left of the king, and close beside his throne, stood the Countess of Buchan, attired in robes of the darkest crimson velvet, with a deep border of gold which swept the ground, and long falling sleeves with a broad fringe. A thick cord of gold and tassels confined the robe around the waist, and thence fell, reaching to her feet, and well nigh concealing the inner dress of white silk, which was wont to permit the robes falling easily on either side, and thus forming a long train behind. Neither gem nor gold adorned her beautiful hair. A veil was twisted in its luxuriant tresses, and served the purpose of the matron's coif. She was pale and calm, but such was the usual expression of her countenance, and perhaps it accorded better with the dignified majesty of her commanding figure than a greater play of feature. It was not the calmness of insensibility, of vacancy, it was the still reflection of a controlled and chastened soul, of one whose depth and might was known but to herself. The pealing anthem for a while had ceased, and it was as if that church was desolate, as if the very hearts that throbbed so quickly for their country and their king were hushed awhile and stilled, that every word which passed between the sovereign and the primate should be heard. Kneeling before him, his hands placed between those of the archbishop, the king, in a clear and manly voice, received, as it were, the kingdom from his hands, and swore to govern according to the laws of his ancestors, to defend the liberties of his people alike from the foreign and the civil foe, to dispense justice, to devote life itself to restoring Scotland to her former station in the scale of kingdoms. Solemnly, energetically, he took the required vows. His cheek flushed, his eye glistened, and ere he rose he bent his brow upon his spread hands, as if his spirit supplicated strength, and the primate, standing over him, blessed him in a loud voice, in the name of him whose lowly minister he was. A few minutes, and the king was again seated on his throne, and from the hands of the Bishop of Glasgow the Countess of Buchan received a simple coronet of gold, which had been hastily made to supply the place of that which Edward had removed. It was a moment of intense interest. Every eye was directed toward the king and the dauntless woman by his side, who, rather than the descendant of Malcolm Sean More, should demand in vain the service from the descendants of the brave Macduff, exposed herself to all the wrath of a fierce and cruel king, the fury of an incensed husband and brother, and in her own noble person represented that ancient and most loyal line. Were any other circumstance needed to enhance the excitement of the patriots of Scotland, they would have found it in this. As it was, a sudden, irrepressible burst of applause broke from many eager voices, as the bishop placed the coronet in her hands, but one glance from those dark, eloquent eyes sufficed to hush it on the instant into stillness. Simultaneously all within the church stood up, and gracefully and steadily, with a hand which trembled not, even to the observant and anxious eyes of her son, Isabella of Buchan placed the sacred symbol of royalty on the head of Scotland's king, and then arose, as with one voice, the wild enthusiastic shout of loyalty, which, bursting from all within the church, was echoed again and again from without, almost drowning the triumphant anthem which at the same moment sent its rich, hallowed tones through the building, and proclaimed Robert Bruce indeed a king. Again and yet again the voice of triumph and of loyalty arose hundred-tongued, and set its echo even to the English camp, and when it ceased, when slowly, and as it were reluctantly, it died away, it was a grand and glorious sight to see those stern and noble barons one by one approach their sovereign's throne and do him homage. It was not always customary for the monarchs of those days to receive the feudal homage of their vassals the same hour of their coronation. It was in general a distinct and almost equally gorgeous ceremony, but in this case both the king and barons felt it better policy to unite them. The excitement attendant on the one ceremonial, they felt, would prevent the deficiency of numbers in the other being observed, and they acted wisely. There was a dauntless firmness in each baron's look, in his manly carriage and unwavering step, as one by one he traversed the space between him and the throne, seeming to proclaim that in himself he held indeed a host. To adhere to the usual custom of paying homage to the suzerain bareheaded, barefooted, and unarmed, the embroidered slipper had been adopted by all instead of the iron boot, and as he knelt before the throne, the Earl of Lennox, for first in rank he first approached his sovereign, unbuckled his trusty sword, laid it, together with his dagger, at Robert's feet, and, placing his clasped hands between those of the king, repeated, in a deep sonorous voice, the solemn vow, to live and die with him against all manner of men. Athol, Fraser, Seaton, Douglas, Hay, gladly and willingly followed his example, and it was curious to mark the character of each man, proclaimed in his mien and hurried step. The calm, controlled, and somewhat thoughtful manner of those grown wise in war, their bold spirits feeling to the inmost soul the whole extent of the risk they ran, scarcely daring to anticipate the freedom of their country, the emancipation of their king from the heavy yoke that threatened him, and yet so firm in the oath they pledged, that had destruction yawned before them ere they reached the throne, they would have dared it rather than turned back. And then again those hot and eager youths, feeling, knowing but the excitement of the hour, believing but as they hoped, seeing but a king, a free and independent king, bounding from their seats to the monarch's feet, regardless of the solemn ceremonial in which they took a part, desirous only, in the words of their oath, to live and die for him, caused a brighter flush to mantle on Robert's cheek, and his eyes to shine with new and radiant light. None knew better than himself the perils that encircled him, yet there was a momentary glow of exultation in his heart as he looked on the noble warriors, the faithful friends around him, and felt that they, even they, representatives of the oldest, the noblest houses in Scotland, men famed not alone for their gallant bearing in war, but their fidelity and wisdom, and unstained honour and virtue in peace, even they acknowledged him their king, and vowed him that allegiance which was never known to fail. Alan of Buchan was the last of that small yet noble train who approached his sovereign. There was a hot flush of impetuous feeling on the boy's cheek, an indignant tear trembled in his dark flashing eye, and his voice, sweet, thrilling as it was, quivered with the vain effort to restrain his emotion. "Sovereign of Scotland," he exclaimed, descendant of that glorious line of kings to whom my ancestors have until this dark day vowed homage and allegiance, sovereign of all good and faithful men on whose inmost souls the name of Scotland is so indelibly writ that even in death it may there be found, refuse not thou my homage. I have but my sword, not e'en a name of which to boast, yet hear me swear," he raised his clasped hands toward heaven, "swear that for thee, for my country, for thee alone will I draw it, alone shall my life be spent, my blood be shed. Reject me not because my name is common, because I alone am here of that once loyal house. Oh, condemn me not, reject not untried a loyal heart and trusty sword." "Reject thee," said King Robert, laying his hand kindly on the boy's shoulder. "Reject thee, young soldier," he said cheeringly. "In Alan of Buchan we see but the noble son of our right noble countrywoman, the Lady Isabella. We see in him but a worthy descendant of Macduff, the noble scion, though but by the mother's side, of the loyal house of Fife. Young as thou art, we ask of thee but the heart and sword which thou hast so earnestly proffered, nor can we, son of Isabella of Fife, doubt their honesty and truth. Thou shalt earn a loyal name for thyself, and till then, as the brother in arms, the chosen friend of Nigel Bruce, all shall respect and trust thee. We confer knighthood on 20 of our youthful warriors 7 days hence. Prepare thyself to receive it with your brother. Enough for us to know thou hast learned the art of chivalry at thy mother's hand." Dazzled, bewildered by the benign manner, and yet more gracious words of his sovereign, the young heir of Buchan remained kneeling for a brief space, as if rooted to the ground. But the deep, earnest voice of his mother, the kind greeting of Nigel Bruce as he grasped his arm and hailed him companion in arms, roused him at once, and he sprung to his feet. The despondency, shame, doubt, anxiety, which like lead had weighed down his heart before, dissolved before the glad, buoyant spirit, the bright, free, glorious hopes and dreams and visions which are known to youth alone. Stentorian and simultaneous was the eager shout that hailed the appearance of the newly anointed king, as he paused a moment on the great stone staircase, leading from the principal doors of the abbey to the abbey yard. For miles round, particularly from those counties which were but thinly garrisoned by the English, the loyal Scots had poured at the first rumour of the Bruce's rising, and now a rejoicing multitude welcomed him with one voice, the execrations against their foes forgotten in this outpouring of the heart toward their native prince. Inspired by this heartfelt greeting, the king advanced a few paces on the stone terrace, and raised his right hand, as if about to speak. On the instant every shout was hushed, and silence fell upon that eager multitude, as deep and voiceless as if some mighty magic chained them spellbound where they stood, their very breathing hushed, fearful to lose one word. Many an aged eye grew dim with tears as it rested on the fair and graceful form, the beautifully expressive face of him who, with eloquent fervour, referred to the ancient glory of their country. Tears of joy, for they felt that they looked upon the good genius of their land, that she was raised from her dejected stupor to sleep a slave no more, and the middle-aged and the young, with deafening shouts and eager gestures, swore to give him the crown, the kingdom he demanded, free, unshackled as his ancestors had borne them, or die around him to a man. And blessings and prayers in woman's gentler voice mingled with the swelling cry, and little children caught the Bruce's name and bade God bless him, and others equally impetuous shouted, Bruce and freedom. Love, obey, follow me for Scotland's sake, noble or gentle, let all private feud be forgotten in this one great struggle for liberty or death. Thus, he concluded, united and faithful, the name of Wallace on each lip, the weal of Scotland in each heart, her mountains our shield, her freedom our sword. Shall we, can we fail? No, no, Scotland shall be free, or her green sod and mountain flowers shall bloom upon our graves. I have no crown save that which Scotland gives, no kingdom save what your swords shall conquer and your hearts bestow. With you I live and die. End of section 58.
Section 59 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Ava March Tappan. Section 59. Bruce at Bannockburn, 1314, by P. Hume Brown. At the end of 7 years after Bruce had landed at Turnberry, almost every place in Scotland was taken from the English except Stirling Castle, and that castle was now besieged by Bruce's brother Edward. He made a bargain with the English commander of the castle, whose name was Sir Philip Mowbray, that the Scots should get the castle if within a year King Edward did not send an army to fight for it. When Bruce heard of this bargain he was not pleased, as he could not raise nearly such a large army as the English. But his brother's answer was, "Let the King of England bring all the men he has. We will fight them and more." "Be it so," was Bruce's answer. "We will abide the battle like men." It was a rash bargain that Edward Bruce had made, but it was to end in the most famous day in the history of Scotland. The King of England was to come and fight for Stirling Castle not later than Midsummer Day, that is, the 24th of June. And he kept his word, for the very day before he and his army came to the place where Bruce was waiting for them. As Stirling Castle was the place for which the two armies were to fight, Bruce had chosen his ground not far from the castle, so that the English would have to fight him before they could reach it. So on the long summer evening of the 23rd of June, Bruce and his men saw the English host draw near them, and a splendid sight it must have been. Edward's army was the largest that a king of England had ever led. It was said that he had 100,000 men, of whom 40,000 were horsemen. It was, indeed, what the Bible calls an army terrible with banners, and many of Bruce's men, as they saw it come on, must have wondered if they could ever hope to win the victory over such a mighty host. Though Scotland was now a united country, Bruce could not, of course, raise such a great army as Edward, since England had far more inhabitants than Scotland. Indeed, though Bruce did his best to raise a strong army, he had only about half the number of men who followed Edward, so that in the battle that was to be fought, there would be 2 Englishmen against every Scotsman. However, the Scots had this great advantage, that their king was a great general, while the King of England was not. And before the battle, Bruce showed how skilful he was by the way he arranged his men. The place where he arranged them was on the banks of the little stream called the Bannockburn, and about 3 miles to the south of Stirling Castle. On one side of his army was the stream which the English would have to cross before they could make their attack, and in other places there were bogs which lay between the two armies. And where there was firm ground between them, Bruce took care that it should not be easy for the English to ride over. He dug pits, and then covered them with turf, so that they should not be seen, and all over the ground he put steel spikes called calthrops, which would lame the English horses and break the ranks of the cavalry when they charged. In this way, therefore, the English knights were prevented from riding all at once upon the Scots, as they would have done had the ground between the two armies been perfectly smooth and open. Bruce divided his army into 4 parts, the largest part being made up of the footmen with long spears. He had only a very few horse soldiers, but we shall see what a good use he made of them. He had also some good archers, though not nearly so many nor so skilful as the English, for the Scots never cared for archery and always liked best to fight with their spears and axes. When the English came up, it was too late to fight that day, and so both armies lay in sight of each other, waiting for the morrow's battle. But in the evening 2 things happened which must have put heart into the Scots for the coming fight. An English lord named Clifford rode at the head of 300 horsemen in the direction of Stirling Castle to carry assistance to it. Now Bruce had told Randolph this should be prevented, and when he saw Clifford riding to Stirling, he turned to Randolph and said, "Randolph, a rose has fallen from your chaplet," meaning that he had failed in his duty. But Randolph at once put himself at the head of a troop of foot soldiers armed with spears, and caught Clifford on the way. At first it seemed as if Randolph were to be beaten, and Douglas asked leave of Bruce to go to his assistance. Bruce refused his permission, but Douglas could not bear to see his friend defeated and perhaps slain, and in spite of Bruce's refusal, he rode off at the head of his men to give help. Before he reached the place of fighting, however, the English were seen to flee, and then he ordered his men to return, so that Randolph might have all the honor of the victory. This was one event that was lucky for the Scots, and the other was this. During the evening, Bruce was riding in front of his army on a pony, and had only a battle-axe in his hand. An English knight, named Sir Henry de Bohun, knew him by the gold coronet he wore on his helmet, and thought that if he could slay him, he would put both an end to the war and win great glory for himself. So, on his great war-horse, and with his lance couched, he rode full speed upon Bruce. Just as he drew near, however, Bruce made his pony turn aside, and avoided the thrust of the lance. Then in an instant he rose in his stirrups to his full height, and with one blow of his battle-axe on de Bohun's helmet, felled him to the ground. The Scottish leaders who were near Bruce blamed him for risking his life when so much depended upon him, but he only said, "I have broken my good battle-axe." As soon as the sun rose the next morning, the two armies prepared for battle. Before it began, the Scots went down on their knees to pray, and when King Edward saw this, he said to an English lord near him, "See, they are kneeling to ask for pardon." "Yes," was the answer, "they are asking for pardon, but from God, and not from us. Yon men will conquer or die." Then the fight began, the English knights riding against the Scottish spearmen, who were all on foot, and this was the fiercest part of the battle. At the beginning the English archers bent their bows and sent their arrows among the Scots as thick as snowflakes. Had this gone on long, the same thing would have happened as had taken place at Falkirk, when Wallace's spearmen were shot down by the English arrows, and the battle was lost. But Bruce had thought of this beforehand. At his command, the Scottish mounted men rode against the English archers, who were, of course, all on foot. Their bows were of no use in a close fight, and soon they were either slain or put to flight. For hours the battle went on, but, as we know, the English were not on ground where they could fight their best. Their horses had not room to move about, so that they got mixed up among each other. Then the boggy ground and steel spikes prevented the horsemen from riding quickly, and when a horse soldier is brought to a standstill in a crowd, a soldier on foot, armed with a spear, is more than a match for him, as he can kill the horse and slay the rider before the latter can free himself from his stirrups. And this was what happened to thousands of the English horsemen. When their horses were slain, they were either trampled to death or pierced by a Scottish spear. And so the battle raged, till a thing happened that decided which side was to win. From a hill near at hand, afterwards called the Gillies Hill, what looked like another Scottish army was seen to descend. It was only the servants or gillies who attended on Bruce's camp, and a number of men who lived in the neighborhood. But as they came in a body and with banners flying, the English thought they were really another army, and then they lost their heart and began to give way. When the Scottish spearmen saw this, they fought all the harder, and soon the enemy was fleeing in all directions. When King Edward saw that the battle was lost, he at first rode to Stirling Castle, thinking that he would be safe there. But Sir Philip Mowbray, the commander of the castle, told him that by the bargain he had made with Edward Bruce, he would have to surrender it the next day. So there was nothing for it but that the beaten king should try to reach his own kingdom if he could. And a narrow escape he had, for Douglas rode after him as far as Dunbar, a distance of 60 miles, when Edward got into a boat and sailed to Berwick, where he was safe. This was the greatest victory that the Scots ever gained, and the English thought it was such a disgrace to themselves that they said it was a punishment for their sins. So much booty fell into the hands of the Scots that it made Scotland a richer country. Precious garments, jewels, and plate, which Edward and his knights had brought with them, were all taken, and many of the chief men of the English were made prisoner and had to pay great sums of money to be allowed to go home. But the chief thing to be remembered about the Battle of Bannockburn is that it made Scotland again a free country, and that it made Scotsmen feel more than ever they had done before that they were one people and one nation. End of section 59. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 60 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by alanmapstone. Scots Way Hey by Robert Burns. This is the supposed address of Robert Bruce to his army before the Battle of Bannockburn. The Editor. Scots way hey, way Wallace bled, Scots wham Bruce has aften led. Welcome to your gory bed, or to victory. Now's the day and now's the hour, see the front o' battle hour, see approach proud Edward's power, chains and slavery. Wha will be a traitor knave? Wha can fill a coward's grave? Wha sae base as be a slave? Let him turn and flee. Wha for Scotland's king and law freedom's sword will strongly draw? Freeman stand or freeman fall? Let him follow me. By oppression's woes and pains, by your sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow, let us do or die. End of section 60. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 61 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sara J. Scotland, Part 3. To the Death of Mary. Historical Note. Scotland was still a scene of warfare and struggle. Several kings succeeded to the throne as minors. The nobles were exceedingly powerful, and whenever any of them became dissatisfied, they were always ready to enter into schemes with England. In the times of Henry VII of England, there was hope of peace, for his daughter became the wife of the Scottish king. In the very next reign, however, the friendship between the Scots and the French led to a Scottish invasion of England, and a total defeat of the Scots at Flodden Field in 1513. Soon after Elizabeth became Queen of England, the ideas of the Reformation, interpreted by the fiery preaching of John Knox, swept over the land, and Presbyterianism became established. This helped to make the support of the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots, only half-hearted. She fled to the protection of Elizabeth, and after being kept as a prisoner for many years, she was executed on a charge of conspiracy against the crown. On the death of Queen Elizabeth, Mary's son, James VI of Scotland, became James I of England, and thus the two countries fell under one king, although the separate governments were maintained. End of section 61. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 62 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Ava March Tappan, Section 62, The Bier-right, latter part of the 14th century, by Sir Walter Scott. The husband of Magdalen Proudfoot has been slain, and it is suspected that some one of the followers of Sir John Ramorne was his murderer. The test of bier-right has been decided upon. That is, every member of Sir John's household must kneel beside the bier and take a solemn oath of his own innocence. It was a belief of the time that if this oath was false, the wounds of the murdered man would straightway burst open and begin to bleed afresh. The Editor. It was, therefore, after High Mass had been performed with the greatest solemnity of which circumstances rendered the ceremony capable, and after the most repeated and fervent prayers had been offered to heaven by the crowded assembly, that preparations were made for appealing to the direct judgment of heaven on the mysterious murder of the unfortunate bonnet-maker. The scene presented that effect of imposing solemnity which the rites of the Catholic Church are so well qualified to produce. The eastern window, richly and variously painted, streamed down a torrent of checkered light upon the high altar. On the bier placed before it were stretched the mortal remains of the murdered man, his arms folded on his breast, and his palms joined together, with the fingers pointed upwards, as if the senseless clay was itself appealing to heaven for vengeance against those who had violently divorced the immortal spirit from its mangled tenement. Close to the bier was placed a throne which supported Robert of Scotland and his brother Albany. The prince sat upon a lower stool beside his father, an arrangement which occasioned some observation, as, Albany's seat being little distinguished from that of the king, the heir apparent, though full of age, seemed to be degraded beneath his uncle in the sight of the assembled people of Perth. The bier was so placed as to leave the view of the body it sustained open to the greater part of the multitude assembled in the church. At the head of the bier stood the knight of Kinfauns, the challenger, and at the foot the young Earl of Crawford, as representing the defendant. The evidence of the Duke of Rothesay and expurgation, as it was termed, of Sir John Ramorne had exempted him from the necessity of attendance as a party subjected to the ordeal, and his illness served as a reason for his remaining at home. His household, including those who, though immediately in waiting upon Sir John, were accounted the prince's domestics, and had not yet received their dismissal, amounted to 8 or 10 persons, most of them esteemed men of profligate habits, and who might therefore be deemed capable, in the riot of a festival evening, of committing the slaughter of the bonnet-maker. They were drawn up in a row on the left side of the church, and wore a species of white cassock, resembling the dress of a penitentiary. All eyes being bent on them, several of this band seemed so much disconcerted as to excite among the spectators strong prepossessions of their guilt. The real murderer had a countenance incapable of betraying him, a sullen, dark look, which neither the feast nor wine-cup could enliven, and which the peril of discovery and death could not render dejected. We have already noticed the posture of the dead body. The face was bare, as were the breast and arms. The rest of the corpse was shrouded in a winding sheet of the finest linen, so that if blood should flow from any place which was covered, it could not fail to be instantly manifest. High Mass having been performed, followed by a solemn invocation to the deity that he would be pleased to protect the innocent and make known the guilty, Eviat, Sir John Ramorne's page, was summoned to undergo the ordeal. He advanced with an ill-assured step. Perhaps he thought his internal consciousness that Bonthron must have been the assassin might be sufficient to implicate him in the murder, though he was not directly accessory to it. He paused before the bier, and his voice faltered, as he swore by all that was created in 7 days and 7 nights, by heaven, by hell, by his part of paradise, and by the God and author of all, that he was free and sackless of the bloody deed done upon the corpse before which he stood, and on whose breast he made the sign of the cross, in evidence of the appeal. No consequences ensued. The body remained stiff as before. The curdled wounds gave no sign of blood. The citizens looked on each other with faces of blank disappointment. they had persuaded themselves of Eviat's guilt, and their suspicions had been confirmed by his irresolute manner. Their surprise at his escape was therefore extreme. The other followers of Ramorne took heart and advanced to take the oath with a boldness which increased as one by one they performed the ordeal and were declared, by the voice of the judges, free and innocent of every suspicion attaching them on the account of the death of Oliver Proudfoot. But there was one individual who did not partake that increasing confidence. The name of Bonthron, Bonthron, sounded 3 times through the aisles of the church. But he who owned it acknowledged the call no otherwise than by a sort of shuffling motion with his feet, as if he had been suddenly affected with a bit of palsy. "Speak, dog," whispered Eviat, "or prepare for a dog's death." But the murderer's brain was so much disturbed by the sight before him, that the judges, beholding his deportment, doubted whether to ordain him to be dragged before the bier or to pronounce judgment in default. And it was not until he was asked for the last time whether he would submit to the ordeal that he answered with his usual brevity, "I will not. What do I know what juggling tricks may be practised to take a poor man's life? I offer the combat to any man who says I harmed that dead body." And according to a usual form, he threw his glove upon the floor of the church. Henry the smith stepped forward, amidst the murmured applauses of his fellow citizens, which even the august presence could not entirely suppress, and, lifting the ruffian's glove, which he had placed in his bonnet, laid down his own in the usual form, as a gage of battle. But Bonthron raised it not. "He is no match for me," growled the savage, "nor fit to lift my glove. I follow the Prince of Scotland in attending on his master of horse. This fellow is a wretched mechanic." Here the prince interrupted him. "Thou follow me, caitiff. I discharge thee from my service on the spot. Take him in hand, smith, and beat him as thou didst ever thump an anvil. The villain is both guilty and recreant. It sickens me to even look at him. And if my royal father will be ruled by me, he will give the parties 2 handsome Scottish axes, and we will see which of them turns out the best fellow before the day is half an hour older." This was readily assented to by the Earl of Crawford and Sir Patrick Charteris, the godfathers of the parties, who, as the combatants were men of inferior rank, agreed that they should fight in steel caps, buff jackets, and with axes, and that as soon as they could be prepared for the combat. The lists were appointed at the Skinner's Yards, a neighbouring space of ground occupied by the corporation from which it had the name, and who quickly cleared a space of about 30 feet by 25 for the combatants. Thither thronged the nobles, priests, and commons, all excepting the old king, who, detesting such scenes of blood, retired to his residence, and devolved the charge of the field upon the Earl of Errol, Lord High Constable, to whose office it more particularly belonged. The Duke of Albany watched the whole proceeding with a close and wary eye. His nephew gave the scene the heedless degree of notice which corresponded with his character. When the combatants appeared in the lists, nothing could be more striking than the contrast betwixt the manly, cheerful countenance of the smith, whose sparkling eye seemed already beaming with the victory he had hoped for, and the sullen, downcast aspect of the brutal Bonthron, who looked as if there were some obscene bird driven into sunshine out of the shelter of its darksome haunts. They made oath severally, each to the truth of his quarrel, a ceremony which Henry Gow performed with a serene and manly confidence, Bonthron with a dogged resolution which induced the Duke of Rothesay to say to the High Constable, "Didst thou ever, my dear Earl, behold such a mixture of malignity, cruelty, and I think fear, as in that fellow's countenance?" "He is not comely," said the Earl, "but a powerful knave, as I have seen. I'll gage a hogshead of wine with you, my good lord, that he loses the day. Henry the armourer is as strong as he, and much more active, and then look at his bold bearing. There is something in that other fellow that is loathsome to look upon. Let them yoke presently, my dear constable, for I am sick of beholding him." The High Constable then addressed the widow, who in her deep weeds, and having her children still beside her, occupied a chair within the lists. "Woman, do you willingly accept of this man, Henry the smith, to do battle as your champion in this cause?" I do, most willingly," answered Magdalen Proudfoot. and may the blessing of God and St. John give him the strength and fortune, since he strikes for the orphan and the fatherless." "Then I pronounce this a fenced field of battle," said the constable aloud. "Let no one dare, upon peril of his life, to interrupt this combat by word, speech, or look. Sound trumpets and fight, combatants." The trumpets flourished, and the combatants, advancing from opposite ends of the lists, with a steady and even pace, looked at each other attentively, well skilled in judging from the motion of the eye the direction in which a blow was meditated. They halted opposite to and within reach of each other, and in turn made more than one feint to strike, in order to ascertain the activity and vigilance of the opponent. At length, whether weary of these manoeuvres, or fearing lest in a contest so conducted his unwieldy strength would be foiled by the activity of the smith, Bonthron heaved up his axe for a downright blow, adding the whole strength of his sturdy arms to the weight of the weapon in its descent. The smith, however, avoided the stroke by stepping aside, for it was too forcible to be controlled by any guard which he could have interposed. Ere Bonthron recovered guard, Henry struck him a sidling blow on the steel headpiece, which prostrated him on the ground. "Confess or die," said the victor, placing his foot on the body of the vanquished, and holding to his throat the point of the axe, which terminated in a spike or poniard. "I will confess," said the villain, glaring wildly upward on the sky. "Let me rise." "Not till you have yielded," said Harry the smith. "I do yield," again murmured Bonthron, and Henry proclaimed aloud that his antagonist was defeated. The Dukes of Rothesay and Albany, the High Constable, and the Dominican Prior now entered the lists, and, addressing Bonthron, demanded if he acknowledged himself vanquished. "I do," answered the miscreant. "And guilty of the murder of Oliver Proudfoot?" "I am." End of section 62. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 63 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March TAPPAN. Section 63. How the Scots lived while James I was king. 1422 to 1437, by P. Hume Brown. In James I's reign there came a foreigner to Scotland who wrote about what he saw there. This visitor was an Italian. His name was Aeneas Sylvius, and he afterwards became Pope Pius II, so that he was a very important person. On his voyage to Scotland his ship was nearly wrecked, and during the storm he vowed a vow that from wherever he landed he would walk barefoot to the nearest church to give thanks to God for having saved him from drowning. When he landed he found that the nearest church was at Wettkirk, 6 miles from North Berwick. So, as it was winter at the time, he had to trudge these 6 miles with bare feet on the frozen ground, and the result was that he caught such a cold that he had rheumatism for the rest of his life. Here are some of the things which he tells us. He went to see King James, whom he describes as a robust-looking man, but very fat. As for the palaces in which the King of Scots lived, he says that they were not so very well furnished as the houses of rich merchants in Germany. What he thought very strange was that the towns had no walls round them, which all the towns on the continent had. He also thought it odd that the houses in the towns were built of stone without lime. The houses in the country, he says, were built of turf, and the poorer ones had the hide of an ox hung up instead of a door. The common people were very poor, but at the same time they ate more meat and fish than was good for them, though bread was so scarce that it was looked on as a dainty. One thing astonished him very much, and that was that the people burned stone instead of wood. Of course the stone was coal, which Aeneas seems never to have seen in other countries. At the church doors he noticed many beggars who went away with glad faces when these stones were put into their hands. These are some of the things that Ennius tells us about Scotland, but we must remember that he came from Italy, which was a rich and beautiful country, so that he could not help thinking that Scotland was a poor place compared with it, as indeed it was. But we know a good deal more about Scotland in the reign of James I than Ennius Sylvius tells us, and this we learn from the laws James passed. For example, we know that there must then have been a great many wolves in the country, though Ennius says there were none. Every baron in the kingdom was commanded to kill all the wolves' whelps he could find, and to give 2d. to any one who brought a whelp's head to him. 4 times every year also the baron was to have a great wolf hunt, and all his farmers with their servants were to join him in the hunt, and if they did not, they had to give a sheep to the baron as a fine. This proves that there must have been many wolves in the land, or such a law would not have been passed. There must also have been great number of crows in Scotland in those days, as a very curious law shows us. Every landlord was commanded to kill the young crows every year, as, when they grew up, they did so much damage to the crops. If the landlord did not obey this law, then the tree in which the crows had built their nest was to be taken from him by the king. If the landlord liked, however, he could fell the tree and pay a fine of 5 shillings. Such a law as this could never be passed nowadays, but in those days it was thought to be quite right that such laws should be made. There were laws about buying and selling which seem very strange to us. No one was allowed to send a horse to any foreign country unless it were more than 3 years old. No one could buy cloth or any other goods from an Englishman who came to Scotland, and no Englishman was allowed to sell anything in Scotland unless he got special permission. Another law declared that no one was to send any gold or silver out of the country. What was the meaning of those laws which seem so odd to us? It was that people then thought that the country would soon be ruined if the people bought things made in other countries, and that if money went out of the country it would never come back again. For a long time afterwards people in other countries besides Scotland believed this, and the result was that the trade could not grow nor the people become rich. However, even in those days there must have been well-to-do people in Scotland, as another law shows us. By this law it was commanded that no one except a lord or a knight was to wear silk or furs, or to have pearls or any kind of trimming on his clothes. In the towns no persons except the magistrates and their wives were to wear furs. The farmers also were told that they were not to wear colour clothes, but plain ones made at home. Now, when such laws are made, it means that many people must have had money to spare, and that they spent it on fine clothes and dressed themselves above their station. For in those days it was thought right that all classes of the people should each have a dress of its own, so that it might be known at once whether a man was a lord, or a knight, or a magistrate, or a craftsman, or a farmer. There was one thing about which the kings and the Parliament were very anxious, and about which many laws were made, and that was that every Scotsman should be trained to fight. So the law was that every man from the age of 16 to 60 should possess weapons according to his rank. To make sure that everyone had these weapons, there were to be 4 meetings, or wapinshaws, each year, to which all the men in town and country were to come, and if they did not have the right weapons they were to be fined. What should we think nowadays if a boy or a man were fined 4d. every time he plays at football? Yet such a law was really passed by James and his Parliament, and for the following reason. It was the English archers, as we know, that had gained so many victories over the Scots, and so it was very necessary that the Scots should try to become as good archers as the English. Laws were therefore passed which forbade playing at football, as being of no use, and which ordered that near every parish church there should be a target and a shooting ground. On every holiday, and there were about 60 holidays in the year, every male person from 12 years old was to shoot at least 3 arrows at the mark, and if he did not he was to give a sheep as a fine. In spite of these laws, however, the Scots never became good archers, and they always preferred to fight with lances and axes. There was a class of people who gave a great deal of trouble in Scotland and in other countries at that time, and indeed for a long while afterwards. These were the beggars, who in those days did not go about alone, but in great bands, so that they were a terror to everybody. It was not safe to travel about the country by yourself, for if you met one of these gangs they would take everything you had, and perhaps ill use you besides. Some of the beggars were quite well off, and actually rode on horseback, so that the old rhyme is really true: "Hark, hark, the dogs do bark, the beggars are coming to town, some in rags and some on nags, and one in a velvet gown." A gang of these beggars would often come to the house of a clergyman or a farmer, where they thought they would get plenty to eat, and compel the owner of the house to give them a night's lodging. There were great numbers of them in all the towns, and when the King and his courtiers travelled they would often be surrounded by beggars crying for alms. In almost every reign laws were passed to put down these troublesome and dangerous beggars, but these laws never seemed to do any good. Every person between the ages of 14 and 70 were forbidden to beg, and if he were caught doing so, his cheeks were to be burnt with a red hot iron, and he was then to be banished from the country. Before any one was allowed to beg, he had to get a licence, or to wear a badge on his clothes to show that he was a lawful beggar. And even stricter laws than these were passed, but they were never really carried out, and so the number of beggars went on increasing rather than getting fewer. Another law passed in James's reign shows how different this country was then from what it is now. Every agricultural labourer, if he was not rich enough to buy an ox to plough, for in those days it was oxen that drew the plough and not horses, had to dig up a piece of ground 7 feet long and 6 feet broad on every working day. And why was such a law made? It was because a great deal of land which might have been used for growing crops was not cultivated, but was left to itself, and so was of no use to the people who lived on it. So by such a law as this more ground came to be cultivated, and more food was got for the people. From all these laws we see how differently people then lived from the way in which we do now. But there is one thing that must not be forgotten about these laws: they were very seldom carried out. And it was the same in other countries besides Scotland, and the reason is, that the persons who should have enforced them either had not the power to do so, or had other things to attend to. However, even when the laws were not obeyed, they at least showed what was the right thing to be done, and no doubt many people did obey them. End of section 63. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 64 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappin. Section 64, On the Field of Flodden, 1513, by Sir Walter Scott. Margaret Tudor, sister of Henry VIII of England, became the wife of James IV of Scotland. Now there were certain jewels which were to be given to Margaret, but Henry refused to send them to her. Naturally, that aroused the wrath of King James. Moreover, although the two countries were at peace, the Lord High Admiral of England seized 2 Scottish ships, and Henry refused to pay for their loss. Again, Henry was about to make war on France, and as France and Scotland were good friends, James stood by France. He crossed the border and captured some English castles. At last, in September 1513, the Scots and English met at Flodden Field. The Editor. But see, look up, on Flodden bent, the Scottish foe has fired his tent. And sudden as he spoke, from the sharp ridges of the hill, all downward to the banks of Till, was wreathed in sable smoke. Volumed and vast and rolling far, the cloud enveloped Scotland's war, as down the hill they broke. Nor martial shout nor minstrel tone announced their march, their tread alone, at times one warning trumpet blown. At times a stifled hum told England from his mountain throne King James did rushing come. Scarce could they hear or see their foes, until at weapon point they close. They close in clouds of smoke and dust, with swords sway and with lances thrust. And such a yell was there, of sudden and portentous birth, as if men fought upon the earth and fiends in upper air. Long looked the anxious squires, their eye could in the darkness naught descry. At length the freshening western blast aside the shroud of battle cast, and first the ridge of mingled spears above the brightening cloud appears, and in the smoke the pennons flew, as in the storm the white sea mew. Then marked they, dashing broad and far, the broken billows of the war, and plumed crests of chieftains brave floating like foam upon the wave, but naught distinct they see. Wide raged the battle on the plain, spears shook and falchions flashed amain. Fell England's arrow flight like rain, crests rose and stooped and rose again, wild and disorderly. Amid the scene of tumult high they saw Lord Marmion's falcon fly, and stainless Tunstall's banner white, and Edmund Howard's lion bright, still bear them bravely in the fight. Although against them come of gallant Gordons many a one, and many a stubborn Highland man, and many a rugged border clan, with Huntley and with Home. Far on the left, unseen the while, Stanley broke Lennox and Argyle, though there the western mountaineer rushed with bare bosom on the spear, and flung the feeble targe aside, and with both hands the broadsword plied. 'Twas vain, but fortune on the right, with fickle smile, cheered Scotland's fight. Then fell that spotless banner white. The Howard's lion fell, yet still Lord Marmion's falcon flew with wavering flight, while fiercer grew around the battle yell. The border slogan rent the sky. "A home! A Gordon!" was the cry. Loud were the clanging blows. Advanced, forced back, now low, now high. The pennon sank and rose, as bends the bark's mast in the gale. When rent are rigging, shrouds and sail, it wavered mid the foes. But as they left the darkening heath, more desperate grew the strife of death. The English shafts and volleys hailed, in headlong charge their horse assailed. Front, flank, and rear the squadrons sweep to break the Scottish circle deep that fought around their king. But yet, though thick the shafts as snow, though charging knights like whirlwinds go, though billmen ply the ghastly blow, unbroken was the ring. The stubborn spearmen still made good their dark impenetrable wood, each stepping where his comrade stood the instant that he fell. No thought was there of dastard flight, linked in the serried phalanx tight. Groom fought like noble, squire like knight, as fearlessly and well, till utter darkness closed her wing o'er their thin host and woundy king. Then skilful Surrey's sage commands led back from strife his shattered bands, and from the charge they drew, as mountain waves from wasted lands sweep back to ocean blue. Then did their loss his foemen know, their king, their lords, their mightiest low. They melted from the field as snow, when streams are swoln and south winds blow, dissolves in silent dew. Tweed's echoes heard the ceaseless plash, while many a broken band, disordered, through her currents dashed to gain the Scottish land, to town and tower, to down and dale, to tell Red Flodden's dismal tale, and raise the universal wail. Tradition, legend, tune, and song shall many an age that wail prolong. Still from the sire the son shall hear of the stern strife and carnage drear of Flodden's fatal field, where shivered was fair Scotland's spear, and broken was her shield. End of section 64. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 65 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 65. Edinburgh after Flodden Field, 1513, by William E. Ayton. News of battle! News of battle! Hark! It's ringing down the street, and the archways and the pavement bear the clang of hurrying feet. News of battle! Who hath brought it? News of triumph! Who should bring tidings from our noble army, greetings from our gallant king? All last night we watched the beacons blazing on the hills afar, each one bearing, as it kindled, message of the opened war. All night long the northern streamers shot across the trembling sky, fearful lights that never beckon, save when kings or heroes die. News of battle, who hath brought it? All are thronging to the gate. Warder, warder, open quickly! Man, is this a time to wait? And the heavy gates are opened, then a murmur long and loud, and a cry of fear and wonder bursts from out the bending crowd. For they see in battered harness only one hard-stricken man, and his weary steed is wounded, and his cheek is pale and wan. Spearless hangs a bloody banner in his weak and drooping hand. God, can that be Randolph Murray, captain of the city band? Round him crush the people, crying, "Tell us all, oh tell us true, Where are they who went to battle, Randolph Murray, sworn to you? Where are they, our brothers, children? Have they met the English foe? Why art thou alone, unfollowed? Is it weal or is it woe?" Like a corpse the grisly warrior looks from out his helm of steel, but no word he speaks in answer, only with his armed heel. Chides his weary steed, and onward up the city streets they ride, fathers, sisters, mothers, children, shrieking, praying by his side. "By the God that made thee, Randolph, tell us what mischance hath come." Then he lifts his riven banner, and the asker's voice is dumb. The elders of the city have met within their hall, the men whom good King James had charged to watch the tower and wall. "Your hands are weak with age," he said, "your hearts are stout and true, so bide ye in the maiden town, while others fight for you. My trumpet from the border sides shall send a blast so clear, that all who wait within the gate that stirring sound may hear. Or, if it be the will of heaven that back I never come, and if, instead of Scottish shouts, ye hear the English drum, then let the warning bells ring out, then gird you to the fray. Then man the walls like burghers stout, and fight what fight you may. It were better that in fiery flame the roof should thunder down, than that the foot of foreign foe should trample in the town." Then in came Randolph Murray, his step was slow and weak, and, as he doffed his dinted helm, the tears ran down his cheek. They fell upon his corslet and on his mailed hand, as he gazed around him wistfully, leaning sorely on his brand. And none who then beheld him but straight were smote with fear, for a bolder and a sterner man had never couched a spear. They knew so sad a messenger some ghastly news must bring, and all of them were fathers, and their sons were with the king. And up then rose the provost, a brave old man was he, of ancient name and knightly fame and chivalrous degree. Oh woeful now was the old man's look, and he spoke right heavily. "Now, Randolph, tell thy tidings, however sharp they be. Woe is written on thy visage, death is looking from thy face. Speak, though it be of overthrow, it cannot be disgrace." Right bitter was the agony that wrung that soldier proud. Thrice did he strive to answer, and thrice he groaned aloud. Then he gave the riven banner to the old man's shaking hand, saying, "That is all I bring ye from the bravest of the land. Ay, ye may look upon it, It was guarded well and long by your brothers and your children, by the valiant and the strong. One by one they fell around it, as the archers laid them low, grimly dying, still unconquered, with their faces to the foe. Ay, you well may look upon it, there is more than honour there, else be sure I had not brought it from the field of dark despair. Never yet was the royal banner steeped in such a costly dye, it hath lain upon a bosom where no other shroud shall lie. Sirs, I charge you keep it holy, keep it as a sacred thing, for the stain ye see upon it was the life blood of your king. Woe, woe, and lamentation, what a piteous cry was there! Widows, maidens, mothers, children, shrieking, sobbing in despair. Oh, the blackest day for Scotland that she ever knew before! Oh, our king, the good and noble, shall we never see him more? Woe to us, and woe to Scotland! Oh, our sons and men! Surely some have escaped the Southron, surely some will come again, till the oak that fell last winter shall uprear its shattered stem. Wives and mothers of Dunedin, you may look in vain for them. End of section 65. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 66 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March TAPPAN. Section 66. The Good Man of Ballengeich. Between 1513 and 1542. By Sir Walter Scott. James V had a custom of going about the country disguised as a private person, in order that he might hear complaints which might not otherwise reach his ears, and perhaps that he might enjoy amusements which he could not have partaken of in his avowed royal character. This is also said to have been a custom of James IV, his father, and several adventures are related of what befell them on such occasions. When James V travelled in disguise, he used a name which was known only to some of his principal nobility and attendants. He was called the Goodman, the tenant that is, of Ballengeich. Ballengeich is a steep pass which leads down behind the castle of Stirling. Once upon a time, when the court was feasting in Stirling, the king sent for some venison from the neighbouring hills. The deer was killed and put on horse's back to be transported to Stirling. Unluckily they had to pass the castle gates of Arnprior, belonging to a chief of the Buchanans, who chanced to have a considerable number of guests with him. It was late and the company was rather short of victuals, though they had much more than enough of liquor. The chief, seeing so much fat venison passing his very door, seized on it, and to the expostulations of the keepers, who told him that it belonged to King James, he answered insolently that if James was King of Scotland, he, Buchanan, was king in Kippen, being the name of the district in which the castle of Arnprior lay. On hearing what had happened, the king got on horseback and rode instantly from Stirling to Buchanan's house, where he found a strong, fierce-looking Highlander with an axe on his shoulder, standing sentinel at the door. This grim warden refused the king admittance, saying Laird of Arnprior was at dinner, and would not be disturbed. "Yet go up the company, my good friend," said the king, "and tell him that the good man of Ballengeich is come to feast with the king of Kippen." The porter went grumbling into the house and told his master that there was a fellow with a red beard at the gate who called himself the good man of Ballengeich, and said he was come to dine with the king of Kippen. As soon as Buchanan heard these words he knew that the king was come in person, and hastened down to kneel at James's feet and to ask his forgiveness for his insolent behaviour. But the king, who only meant to give him a fright, forgave him freely, and going into the castle feasted on his own venison which Buchanan had intercepted. Buchanan of Arnprior was ever afterwards called the King of Kippen. Upon another occasion King James being alone and in disguise, fell into a quarrel with some gipsies or other vagrants, and was assaulted by 4 or 5 of them. This chanced to be very near the bridge of Cramont, so the King got on the bridge, which, as it was high and narrow, enabled him to defend himself with his sword against the number of persons by whom he was attacked. There was a poor man thrashing corn in a barn near by, who came out on hearing the noise of the scuffle, and seeing one man defending himself against numbers, gallantly took the King's part with his flail to such a good purpose that the gipsies were obliged to fly. The husbandman then took the King into the barn, brought him a towel and water to wash the blood from his hands and face, and finally walked with him a little way towards Edinburgh, in case he should be again attacked. On the way the King asked his companion what and who he was. The labourer answered that his name was John Howison, and that he was a bondsman on the farm of Braehead near Cramont, which belonged to the King of Scotland. James then asked the poor man if there was any wish in the world which he would particularly desire should be gratified, and honest John confessed he should think himself the happiest man in Scotland were he but the proprietor of the farm on which he wrought as a labourer. He then asked the King, in turn, who he was, and James replied, as usual, that he was the good man of Ballengeich, a poor man who had a small appointment about the palace, but he added that if John Howison would come to see him on the next Sunday, he would endeavour to repay his manful assistance, and at least give him the pleasure of seeing the royal apartments. John put in his best clothes, as you may suppose, and appearing at a postern gate of the palace, inquired for the good man of Ballengeich. The King had given orders that he should be admitted, and John found his friend the goodman in the same disguise which he had formerly worn. The King, still preserving the character of an inferior officer of the household, conducted John Howison from one apartment of the palace to another, and was amused with his wonder and his remarks. At length James asked his visitor if he should like to see the King, to which John replied nothing would delight him so much if he could do so without giving offence. The good man of Ballengeich of course undertook that the King would not be angry. "But," said John, "how am I to know his Grace from the nobles who will be all about him?" "Easily," replied his companion, "all the others will be uncovered. The King alone will wear his hat or bonnet." So speaking, King James introduced the countryman into a great hall, which was filled by the nobility and officers of the crown. John was a little frightened, and drew close to his attendants, but was still unable to distinguish the King. "I told you that you should know him by his wearing his hat," said the conductor. "Then," said John, after he had again looked around the room, "it must be either you or me, for all but us two are bareheaded." The King laughed at John's fancy, and that the good yeoman might have occasion for mirth also, he made him a present of the farm of Braehead, which he had wished so much to possess, on condition that John Howison, or his successor, should be ready to present an ewer and basin for the King to wash his hands when His Majesty should come to Holyrood Palace, or should pass the bridge of Cramont. Accordingly, in the year 1822, when George IV came to Scotland, the descendant of John Howison of Braehead, who still possessed the estate which was given to his ancestor, appeared at a solemn festival, and offered His Majesty water from a silver ewer that he might perform the service by which he held his lands. James V was very fond of hunting, and when he pursued that amusement in the Highlands, he used to wear the peculiar dress of that country, having a long and wide Highland shirt, and a jacket of tartan velvet, with plaid hose, and everything else corresponding. The accounts for these are in the books of his Chamberlain, still preserved. On one occasion, when the King had an ambassador of the Pope along with him, with various foreigners of distinction, they were splendidly entertained by the Earl of Atholl in the huge and singular rustic palace. It was built of timber, in the midst of a great meadow, and surrounded by moats or fosses, full of the most delicate fish. It was enclosed and defended by towers, as if it had been a regular castle, and had within it many apartments, which were decked with flowers and branches, so that in treading them one seemed to be in a garden. Here were all kinds of game, and other provisions in abundance, with many cooks to make them ready, and plenty of the most costly spices and wines. The Italian ambassador was greatly surprised to see, among rocks and wilderness which seemed to be the very extremity of the world, such good lodgings and so magnificent an entertainment. But what surprised him most of all was to see the Highlanders set fire to the wooden castle as soon as the hunting was over, and the King in the act of departing. "Such is the constant practice of our Highlanders," said James to the ambassador. "However well they may be lodged overnight, they always burn their lodgings before they leave it." By this the King intimated the predatory and lawless habits displayed by these mountaineers. The reign of James V was not alone distinguished by his personal adventures and pastimes, but is honourably remembered on account of wise laws made for the government of his people, and for restraining the crimes and violence which were frequently practised among them, especially those of assassination, burning of houses, and driving of cattle, the usual means and ready by which powerful chiefs avenged themselves of their feudal enemies. End of section 66. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 67 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. John Knox, preaching before the Lords of the Congregation, by Sir David Wilkie, English artist, 1785 to 1841. Painting, page 334. John Knox, the Scottish reformer, took refuge from his enemies in a castle which soon fell into the hands of the French. At the request of Edward VI, he was released and became one of the chaplains of that monarch. On the accession of Mary, he was obliged to leave England and withdrew to Geneva. In 1559 he returned to Scotland and was promptly declared to be an outlaw and rebel. Nevertheless, he went on fearlessly to Dundee, to Perth, and then to St. Andrews. The Protestants were called the Congregation. The laymen who were their leaders were chiefly noblemen, and these were known as the Lords of the Congregation. To them Knox declared that he intended to preach in the cathedral church. The Archbishop threatened and his friends pleaded, but he was as little affected by the one as by the other, and preached on 4 successive days. His sermons must have been powerful, for provosts, bailies, and inhabitants determined to set up the reformed worship in their town. By way of preparation, they tore away the images and pictures in the church and levelled the monasteries. In 1561, Mary, Queen of Scots, returned from France and met in many violent interviews the belligerent reformer. Knox was the leading spirit in the Reformation in Scotland, and it is chiefly to him that the establishment of the Scottish Kirk is due. End of section 67. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 68 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avayi in March 2020. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 68. The Flight of Mary, Queen of Scots, to England, 1568, by Sir Walter Scott. In 1565, Mary, Queen of Scots, married her cousin Lord Darnley, but his debauchery soon aroused her regret for the act. 2 years later, the house in which he lodged was blown up, and his lifeless body was found. There is little question that the Earl of Bothwell was the murderer. The favour that Mary had shown him, and the fact that she married him almost immediately after his divorce from his young wife, aroused suspicion that she was privy to the murder. The Scottish nobles rose against her, and she was taken to Edinburgh, and thence to an island in Loch Leven. Her escape from this place to England is described in the following extract. The Editor. "May I crave to know," said Roland, "whether, if your Grace were beyond the walls of the castle, you could find means of conveyance to the firm land, and protection when you are there?" "Trust us for that, Roland," said the Queen, "for to that point our scheme is indifferent well laid." "Then, if your Grace will permit me to speak my mind, I think I could be of some use in this matter." "As how, my good youth?" "Speak on," said the Queen, "and fearlessly." "My patron, the Knight of Avenel, used to compel the youth educated in his household to learn the use of axe and hammer, and working in wood and iron. He used to speak of old northern champions who forged their own weapons, and of the Highland captain Donald Nan Ord, or Donald of the Hammer, whom he himself knew, and who used to work at the anvil with a sledge-hammer in each hand. Some said he praised this art because he himself was of Charles' blood. However, I gained some practice in it, as the Lady Catherine Seyton partly knows, for since we were here I wrought her a silver brooch." "Ay," replied Catherine, "but you should tell her Grace that your workmanship was so indifferent that it broke to pieces next day, and I flung it away." "Believe her not, Roland," said the Queen. "She wept when it was broken and put the fragments into her bosom. But for your scheme, could your skill avail to forge a second set of keys?" "No, madam, because I know not the wards. But I am convinced I could make a set so like that hateful bunch which the lady bore off even now, that, could they be exchanged against them by any means, she would never dream she was possessed of the wrong." "And the good dame, thank heaven, is somewhat blind," said the Queen. "But then for a forge, my boy, and the means of labouring unobserved?" "The armourer's forge, at which I used sometimes to work with him, is the round vault at the bottom of the turret. He was dismissed with the warder, for being supposed too much attached to George Douglas. The people are accustomed to see me busy there, and I warrant I shall find some excuse that will pass current with them for putting bellows and anvil to work." "The scheme has a promising face," said the Queen. "About it, my lad, with all speed, and beware the nature of your work is not discovered. Nay, I will take the liberty to draw the bolt against chance visitors, so that I will have time to put away what I am working upon before I undo the door." "Will not that of itself attract suspicion, in a place where it is so current already?" said Catherine. "Not a whit," replied Roland. "Gregory the armourer, and every good hammerman, locks himself in when he is about some masterpiece of craft. Besides, something must be risked." "Part we then to-night," said the Queen, "and God bless you, my children. If Mary's head ever rises above water, you shall all rise along with her." Roland succeeds in making the keys without being discovered. The Queen points out to him a tiny light in the house of one Blinkhooli, a gardener who lives across the lake, and shows him how she can signal to her friends who are there awaiting her. The keys had, with the wonted ceremonial, been presented to the Lady Lochleven. She stood with her back to the casement, which, like that of the Queen's apartment, commanded a view of Kinross, with the church, which stands at some distance from the town, and nearer to the lake, than connected with the town by straggling cottages. With her back to the casement, then, and her face to the table on which the keys lay for an instant, while she tasted the various dishes which were placed there, stood the Lady of Lochleven more provokingly intent than usual, so at least it seemed to her prisoners, upon the huge and heavy bunch of iron, the implements of their restraint. Just when, having finished her ceremonious taster of the Queen's table, she was about to take up the keys, the page, who stood beside her, and had handed her the dishes in succession, looked sidewise to the churchyard, and exclaimed he saw corpse candles in the vault. The Lady of Lochleven was not without a touch, though a slight one, of the superstitions of the time. The fate of her sons made her alive to omens, and a corpse light, as it was called, in the family burial place boded death. She turned her head towards the casement, saw a distinct glimmering, forgot her charge for 1 second, and in that second were lost the whole fruits of her former vigilance. The page held the forged keys under his cloak, and with great dexterity exchanged them for the real ones. His utmost address could not prevent a slight clash as he took up the latter bunch. "Who touches the keys?" said the lady, and while the page answered that the sleeve of his cloak had stirred them, she looked round, possessed herself of the bunch, which now occupied the place of the genuine keys, and again turned to gaze at the supposed corpse candles. "I hold these gleams," she said, after a moment's consideration, "to come not from the churchyard, but from the hut of the old gardener Blinkhooli. I wonder what thrift that churl drives, that of late he hath ever had light in his house till the night grew deep. I thought him an industrious, peaceful man. If he turns resetter of idle companions and night-walkers, the place must be rid of him." "He may work his baskets, perchance," said the page, desirous to stop the train of her suspicion. "Or nets, may he not?" answered the lady. "Ay, madam," said Roland, "for trout and salmon." "Or for fools and knaves," replied the lady, "but this shall be looked after tomorrow. I wish your grace and your company a good evening. Randall, attend us." And Randall, who waited in the antechamber after having surrendered his bunch of keys, gave his escort to his mistress as usual, while, leaving the Queen's apartments, she retired to her own. "Tomorrow," said the page, rubbing his hands with glee as he repeated the lady's last words. "Fools look to tomorrow, and wise folk use tonight. May I pray you, my gracious liege, to retire for 1/2 hour until all the castle is composed to rest? I must go and rub with oil these blessed instruments of our freedom. Courage and constancy, and all will go well, provided our friends on the shore fail not to send the boat you spoke of." "Fear them not," said Catherine, "they are true as steel, if our dear mistress do but maintain her noble and royal courage." "Doubt not me, Catherine," replied the Queen. "A while since I was overborne, but I have recalled the spirit of my earlier and more sprightly days, when I used to accompany my armed nobles, and wished to be myself a man, to know what life it was to be in the fields with sword and buckler, jack and knapscap." "Oh, the lark lives not a gayer life, nor sings a lighter and gayer song than the merry soldier," answered Catherine. "Your grace shall be in the midst of them soon, and the look of such a liege sovereign will make each of your host worth 3 in the hour of need. But I must to my task." "We have but brief time," said Queen Mary. "One of the 2 lights in the cottage is extinguished. That shows the boat is put off." "They will row very slowly," said the page, "or cant where depth permits, to avoid noise. To our several tasks. I will communicate with the good father." At the dead hour of midnight, when all was silent in the castle, the page put the key into the lock of the wicket which opened into the garden, and which was at the bottom of the staircase that descended from the Queen's apartment. "Now turn smooth and softly, thou good bolt," said he, "if ever oil softened rust." And his precautions had been so effectual that the bolt revolved with little or no sound of resistance. He ventured not to cross the threshold, but exchanging a word with the disguised abbot, asked if the boat were ready. "This half hour," said the sentinel. "She lies beneath the wall, too close under the eyelet to be seen by the warder, but I fear she will hardly escape his notice in putting off again." "The darkness," said the page, "and our profound silence may take her off unobserved, as she came in. Hildebrand has the watch on the tower, a heavy-headed knave, who holds a can of ale to be the best headpiece upon a night watch. He sleeps for a wager." "Then bring the Queen," said the abbot, "and I will call Henry Seyton to assist them to the boat." On tiptoe, with noiseless step and suppressed breath, trembling at her every rustle of their own apparel, one after another the fair prisoners glided down the winding stair, under the guidance of Roland Graham, and were received at the wicket gate by Henry Seyton and the churchman. The former seemed instantly to take upon himself the whole direction of the enterprise. "My lord abbot," he said, "give my sister your arm. I will conduct the Queen, and that youth will have the honour to guide Lady Fleming." This was no time to dispute the arrangement, although it was not that which Rowland Graham would have chosen. Catherine Seyton, who well knew the garden path, tripped on before like a sylph, rather leading the abbot than receiving assistance. The Queen, her native spirit prevailing over female fear and 1,000 painful reflections, moved steadily forward, by the assistance of Henry Seyton, while the Lady Fleming encumbered with her fears and her helplessness Rowland Graham, who followed in the rear, and who bore under the other arm a packet of necessaries belonging to the Queen. The door of the garden, which communicated with the shore of the islet, yielded to one of the keys of which Rowland had possessed himself, although not until he had tried several, a moment of anxious terror and expectation. The ladies were then partly led, partly carried to the side of the lake, where a boat with 6 rowers attended them, the men couched along the bottom to secure them from observation. Henry Seyton placed the Queen in the stern. The abbot offered to assist Catherine, but she was seated by the Queen's side before he could utter his proffer of help, and Rowland Graham was just lifting Lady Fleming over the boat side when a thought suddenly occurred to him, and explaining, "Forgotten, forgotten. Wait for me but 1/2 minute," he replaced on the shore the helpless lady of the bedchamber, threw the Queen's packet into the boat, and sped back through the garden with the noiseless speed of a bird on the wing. "By heaven, he is false at last," said Seyton. "I ever feared it." "He is as true," said Catherine, "as heaven itself, and that I will maintain." "Be silent, minion," said her brother, "for shame if not for fear. Fellows, put off, and row for your lives." help me on board," said the deserted Lady Fleming, and that louder than prudence warranted. Put off, cried Henry Seyton. "Leave all behind, so the Queen is safe." "Will you permit this, madam?" said Catherine imploringly. "You leave your deliverer to death." "I will not," said the Queen. "Seyton, I command you to stay at every risk." "Pardon me, madam, if I disobey," said the intractable young man, and with one hand lifting in Lady Fleming, he began himself to push off the boat. She was 2 fathoms length from the shore, and the rowers were getting her head round, when Rowland Graham, arriving, bounded from the beach and attained the boat, overturning Seyton, on whom he alighted. The youth swore a deep but suppressed oath, and stopping Graham as he stepped towards the stern, said, "Your place is not with high-born dames. Keep at the head and trim the vessel. Now give way, give way. Row for God and the Queen." The rowers obeyed and began to pull vigorously. "Why did you not muffle the oars?" said Rowland Graham. "The dash must awaken the sentinel." "Row, lads, and get out of reach for shot, for had not old Hildebrand, the warder, supped upon poppy porridge, this whispering must have waked him." "It was all thine own delay," said Seyton. "Thou shalt reckon with me after for that and other matters." But Rowland's apprehension was verified too instantly to permit him to reply. The sentinel, whose slumbering had withstood the whispering, was alarmed by the dash of the oars. His challenge was instantly heard. "A boat! A boat! Bring to, or I shoot!" And, as they continued to ply their oars, he called aloud, "Treason! Treason!" rung the bell of the castle, and discharged his harquebus at the boat. The ladies crowded on each other like startled wild fowl at the flash and report of the piece, while the men urged the rowers to the utmost speed. They heard more than one ball whiz along the surface of the lake, at no great distance from their little bark, and from the lights, which glanced like meteors from window to window, it was evident the whole castle was alarmed and their escape discovered. "Pull!" again exclaimed Seyton. "Stretch to your oars, or I will spur you to the task with my dagger. They will launch a boat immediately." "That is cared for," said Rowland. "I locked the gate and wicket on them when I went back, and no boat will stir from the island this night, if doors of good oak and bolts of iron can keep men within stone walls." And now I resign my office of porter of Loch Leven, and give the keys to the Kelpie's keeping." As the heavy keys plunged into the lake, the abbot, who till then had been repeating his prayers, exclaimed, "Now, bless thee, my son, for thy ready prudence puts shame to us all." "I knew," said Mary, drawing her breath more freely, as they were now out of reach of the musketry, "I knew my squire's truth, promptitude, and sagacity. I must have him, dear friends, with my no less true knights, Douglas and Seyton. But where, then, is Douglas?" "Here, madam," answered the deep and melancholy voice of the boatman, who sat next her, and who acted as steersman. "Alas, was it you who stretched your body before me," said the Queen, "when the balls were raining around us?" "Believe you," he said in a low tone, "that Douglas would have resigned to any one the chance of protecting his Queen's life with his own?" The dialogue was here interrupted by a shot or two from one of those small pieces of artillery called falconets, then used in defending castles. The shot was too vague to have any effect, but the broader flash, the deeper sound, the louder return which was made by the midnight echoes of Benarty, terrified and imposed silence on the liberated prisoners. The boat was alongside of a rude quay or landing place, running out from a garden of considerable extent, ere any of them again attempted to speak. They landed, and while the abbot returned thanks aloud to heaven, which had thus far favoured their enterprise, Douglas enjoyed the best reward of his desperate undertaking in conducting the Queen to the house of the gardener. Mary here learns that the gardener was formerly a well-known abbot. He gives her his blessing, horses are brought up, and soon the Queen and her friends are at the castle of Seyton. Within a few days some 6,000 men gather around her banner. Battle follows, Mary's troops are routed, and she herself has to flee for her life. It is decided that she shall appeal to the hospitality of Queen Elizabeth of England, and a message to that effect has been sent to the English warden. At this moment a bugle sounded loudly from the beach. "It is the death blast to Queen Mary's royalty," said Ambrosius. "The English warden's answer has been received. Favourable, doubtless, for when was the door of the trap closed against the prey which it was set for? Droop not, Roland, this matter shall be sifted to the bottom, but we must not now leave the Queen. Follow me. Let us do our duty, and trust the issue with God. Farewell, good father. I will visit thee again soon." He was about to leave the garden, followed by Roland, with half-reluctant steps. The ex-abbot resumed his spade. "I could be sorry for these men," he said. "Ay, and for that poor Queen, but what avail earthly sorrows to a man of fourscore? And it is a rare dropping morning for the early colewort." "He is stricken with age," said Ambrosius, as he dragged Roland down to the sea-beach. "We must let him take his time to collect himself. Nothing now can be thought on but the fate of the Queen." They soon arrived where she stood, surrounded by her little train, and by her side the Sheriff of Cumberland, a gentleman of the house of Lowther, richly dressed, and accompanied by soldiers. The aspect of the Queen exhibited a singular mixture of alacrity and reluctance to depart. Her language and gestures spoke hope and consolation to her attendants, and she seemed desirous to persuade even herself that the step she adopted was secure, and that the assurance she had received of kind reception was altogether satisfactory. But her quivering lip and unsettled eye betrayed at once her anguish at departing from Scotland, and her fears of confiding herself to the doubtful faith of England. "Welcome, my lord abbot," she said, speaking to Ambrosius. "And you, Roland Avenel, we have joyful news for you. Our loving sister's officer proffers us, in her name, a safe asylum from the rebels who have driven us from our own. Only it grieves me we must here part from you for a short space." "Part from us, madam?" said the abbot. "Is your welcome in England, then, to commence with the abridgment of your train and dismissal of your counsellors?" "Take it not thus, good father," said Mary. "The warden and the sheriff, faithful servants of our royal sister, deem it necessary to obey her instructions in the present case, even to the letter, and can only take upon them to admit me with my female attendants. An express will instantly be dispatched from London, assigning me a place of residence, and I will speedily send to all of you whenever my court shall be formed." "Your court formed in England, and while Elizabeth lives and reigns?" said the abbot. "That will be when we shall see two suns in one heaven." "Do not think so," replied the queen. "We are well assured of our sister's good fate. Elizabeth loves fame, and not all that she has won by her power and her wisdom will equal that which she will acquire by extending her hospitality to a distressed sister. Not all that she may hereafter do of good, wise, and great would blot out the reproach of abusing our confidence. Farewell, my page. Now, my knight, farewell for a brief season. I will dry the tears of Catherine, or I will weep with her till neither of us can weep longer." She held out her hand to Roland, who, flinging himself on his knees, kissed it with much emotion. He was about to render the same homage to Catherine, when the queen, assuming an air of sprightliness, said, "Her lips, thou foolish boy, and Catherine, coy it not. These English gentlemen should see that, even in our cold clime, beauty knows how to reward bravery and fidelity." "We are not now to learn the force of Scottish beauty, or the mettle of Scottish valour," said the Sheriff of Cumberland courteously. "I would it were in my power to beat these attendants upon her who is herself the mistress of Scottish beauty, as welcome to England as my poor cares would make them. But our Queen's orders are positive in case of such an emergency, and they must not be disputed by her subjects. May I remind your Majesty that the tide ebbs fast?" The sheriff took the Queen's hand, and she had already placed her foot on the gangway by which she was to enter the skiff, when the abbot, starting from a trance of grief and astonishment at the words of the sheriff, rushed into the water and seized upon her mantle. "She foresaw it! She foresaw it!" he exclaimed. "She foresaw your flight into her realm, and, foreseeing it, gave orders you should be thus received. Blinded, deceived, doomed princess, your fate is sealed when you quit this strand. Queen of Scotland, thou shalt not leave thine heritage," he continued, holding a still firmer grasp upon her mantle. "True men shall turn rebels to thy will, that they may save thee from captivity or death. Fear not the bills and bows whom that gay man has at his beck. We will withstand him by force. Oh, for the arm of my warlike brother! Roland Avenel, draw thy sword!" The Queen stood irresolute and frightened, one foot upon the plank, the other on the sand of her native shore, which she was quitting forever. "What needs this violence, Sir Priest?" said the Sheriff of Cumberland. "I came hither at your Queen's command to do her service, and I will depart at her least order if she rejects such aid as I can offer. No marvel is it if our Queen's wisdom foresaw that such chance as this might happen amidst the turmoils of your unsettled state, and, while willing to afford fair hospitality to her royal sister, deemed it wise to prohibit the entrance of a broken army of her followers into the English frontier." "You hear," said Queen Mary, gently unloosing her robe from the abbot's grasp, "that we exercise full liberty in choice in leaving this shore, and, questionless, the choice will remain free to us in going to France, or returning to our own dominions, as we shall determine. Besides, it is too late. Your blessing, father, and God speed thee." "May he have mercy on thee, princess, and speed thee also," said the abbot, retreating. "But my soul tells me I look on thee for the last time." The sails were hoisted, the oars were plied, the vessel went freshly on her way through the firth which divides the shores of Cumberland from those of Galloway, but not till the vessel diminished to the size of a child's frigate did the doubtful and dejected and dismissed followers of the Queen cease to linger on the sands, and long, long could they discern the kerchief of Mary as she waved the oft-repeated signal of adieu to her faithful adherents and to the shores of Scotland. End of section 68.
Section 69 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Sacking a Church in the Time of John Knox by John Prescott Knight, English artist, 1803 to 1881. Painting, page 336. The sacking of a church is thus described by David Hume: mounting the pulpit at Perth during the present ferment of men's minds, he, John Knox, declaimed with his usual vehemence against the idolatry and other abominations of the Church of Rome, and incited his audience to exert their utmost zeal for its subversion. A priest was so imprudent, after this sermon, as to open his repository of images and relics, and prepare himself to say mass. The audience, exalted to a disposition for any furious enterprise, were as much enraged as if the spectacle had not been quite familiar to them. They attacked the priest with fury, broke the images in pieces, tore the pictures, overthrew the altars, scattered about the sacred vases, and left no implement of idolatrous worship, as they termed it, entire or undefaced. They thence proceeded, with additional numbers and augmented rage, to the monasteries of the Grey and Black Friars, which they pillaged in an instant. The Carthusians underwent the same fate, and the populace, not content with robbing and expelling the monks, vented their fury on the buildings which had been the receptacles of such abomination, and in a little time nothing but the walls of these edifices were left standing. The inhabitants of Cupar, in Fife, soon after imitated the example. End of section 69. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 70 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Marshall, Virginia, USA. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 70. The Fate of Mary, Queen of Scots, 1587, by Sir Walter Scott. Queen Elizabeth had two courses in her power, which might be more or less generous, but were alike just and lawful. She might have received Queen Mary honourably, and afforded her the succour she petitioned for, or, if she did not think that expedient, she might have allowed her to remain in her dominions, at liberty to depart from them freely, as she had entered them voluntarily. But Elizabeth, great as she was upon other occasions of her reign, acted on the present from mean and envious motives. She considered the Scottish queen not as a sister and friend in distress, but as an enemy, over whom circumstances had given her power, and determined upon reducing her to the condition of a captive. Mary was no subject of hers, nor, according to the laws of nations, had the English queen any right to act as umpire in the quarrel between the Scottish sovereign and her subjects. But she extorted in the following manner a sort of acquiescence in her right to decide, from the Scottish queen. The messengers of Queen Elizabeth informed Mary that their mistress regretted extremely that she could not at once admit her to her presence, nor give her the affectionate reception which she longed to afford her, until her visitor stood clear, in the eyes of the world, of the scandalous accusations of her Scottish subjects. Mary at once undertook to make her innocence evident to Elizabeth's satisfaction, and this the Queen of England pretended to consider as a call upon herself to act as umpire in the quarrel betwixt Mary and the party by which she had been deposed and exiled. It was in vain that Mary remonstrated that, in agreeing to remove Elizabeth's scruples, she acted merely out of respect to her opinion, and a desire to conciliate her favour, but not with the purpose of constituting the English Queen her judge in a formal trial. Elizabeth was determined to keep the advantage which she had attained, and to act as if Mary had, of her full free will, rendered her rival the sole arbiter of her fate. The Queen of England accordingly appointed commissioners to hear the parties, and consider the evidence which was to be laid before them by both sides. The commission met at York in October 1568. At the end of 5 months' investigation, the Queen of England informed both parties that she had, on the one hand, seen nothing which induced her to doubt the worth and honour of the Earl of Murray, while, on the other hand, he had, in her opinion, proved nothing of the criminal charges which he had brought against his sovereign. She was, therefore, she said, determined to leave the affairs of Scotland as she had found them. To have treated both parties impartially, as her sentence seemed intended to imply her desire to do, the Queen ought to have restored Mary to liberty. But while Murray was sent down with the loan of a large sum of money, Mary was retained in that captivity which was only to end with her life. Elizabeth continued to treat Mary as guilty, though she declined to pronounce her so, and to use her as her subject, though she was an independent sovereign who had chosen England for a retreat, in the hope of experiencing that hospitable protection which would have been given to the meanest Scottish subject, who, flying from the laws of his own country, sought refuge in the sister kingdom. Always demanding her liberty, and always having her demand evaded or refused, Mary was transported from castle to castle, and placed under the charge of various keepers, who incurred Elizabeth's most severe resentment when they manifested any of that attention to soften the rigours of the poor queen's captivity which mere courtesy and compassion for fallen greatness sometimes prompted. During this severe captivity on the one part, and the greatest anxiety, doubt, and jealousy on the other, the two queens still kept up a sort of correspondence. In the commencement of this intercourse, Mary endeavoured by the force of argument, by the seductions of flattery, and by appeals to the feelings of humanity, to soften towards her the heart of Elizabeth. She tried also to bribe her rival into a more humane conduct towards her, by offering to surrender her crown and reside abroad, if she could but be restored to her personal freedom. But Elizabeth had injured the Queen of Scotland too deeply to venture the consequences of her resentment, and thought herself, perhaps, compelled to continue the course she had commenced, from the fear that, once at liberty, Mary might have pursued measures of revenge, and that she herself would find it impossible to devise any mode of binding the Scottish Queen to perform, when at large, such articles as she might consent to when in bondage. Elizabeth had cause to regard the Queen of Scots with fear, as well as envy and hatred. The Catholic party in England were still very strong, and they considered the claim of Mary to the throne of England, as descended from the Princess Margaret, daughter of Henry VII, to be preferable to that of the existing queen, who was, in their judgment, illegitimate, as being the heir of an illegal marriage betwixt Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, and various plots were entered into among the papists for dethroning Elizabeth, and transferring the kingdom of England to Mary, a sovereign of their own religion, and in their eyes the lawful successor to the crown. As fast as one of these conspiracies was discovered, another seemed to form itself, and coming so closely the one after the other, produced one of the most extraordinary laws that has ever passed in England, declaring that if any rebellion or any attempt against Queen Elizabeth's person should be meditated by or for any person pretending a right to the crown, the Queen might grant a commission of 25 persons, who should have power to examine into and pass sentence upon such offences. And after judgment given, a proclamation was to be issued, depriving the persons in whose behalf the plots or rebellion had been made of all right to the throne, and it was enacted that they might be prosecuted to the death. The hardship of this enactment consisted in its rendering Mary, against whom it was levelled, responsible for the deeds of others, as well as for her own actions, so that if the Catholics arose in rebellion, although without warrant from Mary, or even against her inclination, she was nevertheless rendered liable to lose her right to succession to the crown, and indeed to forfeit her life. Nothing short of the zeal of the English government for the reformed religion and for the personal safety of Elizabeth could have induced them to consent to a law so unjust and so oppressive. This act was passed in 1585, and in the following year a pretext was found for making it the ground of proceedings against Mary. Anthony Babington, a young gentleman of fortune and of talents, but a zealous Catholic and a fanatical enthusiast for the cause of the Scottish Queen, had associated with himself 5 resolute friends and adherents, all men of condition, in the desperate enterprise of assassinating Queen Elizabeth and setting Mary at liberty. But their schemes were secretly betrayed to Walsingham, the celebrated minister of the Queen of England. They were suffered to proceed as far as was thought safe, then seized, tried, and executed. It was next resolved upon that Mary should be brought to trial for her life, under pretence of her having encouraged Babington and his companions in their desperate purpose. She was removed to the castle of Fotheringay and placed under 2 keepers, Sir Amias Paulet and Sir Drew Drury, whose well-known hatred of the Catholic religion was supposed to render them inclined to treat their unfortunate captive with the utmost rigor. Her private cabinet was broken open and stripped of its contents. Her most sacred papers were seized upon and examined. Her principal domestics were removed from her person. Her money and her jewels were taken from her. Queen Elizabeth then proceeded to name commissioners, in terms of the Act of Parliament which I have told you of. They were 40 in number, of the most distinguished of her statesmen and nobility, and were directed to proceed to the trial of Mary for her alleged accession to Babington's conspiracy. On the 14th October, 1586, these commissioners held their court in the great hall of Fotheringay Castle. The evidence which was brought to convict the Queen of Scotland was such as would not now affect the life of the meanest criminal. Yet the commission had the cruelty and meanness to declare Mary guilty of having been accessory to Babington's conspiracy, and of having contrived and endeavoured the death of Queen Elizabeth, contrary to the statute made for the security of the Queen's life, and the Parliament of England approved of and ratified this iniquitous sentence. At any other period in the English history, it is probable that a sovereign attempting such an action as Elizabeth meditated might have been interrupted by the generous and manly sense of justice and humanity peculiar to a free and high-minded people like those of England. But the despotic reign of Henry VIII had too much familiarized the English with the sight of blood of great persons, and even of queens, poured forth by the blow of the executioner, upon the slightest pretexts. And the idea that Elizabeth's life could not be in safety while Mary existed was, in the deep sentiment of loyalty and affection which they entertained for their queen, and which the general tenor of her reign well deserved, strong enough to render them blind to the gross injustice exercised upon a stranger and a Catholic. Yet, with all the prejudices of her subjects in her own favour, Elizabeth would fain have had Mary's death take place in such a way as that she herself should not appear to have any hand in it. Her ministers were employed to write letters to Mary's keepers, insinuating what a good service they would do to Elizabeth and the Protestant religion if Mary could be privately assassinated. But these stern guardians, though strict and severe in their conduct towards the Queen, would not listen to such persuasions, and well was it for them that they did not, for Elizabeth would certainly have thrown the whole blame of the deed upon their shoulders, and left them to answer it with their lives and fortunes. She was angry with them, nevertheless, for their refusal, and called Paulet a precise fellow, loud in boasting of his fidelity, but slack in giving proof of it. As, however, it was necessary, from the scruples of Paulet and Drury, to proceed in all form, Elizabeth signed a warrant for the execution of the sentence pronounced on Queen Mary, and gave it to Davison, her Secretary of State, commanding that it should be sealed with the Great Seal of England. Mary received the melancholy intelligence with the utmost firmness. The soul, she said, was undeserving of the joys of heaven which would shrink from the blow of an executioner. She had not, she added, expected that her kinswoman would have consented to her death, but submitted not the less willingly to her fate. She earnestly requested the assistance of a priest, but this favour, which is granted to the worst criminals, and upon which Catholics lay particular weight, was cruelly refused. The Queen then wrote her last will, and short and affectionate letters of farewell to her relations in France. She distributed among her attendants such valuables as had been left her, and desired them to keep them for her sake. This occupied the evening before the day appointed for the fateful execution. On the 8th February, 1587, the Queen, still maintaining the same calm and undisturbed appearance which she had displayed at her pretended trial, was brought down to the great hall of the castle, where a scaffold was erected, on which were placed a block and a chair, the whole being covered with black cloth. The master of her household, Sir Andrew Melville, was permitted to take a last leave of the mistress whom he had served long and faithfully. He burst into loud lamentations, bewailing her fate, and deploring his own in being destined to carry such news to Scotland. "Weep not, my good Melville," said the Queen, "but rather rejoice, for thou shalt this day see Mary Stuart relieved from all her sorrows." She obtained permission, with some difficulty, that her maids should be allowed to attend her on the scaffold. It was objected to, that the extravagance of their grief might disturb the proceedings. She engaged for them that they would be silent. When the Queen was seated in the fatal chair, she heard the death warrant read by Beale, the clerk to the Privy Council, with an appearance of indifference, nor did she seem more attentive to the devotional exercises of the Dean of Peterborough, in which, as a Catholic, she could not conscientiously join. She implored the mercy of Heaven, after the form prescribed by her own church. She then prepared herself for execution, taking off such parts of her dress as might interfere with the deadly blow. The executioners offered their assistance, but she modestly refused it, saying she had neither been accustomed to undress before so many spectators, nor to be served by such grooms of the chamber. She quietly chid her maids, who were unable to withhold their cries of lamentation, and reminded them that she had engaged for their silence. Last of all, Mary laid her head on the block, which the executioner severed from her body with 2 strokes of his axe. The headsman held it up in his hand, and the Dean of Peterborough cried out, "So perish all Queen Elizabeth's enemies." No voice, save that of the Earl of Kent, could answer Amen. The rest were choked with sobs and tears. Thus died Queen Mary, aged a little above 44 years. She was eminent for beauty, for talents, and accomplishments, nor is there reason to doubt her natural goodness of heart and courageous manliness of disposition. Yet she was, in every sense, one of the most unhappy princesses that ever lived, from the moment when she came into the world in an hour of defeat and danger, to that in which a bloody and violent death closed a weary captivity of 18 years. End of section 70.
Section 71 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sara J. Scotland, Part 4. A Century of Unrest. Historical Note. When the time of civil war between Charles I and the forces of Cromwell had come, the Scots, as Presbyterians, naturally united with the Parliament rather than the king. But when Charles II was restored to the throne, he set to work to establish episcopacy in Scotland. The Scotch Presbyterians, known as Covenanters, were savagely persecuted. But in 1690, under William and Mary, the Presbyterian Church became the State Church. Scotland and England were in reality hardly better friends than they had been in the days of Bannockburn or Flodden Field, and the laws passed in Scotland made it evident that on the death of Queen Anne, her successor would not be accepted as ruler of Scotland. In retaliation, England passed laws that caused great commercial loss to the Scots. The only way to secure for each country what it most wanted was to unite the two under one parliament. This was done in 1707. Since then, the history of Scotland has been a part of that of Great Britain. By the terms of this union, it was agreed that on the death of Queen Anne, she should be succeeded by Sophia, a niece of Charles I. As Sophia died before Anne, Sophia's son George was made king. The Jacobites, supporters of the House of Stuart, had hoped that the line of James II would be restored, and that his son, James Edward, the Pretender, would be placed upon the throne. The Jacobites were chiefly in Scotland, as the Stuarts were a Scottish family. In 1715, there was an uprising of the Scottish Jacobites, but they were defeated at the Battle of Sheriffmuir, and the rebellion was easily suppressed. A second uprising in 1745 at first met with some success, but the rebels were finally dispersed by the defeat of Culloden. This was the last battle fought in Great Britain. End of section 71. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 72 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 72, Why Jenny Geddes Threw Her Stool at the Dean, by Grace Greenwood, Sara J. Lippincott. St. Giles Cathedral, or the High Church, as it is now called, is not a very beautiful building, but it has a venerable look, and has many interesting historical associations. It was here that James VI took leave of his Scottish subjects, as he was about to proceed to England to succeed Elizabeth, and it is recorded that the people actually wept at losing him. But in St. Giles Cathedral occurred a yet more important event than this royal farewell. Here, on the 13th of October, 1643, was sworn to and subscribed by the Committee of Estates in Parliament, the Commission of the Church, and the English Commission, the Solemn League in Covenant, between the English Puritans and the Scottish Presbyterians. Another league called the National Covenant had 6 years before being adopted by the Scottish people alone, as a defense against the encroachments of prelacy or episcopacy. The Reformation in Scotland was much more thorough and hearty than in England. Some of the reformers were too stern, hard, and uncharitable, but they had a stern, hard work to do, and so much persecution to endure, that it is little wonder they could not keep themselves in a very amiable frame of mind. Most of them were honest and earnest men, who had the good of their country and the glory of God at heart. The forms and titles of the English Church were not very different from those of the Church of Rome, though the king was declared its head instead of the Pope. But the Kirk of Scotland was as opposite as possible to the Church of Rome in its forms and government. The Presbyterian system was simple and strictly republican. The affairs of the Kirk were administered by representatives, meeting in assemblies and elected by votes, and no great head of the Church was acknowledged, except Christ himself. The Scottish people went out in a great body from the Church of Rome, because their consciences condemned its corruptions, and their proud spirits rebelled against its tyranny. The English people were mostly driven out by their hot-headed king, Henry VIII, who had taken a spite against the Pope, and for many years they secretly longed to get back and clung for dear life to as many of the Romish forms and ceremonies as their Pope kings would allow them. So it could hardly be expected that there would be such sympathy between the English and Scotch Protestants, though there was really very little difference between the doctrines they professed. King James VI, who was never more than half a man, showed no affection or gratitude toward the Protestant clergy, through whose power he had been placed on his poor mother's throne. The stern old Presbyterian preachers were little to his taste. They refused to flatter him, but bolted out their disagreeable truths, and thundered forth their rough reproofs and admonitions to his face. On one occasion, when an uncommonly free-spoken divine was preaching before him, the storm of pious rebuke came so hot and heavy that the king, jumping to his feet, called out angrily, "Speak sense, mon, or come down fra the pulpit." The minister grew very red in the face, but answered with becoming spirit, "I tell thee, mon, I will neither speak sense nor come down fra the pulpit." When, in 1603, James was called to the English throne, he determined to unite the religions as well as the governments of the two nations, and disliking Presbyterianism, he resolved that it should be made to yield to episcopacy, and that Scotland should conform to England. His first tyrannical act was to punish by banishment, and in other ways 6 clergymen for holding a general assembly without his leave. He next caused measures to be passed by the Parliament at Perth, restoring the order of bishops, which the Kirk had abolished. Then, by threats and bribery, he effected the passage of laws introducing the rites and ceremonies of the English service into the Scottish Church. The day when Parliament ratified these new laws, called the 5 Articles of Perth, was long after spoken of as the Black Saturday. Alas! Scotland had many such black days. The larger part of the clergy and laity refused to accept the new forms of worship, and were cruelly punished for nonconformity. In 1625, James VI died, and was succeeded by his son, Charles I, who was put to death by Cromwell and his party in 1649. He had some amiable, manly qualities. He was a good husband and father, which is more than could be said of many of the Stuart family. But he was not a good king, and he has been pitied more than he deserved, I think, chiefly because he was an elegant, accomplished prince, dignified, melancholy, handsome, and wore his hair in long, glossy curls over his shoulders. It is very hard to lose one's head, even if it has never been anointed and worn a crown. But Charles put his to no good use, and by his foolish acts seemed bent on getting rid of it. He was rash, obstinate, unreliable, and despotic. One of his most foolish and fatal undertakings was to carry out his father's plan of making the Scots conform to episcopacy. He ordered his English bishops to prepare a liturgy, or Book of Common Prayer, for the Scottish Church, and sent down his most royal commands that it should be universally adopted by the clergy and the people. Sunday, July 23rd, 1637, was the day appointed for the introduction of the new service book into the churches of Edinburgh. A multitude of people, including all the great lords and magistrates of the city, assembled at the high church of St. Giles. The Dean of Edinburgh was to officiate, and at the time set for the service he came out of the vestry, dressed in his surplice, and trying to look solemn and priest-like, but evidently feeling not a little nervous and awkward. He passed to the reading desk, and began reading the service in a loud but rather unsteady voice, while the people looked on silently, some curious and wondering, as though at a show, but the greater part sullen and indignant. Among those who showed most horror and anger was an old woman by the name of Jenny Geddes. She was not learned nor great. She was only the keeper of a greengrocer's stall in High Street. But she was a dame of spirit, and a stanch Presbyterian who hated episcopacy next to Romanism, and Romanism next to the evil one himself. This morning she sat on a little stool near the desk, but sat very uneasily from the first, boiling over with indignation. When the dean came out in his robes, she tossed her nose in the air with disgust, and muttered something about popish rags. Then she drummed impatiently with her foot, fidgeted and frowned, and took snuff, and glowered at him with her twinkling black eyes. At length, when he came to announce the collect for the day, it seemed she could control herself no longer, but springing to her feet, she caught up her stool and flung it at the poor dean's head, calling out at the top of her shrill voice, Dale Culloch, the warren of thee, thou foul thief, dost thou say the mass at my lug? Which translated into plain English means, I am sorry to say, something very like this. The evil one give thee the colic, thou false thief. Dost thou dare to say the mass in my ears? A very kind and impolite wish, certainly, but those were rude times, and Dame Janet was very much excited. The throwing of her stool was the signal for a general uproar. All the women of the congregation rushed toward the desk, threatening to tear the surplice from the dean's shoulders, but he very prudently slipped it off, and while they were ripping and rending it to pieces, made his escape, and ran like a frightened hare till he reached his covert, the deanery. Then the Bishop of Edinburgh mounted the pulpit to call the people to order, but he soon dismounted, for he was not only saluted by cries of a Pope, and other hard names, but by a regular storm of stools, and even stones. For the men, grown as courageous and excited as the women, were all up in arms, and chose rather to fight than to pray in the new way. This riot was the beginning of a stout and universal resistance to the introduction of the service book. The king was as obstinate as his subjects, and sent commands to the magistrates to punish the rioters severely, and enforce the reading of the liturgy. Then the people banded together and drew up and signed the great national covenant, by which they bound themselves to oppose episcopacy and defend Presbyterianism with their lives. Hundreds of thousands eagerly signed this covenant, though they knew it might expose them to persecution and even to martyrdom. Some signed it with one hand raised to heaven and tears streaming down their cheeks, and some drew blood from their arms and dipped their pins in it, to make their oaths more solemn. Such a people as this were a match for any tyrant, as King Charles found to his cost. After declaring war against his rebellious Scottish subjects, and fighting several battles with the Covenanters, he was obliged to abandon his purpose, and make to them some important concessions. It was to a Scottish army that he finally surrendered himself, and, I regret to say, it was a Scottish army that sold him to the English Parliament. When Charles I was put to death, the Parliament of Scotland resolved to support his son, Charles II, provided he would sign the covenant. This he did, though he hated Presbyterianism, even more than his father and grandfather had done. He said it was not the religion for a gentleman, a singular objection for a prince to make, who, it seemed, did not think any folly or vice ungentlemanly. Charles signed the covenant for nothing. His Scottish army was not strong enough to contend with the English forces, and he was obliged to retire to the Continent, and there remain till after the death of the great Protector Cromwell. That old lion out of the way, he came back to England, and ascended the throne, and the people rejoiced as though this had been a happy event, and not, what it proved, a heavy misfortune. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 73 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sonia. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Evermarch Tappan. Section 73. Gathering Song of Donald the Black by Sir Walter Scott. The division of the northern part of Scotland into valleys led to the formation of the inhabitants into small, isolated groups that had little to do with one another. Some men of wealth or of unusual ability became chief of each group, and the group received the name of clan, or children. The marriages of each clan generally occurred within itself. Moreover, it was believed that both chief and followers were descended from some common ancestor. Thus the feeling of devotion to a leader was strengthened by the ties of relationship, and the clan followed its chief's banner as if it had been that of a father. The plaid was a piece of cloth 2 yards by 4. Each clan had a plaid of a special arrangement of colours. This plaid was wrapped about the body in graceful folds, girded in at the waist, and fastened with a silver clasp upon the breast. The clan was sometimes called to warfare by the pibroch of the chief, a wild, irregular strain performed upon the bagpipe, sometimes by a messenger who bore the fiery cross, a cross of wood whose extremities were set on fire. The Editor. Pibroch of Donuil Dhu, Pibroch of Donuil, wake thy wild voice anew, summon Clan Conil. Come away, hark to the summons, come in your war array, gentles and commons. Come from the deep glen, and from mountains so rocky, the war-pipe and pennon are at Inverlochy. Come every hill-plaid, and true heart that wears one, come every steel-blade, and strong hand that bears one. Leave untended the herd, the flock without shelter, leave the corpse uninterred, the bride at the altar. Leave the deer, leave the steer, leave nets and barges, come with your fighting gear, broadswords and targes. Come as the winds come, when forests are rended, come as the waves come, when navies are stranded. Faster come, faster and faster, chief, vassal, page and groom, tenant and master. Fast they come, see how they gather, wide waves the eagle plume, blended with heather. Cast your plaids, draw your blades, forward each man set, Pibroch of Donuil Dhu, knell for the onset. End of section 73. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 74 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. The Execution of Montrose, 1650, by William E. Ayton. Montrose was a Scottish statesman who served first in the Presbyterian army and later in that of King Charles. In behalf of the king, he made a descent upon Scotland, was taken prisoner by the Presbyterians, and executed. The Editor. He is coming, like a bridegroom from his room, came the hero from his prison to the scaffold and the doom. There was glory on his forehead, there was lustre in his eye, and he never walked to battle more proudly than to die. There was colour in his visage, though the cheeks of all were wan, and they marvelled as they saw him pass, that great and goodly man. He mounted up the scaffold, and he turned him to the crowd, but they dared not trust the people, so he might not speak aloud. But he looked upon the heavens, and they were clear and blue, and in the liquid ether the eye of God shone through. Yet a black and murky battlement lay resting on the hill, as though the thunder slept within, all else was calm and still. The grim Geneva ministers with anxious scowl drew near, as you have seen the ravens flock around the dying deer. He would not deign them word nor sign, but alone he bent the knee, and veiled his face for Christ's dear grace beneath the gallows tree. Then radiant and serene he rose, and cast his cloak away, for he had ta'en his latest look of earth and sun and day. A beam of light fell o'er him like a glory round the shriven, and he climbed the lofty ladder, as it were the path to heaven. Then came a flash from out the cloud, and a stunning thunder roll, and no man dared to look aloft, for fear was on every soul. There was another heavy sound, a hush, and then a groan, and darkness swept across the sky. The work of death was done. End of section 74. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 75 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 75, The Burial March of Dundee. 1689, by William E. Ayton. Dundee, or Claverhouse, was a Scottish soldier noted for his cruel enforcement of the laws enacted against the Scottish Covenanters. In 1689 he stirred up some of the clans to fight against William III of England. They routed the English at Killiecrankie, but Dundee fell in the fight. The Editor. On the heights of Killiecrankie, yestermorn our army lay. Slowly rose the mist in columns from the river's broken way. Hoarsely roared the swollen torrent, and the pass was wrapped in gloom, when the clansmen rose together from their lair amidst the broom. Then we belted on our tartans, and our bonnets down we drew, and we felt our broadswords' edges, and we proved them to be true. And we prayed the prayer of soldiers, and we cried the gathering cry, and we clasped the hands of kinsmen, and we swore to do or die. Then our leader rode before us, on his war-horse black as night. Well the Cameronian rebels knew that charger in the fight, and a cry of exultation from the bearded warriors rose, for we loved the house of Clavers, and we thought of good Montrose. And he raised his hand for silence. Soldiers, I have sworn a vow, ere the evening star shall glisten on Schiehallion's lofty brow, either we shall rest in triumph, or another of the Grahams shall have died in battle harness for his country and King James. Think upon the royal martyr, think of what his race endure, think on him whom butchers murdered on the field of Magus Mur. By his sacred blood I charge ye, by the ruined hearth and shrine, by the blighted hopes of Scotland, by your injuries and mine, strike this day as if the anvil lay beneath your blows the while, be they covenanting traitors or the brood of false Argyle. Strike and drive the trembling rebels backwards o'er the stormy Forth. Let them tell their pale convention how they fared within the north. Let them tell that Highland honour is not to be bought nor sold, that we scorn their prince's anger as we loathe his foreign gold. Strike, and when the fight is over, if ye look in vain for me, where the dead are lying thickest, search for him that was Dundee. And the evening star was shining on Schiehallions distant head, when we wiped our bloody broadswords, and returned to count the dead. There we found him gashed and gory, stretched upon the cumbered plain, as he told us where to seek him, in the thickest of the slain. And a smile was on his visage, for within his dying ear pealed the joyful note of triumph, and the clansmen's clamorous cheer. So, amidst the battle's thunder, shot and steel and scorching flame, and the glory of his manhood, passed the spirit of the Graham. Open wide the vaults of Athol, where the bones of heroes rest. Open wide the hallowed portals, to receive another guest. Last of Scots and last of freemen, last of all the dauntless race, who would rather die unsullied than outlive the land's disgrace. O thou lion-hearted warrior, reck not of the after-time. Honour may be deemed dishonour, loyalty be called a crime. Sleep in peace with kindred ashes of the noble and the true, hands that never failed their country, hearts that never baseness knew. Sleep, and till the latest trumpet wakes the dead from earth and sea, Scotland shall not boast a braver chieftain than our own Dundee. End of section 75. This recording is in the public domain. Section 76 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Peter. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 76. The Massacre of Glencoe, 1692. By P. Hume Brown. Though the Highlanders had been defeated at Dunkeld by the Cameronians, they were still in a very restless state. and it was feared that another rebellion might break out. It was in the West Highlands, and especially in Argyllshire, where it seemed most likely that the rebellion would take place. The reason of this was that almost all the clans in that part of the country hated the Earl of Argyll, and as he was a supporter of William, this made the chiefs, who were his enemies, take the side of James. What the government feared was that a French force would land in the Highlands, and then many of the clans would be certain to join it, and there would be another civil war. General Mackay, therefore, was sent to the West Highlands with a body of soldiers, and to overawe the chiefs, he built a fort at Inverlochy, which he called Fort William, after the name of the king. But the government was anxious to make sure that the chiefs would not again rise as they had done under Dundee. The first plan that was tried was one which had often been tried before. A sum of money, amounting to £12,000, was distributed among the chiefs, to bribe them to be loyal to William. This did very little good, however. Some of the chiefs refused to take the bribe, and others accepted it, but became no more loyal than before. Then, in the year 1691, the government took a step which was to lead to a frightful crime. It proclaimed that if the chiefs did not take the oath of allegiance to William by the 1st of January, 1692, they would be treated as outlaws, and their lands would become the property of the king. By the appointed day all the chiefs had taken the oath except one, Alexander MacDonald, chief of the clan of MacDonald, that inhabited the valley of Glencoe, in the north of Argyllshire. He meant to take the oath, but he foolishly put it off till it was too late. On the appointed day he went to Fort William, but the officer there told him that he could not receive his oath, and that the nearest place where it could be taken was Inverary. Inverary was at the other end of Argyllshire. The roads were deep in snow, and MacDonald was an old man and unable to travel swiftly. When he arrived at Inverary, it was 5 days after the appointed time. However, he did take the oath, and that should have saved him and his clan. Now, the person who had most power in Scotland at this time was Sir John Dalrymple, the Secretary of State, and he was determined to teach the Highland chiefs such a lesson as would keep them quiet ever afterwards. He got William, therefore, to sign what were called letters of fire and sword against the clan MacDonald, without telling him that the chief had taken the oath. These letters of fire and sword had been quite common in Scotland, and what they meant was that the persons against whom they were directed should be treated as rebels, and hunted down till they were either slain or taken prisoners. One day, not a month after MacDonald had taken the oath, a troop of 120 soldiers appeared in the valley of Glencoe. Most of them were Highlanders, and they were commanded by 2 men, Major Duncanson and Captain Glenlyon, both of whom belonged to the clan of the Campbells, who were the deadly enemies of the MacDonalds. The soldiers were hospitably received by the MacDonalds, and for about a fortnight the strangers and their hosts lived in the friendliest way together. At last, when their plans were ready, the officers gave the orders which they had received from Dalrymple. One morning, about 5 o'clock, the old chief was shot as he was getting out of bed, and his wife immediately met the same fate. The plan had been that every MacDonald should be massacred, but, as it was a dark winter morning, many escaped among the neighbouring hills. 38, however, were slain, and among them were 2 children, 2 women, and an old man of 80. This was the massacre of Glencoe, one of the most frightful crimes in the history of Scotland. Instead of helping William, as Dalrymple had intended, it made his enemies still more bitter against him, though, of course, William had never thought that the letters of fire and sword would be carried out in such a cruel and treacherous way. End of section 76. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 77 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 77, A Rescue at the Battle of Prestonpans, 1745, by Sir Walter Scott. In 1745, Charles Edward, the Young Pretender, entered Scotland hoping to win the support of the Highland clans In this he succeeded to some extent, and defeated a small English force at Prestonpans. The rescue of an English officer, in the manner described, really occurred in this engagement. The story was told to Scott when he was a boy of 15. The Editor. When Fergus MacIvor and his friend had slept for a few hours, they were awakened and summoned to attend the prince. The distant village clock was heard to toll 3 as they hastened to the place where he lay. He was already surrounded by his principal officers and the chiefs of clans. A bundle of pease straw, which had been lately his couch, now served for his seat. Just as Fergus reached the circle, the consultation had broken up. "Courage, my brave friends," said the chevalier, and each one put himself instantly at the head of his command. "A faithful friend is offered to guide us by a practicable, though narrow and circuitous route, which, sweeping to our right, traverses the broken ground and morass, and enables us to gain the firm and open plain upon which the enemy are lying. This difficulty surmounted, Heaven and your good swords must do the rest." The proposal spread unanimous joy, and each leader hastened to get his men into order with as little noise as possible. The army, moving by its right from off the ground on which they had rested, soon entered the path through the morass, conducting their march with astonishing silence and great rapidity. The mist had not risen to the higher grounds, so that for some time they had the advantage of starlight. But this was lost as the stars faded before approaching day, and the head of the marching column, continuing its descent, plunged as it were into the heavy ocean of fog, which rolled its white waves over the whole plain and over the sea by which it was bounded. Some difficulties were now to be encountered, inseparable from darkness, a narrow, broken, and marshy path, and the necessity of preserving union in the march. These, however, were less inconvenient to Highlanders from their habits of life than they would have been to any other troops, and they continued a steady and swift movement. As the clan of Ivor approached the firm ground, following the track of those who preceded them, the challenge of a patrol was heard through the mist, though they could not see the dragoon by whom it was made. "Who goes there?" "Hush!" cried Fergus, "hush! Let none answer, as he values his life." Press forward, and they continued their march with silence and rapidity. The patrol fired his carabine upon the body, and the report was instantly followed by the clang of his horse's feet as he galloped off. "Hylax in limine la trot," said the Baron of Bradwardine, who heard the shot. "That loon will give the alarm." The clan of Fergus had now gained the firm plain, which had lately borne a large crop of corn, but the harvest was gathered in, and the expanse was unbroken by tree, bush, or interruption of any kind. The rest of the army were following fast when they heard the drums of the enemy beat the general. Surprise, however, had made no part of their plan, so they were not disconcerted by this intimation that the foe was upon his guard and prepared to receive them. It only hastened their dispositions for the combat, which were very simple. The Highland army, which now occupied the eastern end of the wide plain or stubble field so often referred to, was drawn up in 2 lines extending from the morass towards the sea. The first was destined to charge the enemy, the second to act as a reserve. The few horse whom the prince headed in person remained between the 2 lines. The adventurer had intimated a resolution to charge in person at the head of his first line, but his purpose was deprecated by all around him, and he was with difficulty induced to abandon it. Both lines were now moving forward, the first prepared for instant combat. The plans of which it was composed formed each a sort of separate phalanx, narrow in front and in depth 10, 12, or 15 files, according to the strength of the following. The best armed and best born, for the words were synonymous, were placed in front of each of these irregular subdivisions. The others in the rear shouldered forward the front, and by their pressure added both physical impulse and additional ardor and confidence to those who were first to encounter the danger. "Down with your plaid, Waverley!" cried Fergus, throwing off his own. We'll win silks for our tartans before the sun is above the sea. The clansmen on every side stripped their plaids, prepared their arms, and there was an awful pause of about 3 minutes, during which the men, pulling off their bonnets, raised their faces to heaven and uttered a short prayer, then pulled their bonnets over their brows and began to move forward, at first slowly. Waverley felt his heart at that moment throb, as it would have burst from his bosom. It was not fear, it was not ardor, it was a compound of both, a new and deeply energetic impulse, that with its first emotion chilled and astounded, then fevered and maddened his mind. The sounds around him combined to exalt his enthusiasm. The pipes played, and the clans rushed forward, each in its own dark column. As they advanced, they mended their pace, and the muttering sounds of the men to each other began to swell into a wild cry. At this moment the sun, which was now risen above the horizon, dispelled the mist. The vapors rose like a curtain, and showed the two armies in the act of closing. The line of the regulars was formed directly fronting the attack of the Highlanders. It glittered with the appointments of a complete army, and was flanked by cavalry and artillery, but the sight impressed no terror on the assailants. "Forward, sons of Ivor!" cried their chief, "or the Camerons will draw the first blood." They rushed on with a tremendous yell. The rest is well known. The horse who were commanded to charge the advancing Highlanders in the flank received an irregular fire from their fuses as they ran on, and seized with a disgraceful panic, wavered, halted, disbanded, and galloped from the field. The artillerymen, deserted by the cavalry, fled after discharging their pieces, and the Highlanders, who dropped their guns when fired and drew their broadswords, rushed with headlong fury against the infantry. It was at this moment of confusion and terror that Waverley remarked an English officer, apparently of high rank, standing alone and unsupported by a field piece, which, after the flight of the men by whom it was wrought, he had himself levelled and discharged against the clan of MacIver, the nearest group of Highlanders within his aim. Struck with his tall, martial figure, and eager to save him from inevitable destruction, Waverley outstripped for an instant even the speediest of the warriors, and reaching the spot first, called to him to surrender. The officer replied by a thrust with his sword, which Waverley received in his target, and in turning it aside, the Englishman's weapon broke. At the same time, the battle axe of Dugald Mahony was in the act of descending upon the officer's head. Waverley intercepted and prevented the blow, and the officer, perceiving further resistance unavailing, and struck with Edward's generous anxiety for his safety, resigned the fragment of his sword, and was committed by Waverley to Dugald, with strict charge to use him well, and not to pillage his person, promising him at the same time full indemnification for the spoil. On Edward's right the battle for a few minutes raged fierce and thick. The English infantry, trained in the wars in Flanders, stood their ground with great courage, but their extended files were pierced and broken in many places by the close masses of the clans, and in the personal struggle which ensued, the nature of the Highlanders' weapons and their extraordinary fierceness and activity gave them a decided superiority over those who had been accustomed to trust much to their array and discipline, and felt that the one was broken and the other useless. Waverley, as he cast his eyes toward the scene of smoke and slaughter, observed Colonel Gardiner deserted by his own soldiers in spite of all his attempts to rally them, yet spurring his horse through the field to take the command of a small body of infantry, who, with their backs arranged against the wall of his own park, for his house was close by the field of battle, continued a desperate and unavailing resistance. Waverley could perceive that he had already received many wounds, his clothes and saddle being marked with blood. To save this good and brave man became the instant object of his most anxious exertions, but he could only witness his fall ere Edward could make his way among the Highlanders, who, furious and eager for spoil, now thronged upon each other. He saw his former commander brought from his horse by the blow of a scythe, and beheld him receive, while on the ground, more wounds than would have let out 20 lives. When Waverley came up, however, perception had not entirely fled. The dying warrior seemed to recognize Edward, for he fixed his eye upon him with an upbraiding yet sorrowful look, and appeared to struggle for utterance. but he felt that death was dealing closely with him, and resigning his purpose and folding his hands as if in devotion, he gave up his soul to his Creator. The look with which he regarded Waverley in his dying moments did not strike him so deeply at that crisis of hurry and confusion as when it recurred to his imagination at the distance of some time. Loud shouts of triumph now echoed over the whole field. The battle was fought and won, and the whole baggage, artillery, and military stores of the regular army remained in possession of the victors. Never was a victory more complete. Scarce any escaped from the battle, excepting the cavalry, who had left it at the very onset, and even these were broken into different parties and scattered all over the country. End of section 77. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 78 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Order of Release by Sir John Everett Millais, English painter, 1829 to 1896. Painting, page 388. In 1745, Charles Edward Stuart, the Young Pretender, grandson of James II, the deposed King of England, landed in the Highlands of Scotland. The clans rallied about him, and at Prestonpans he met and defeated a small English army. After besieging Edinburgh in vain, he set out at the head of a motley force of 6,000 men on an invasion of England. When within 2 days' march of London, the coldness of his reception and the desertion of his soldiers forced him to turn back, and soon after his army was destroyed at the Battle of Culloden. A prize of £30,000 was placed by the English government on the head of the Young Pretender, but after hiding for 5 months among the Scottish Highlands, he managed to escape to France. The picture shows a Highlander who has been wounded and imprisoned in this rebellion, delivered by an order of release brought by his wife. Carrying her baby on her left arm, she presents the order to the jailer, who with keys in his hand narrowly scans the paper. The prisoner's collie dog jumps up and fawns on him as, overcome with emotion at his unexpected release, he lets his head fall on his wife's shoulder. End of section 78. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 79 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 79. How Flora MacDonald Saved Prince Charlie, 1745, by Charles Sandford Terry. The moment was instinct with the need of action prompt and decisive. O'Neill bluntly formulated his plan that Flora should somehow convey the prince to her mother's home in Skye. The scheme was hazardous, but Flora thought rather of the suspicion which would fall upon her chief, Sir Alexander MacDonald, then attending Cumberland. O'Neill persisted, and dwelt upon the honour and immortality that would redound to her. Charles also assured her of his undying gratitude, and at length the brave girl consented. They parted in the early morning, she to Nunton, Clanranald's home, to make preparations, Charles and O'Neill to their old haunt in Corriedale. In what imminent danger her prince stood was apparent to Flora from an incident on her way to Nunton. She and her attendant, Neil McCacken, had not proceeded far when they were challenged by a party of militia, and having no passport were detained in custody. By good fortune her stepfather was captain of the company, and when he arrived next day, June 22nd, she told him the dangerous scheme to which she had committed herself. Details of it had no doubt been discussed already near Milton. Charles was to go under the disguise of Betty Burke. In one of his narratives, O'Neill seems to suggest that it was Charles's own idea, and Betty, a good spinster, was to accompany Flora to Armadale, where Mrs. MacDonald had much lint to spin. The scheme was a bold one, but plausible. Passports, however, were needed, and Flora begged her stepfather to grant them. He complied readily, for at heart he was a Jacobite, and set her at liberty. So with passports for herself, Betty Burke and Neil Mackay, and a letter from Captain MacDonald to his wife, recommending the virtues of that paragon amongst spinsters, Betty Burke, Flora continued her journey to Nunton. Meanwhile, Charles and O'Neill had reached the shelter of Corriedale. On the 22nd they received a message from Flora that all was well. Neil, no doubt, was the bearer, and he would report the good news of the passports. But the hours passed and no signal came from Flora. Charles became irritable and anxious, as Neil has left on record. O'Neill even declares that he had made up his mind to surrender, that his buoyant nature should have bowed before a position seemingly hopeless may be forgiven him. Action was the blood of him, suspense a weariness. For a moment the scheme agreed upon was in danger of breaking down entirely. An alternative, that Hugh MacDonald of Balshare should pilot the Prince northward, was proposed from Nunton and abandoned. Betty Burke perforce donned her petticoats. On the 23rd, Neil managed to transport Charles and O'Neill to Weay. Next day found them on Bekere, scouting cautiously towards Rossinish, the rendezvous. They reached it at midnight. 3 more days of heart-eating anxiety passed slowly. At length all was ready, and on the 27th, Flora, Lady Clanranald, and a Mrs. MacDonald, escorted by O'Neill, proceeded to Rossinish. They found Charles, the prey of myriad midges, in a tiny hut cooking his dinner, the heart, liver, kidneys, etc. of a bullock or sheep, upon a wooden spit. The fare was not regal, but with Flora on his right hand and Lady Clanranald on his left, all dined very heartily. Dinner ended, there was some jocose drollery regarding Betty Burke and her clothing. Lady Clanranald begged Charles to try on his unaccustomed gear, and with some tears for the occasion, dressed him in his new habit, a coarse calico gown, quilted petticoat of light colour, a dun-coloured woollen cloak, with a hood made, Irish fashion, to cover the lang, odd hussy's boyish face and bristly chin. A note of warning broke up the feast. Captain John Ferguson and an advanced section of Campbell's men were already at Nunton. The party scattered, Lady Clanranald to Nunton to explain her absence, the rest to Loch Uskabach. Fresh alarms disturbed them there. Very wet and wearied, they had made a fire upon a rock to warm them until nightfall. But the blaze was observed, and soon 4 armed wherries were making for the shore. Extinguishing the fire, Charles and his party made for the heather, and lay concealed there until the evening. By 8 o'clock, June 28, the coast was clear and the moment of departure at hand. O'Neill begged to be allowed to accompany his master. Flora refused. She had no pass for him, and objected that he knew no Gaelic and had a foreign air likely to compromise them. Sadly he saw them depart, for Flora, one gathers, took some of his heart with her. He was made prisoner soon after, and so remained until February 1747. It was a clear summer evening when Charles set sail from Loch Uskabach over the sea to Skye, but the fair promise was not fulfilled. About a league from shore the sea became rough, and the wind blew half a gale. With Bekere and its dangers behind him, Charles seemed to be in good spirits, and watched over the sleeping Flora while he sang songs to hearten his crew. With the morning the sea grew calm, and the point of Vaternish rose before them. Their ubiquitous enemy was awaiting them. 3 boats lay moored near the shore. A shot whistled over them, a summons to bring to. Bending to their oars, the boatmen drove their boat into a friendly creek. There they rested and breakfasted, and, no pursuer being in sight, brought their charge in safety to Kilbride. The first stage of the adventure was over, but other help was needed for its accomplishment. Not far northward of Kilbride lay Monkstadt, or Mugstot, Lady Margaret MacDonald's home. Thither Flora went with Neil, leaving Charles upon the shore. Her arrival was sadly mistimed. The militia were not far distant, and their commander, Lieutenant MacLeod, was in the house. Leaving Flora to hold him in conversation, Lady Margaret left the room. Her husband was with Cumberland, somewhat under suspicion already, and Cumberland's elusive quarry was on the threshold of her house. The situation was unnerving. By good fortune, her husband's factor, MacDonald of Kingsburgh, happened to be with her. Captain Donald Roy MacDonald also came at a hasty summons. Walking to and fro in the garden, under the eye of the unsuspecting lieutenant, they concocted their plan. Charles must be smuggled to Rasa. Kingsburgh undertook to see him to Portree, and Donald Roy went off to find young MacLeod of Rasa and to procure a boat. That arranged, Lady Margaret returned to her visitors. The comedy was not yet played out. She pressed Flora to stay with her. She had so often promised herself, and so forth. Flora, ignorant of the garden plot, declined. The troublesome times called her to her mother at Armadale, and she must travel thither without delay. So after dinner she went, and with her Neil, Mrs. John MacDonald of Kirkibost, and her maid, an embarrassing addition to the party. Meanwhile, Charles had been told of the new plan for his safety. Kingsburgh had sent a message by Neil bidding him conduct the prince to a hill on the road at the back of Monkstadt. Kingsburgh joined him there later and brought refreshment, a little wine and a few biscuits. An hour before sunset they started, taking the road towards Kingsburgh's house. Flora and her companions came up soon afterwards. Stalking along the road, Betty Burke presented a strange figure. Mrs. MacDonald's maid observed her with some contempt. Never had she seen, she declared, such an impudent-looked woman, and how awkwardly she managed her skirts. Flora was in an agony of fear, and hastily drew her companion and her inquisitive maid to the front. Soon they left her, and trudging on through the rain and darkness, midnight brought the fugitive to the shelter of Kingsburgh's home. Mrs. MacDonald was already in her robe de nuit when a message from Kingsburgh told her that Milton's daughter was her guest. "Give my service to her," she answered from her room, "and tell her to make free with anything in the house, for I am very sleepy and cannot see her this night." Soon her daughter, wide-eyed and wondering, burst in upon her. "Mother," she panted, "father has brought in a very odd, muckle, ill-shaken-up wife as ever I saw. I never saw the like of her, and he has gone into the hall with her." On the heels of his daughter came Kingsburgh himself, clamouring for supper. "Pray, good man," said his wife, "what company is this you have brought with you?" "That you shall know in good time," answered Kingsburgh. "Only make haste and get some supper." Mrs. MacDonald, suspicious but compliant, sent her daughter to the hall for her keys. But the muckle woman was striding up and down the hall in a manner terrifying to behold. The girl saw her and fled. Presently Mrs. MacDonald appeared. As she told Bishop Forbes in after days, "I saw such an odd muckle trollop of a Carlin making lang wide steps through the hall that I could not like her appearance at all. What a lang odd hussy is this?" she whispered to Kingsburgh aside. He would not satisfy her curiosity, and demanded supper. Charles, in fact, betrayed himself. As she returned to the hall from her larder, he came forward and saluted his hostess with a bristly kiss. At once she divined half the mystery. The lang hussy was a man in disguise. "My dear," said Kingsburgh, "it is the prince." Fear for her good man and their home, and anxiety over the meagreness of her larder, tore her equally. But she refused to sit down with royalty. "I know not how to behave before Majesty," she objected. Again Kingsburgh reassured her, and at length, the comic prelude over, all fell to supper. No need had Mrs. MacDonald to apologise for her fare. Betty Burke ate heartily. Roasted eggs, collops, bread and butter, and a comprehensive etc. lingered in Mrs. MacDonald's memory as the successive courses of that memorable repast. As to drink, "The dealer drap that he wantins weem of 2 bottles of small beer," she recalled. "God do him good o't," she added piously, "for well I wot he had my blessing to gae down wit." After supper Charles called for brandy and pledged his host and hostess. Then he asked for tobacco, taking a broken pipe from his pouch. Kingsburgh found a clean pipe and tobacco to fill it. The hour was towards daylight when they went to bed. Meanwhile, at Portree, Roy MacDonald had been making arrangements for the voyage to Rasa. The day was far advanced when Charles and his party marched thither. He left Kingsburgh's house in his female gear, but with the resolution to abandon it at the first opportunity. The disguise, in fact, rather drew attention to its wearer than screened him from it, for, as Kingsburgh remarked, Charles' feminine airs were also manlike. In a wood not far from Kingsburgh, Betty Burke shed her bucklings. At Portree, Roy MacDonald, young Rasa, and Captain Malcolm MacLeod were waiting for the prince at the inn. He was wet to the skin when he arrived, having on a plaid without breeches, trews, or even philibeg. Roy MacDonald offered his kilt. Then he fell heartily to the meat, and after his meal called for tobacco, £1/4 pound at 4 halfpenny, and smoked a pipe before his departure. The moment of farewell had come. Charles bade good-bye to Kingsburgh and Neil MacCagan. Then, turning to Flora, he said, "For all that has happened, I hope, madam, we shall meet in St. James's yet." So he and his new guardians made their way to the boat. At his belt on one side, he carried a bottle of Portree whisky, on the other, a bottle of Kingsburgh's, brandy and 4 shirts. In a napkin he took with him a cold hen, also from Kingsburgh's larder. In his pocket was a lump of sugar. On his way to the boat he took the sugar from his pocket and gave it to Roy MacDonald, for Flora. "For I am afraid," he said, "she will get no sugar where she is going. Our Lady," he called her. Roy handed the sugar to Malcolm MacLeod, for the prince's need was likely to be greater than Flora's, though he was to win through to freedom and she to captivity. His last thought was of Flora. "Tell nobody, no, not Our Lady, which way I am gone," he directed Roy MacDonald. At the dawning of the day, July the 1st, he sailed from Skye. Flora MacDonald was arrested and kept as a prisoner for several months, but was then set free under the Indemnity Act of 1747. In 1774, she and her husband came to North Carolina, but returned to Scotland at the time of the American Revolution. The Editor. End of section 79. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jane Bennett. Section 80 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Jane Bennett. Ireland, Part 1, The Golden Age of Erin. Historical note. Ireland was invaded by race after race, and last of all, about the year 1000 BC, by the Milesians or Gaels, who are thought to have come from Gaul or Spain. At the time of their coming, Ireland was held by a race of hunters, known in legend as the Dedannans. The Milesians introduced agriculture and an elaborate legal system known as the Brehon laws. Even in those earliest days, poetry and music were cultivated in Ireland, and beauty of scenery was appreciated. The 5 kingdoms into which Ireland was divided were almost constantly at war with one another, but about the 2nd century AD, the central kingdom of Meath became predominant, and under the semi-legendary King Cormac, who is said to have held high court at Tara in the 3rd century AD, pagan Ireland reached its highest glory. At some time during the 5th century, St. Patrick preached Christianity in the land and founded churches and schools. St. Columba established a school at Iona in 563, and thence missionaries bore their message through the Scottish lowlands and the north of England. For at least 2 centuries, Ireland led all Western Europe in learning, and was justly called the Island of Saints and Scholars. The progress of Ireland was broken in upon by the savage attacks of the Norsemen, which began at the end of the 8th century. Unfortunately, there was too much rivalry among the Irish chiefs for them to unite readily against even so dangerous a foe. But at length, by the efforts of the 3 kings, Niall, Malachy, and Brian Boru, the power of the invaders was weakened. And finally, in 1014, Brian Boru met them at Clontarf and defeated them so thoroughly that never again did they attempt a raid upon the country. After the defeat of the Northmen, warfare between the Irish chiefs was so constant that a chronicler described the island as a trembling sod. In the 12th century, one Dermot, King of Leinster, was driven from his throne. By permission of Henry II of England, the Norman Earl of Pembroke, known as Strongbow, came to his aid, married his daughter Eva, and later claimed the crown of Leinster. Thus it was that the Normans first entered the land. End of section 80. This recording is in the public domain. Section 81 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappen. Section 81. Whasin in Tirnanock, an Irish folk story. The following is a good example of the folk story of Ireland. It is a fascinating commingling of the real and fictitious. Finn Macumhail, St. Patrick, the Jews and the Druids abide together in the utmost harmony. Whether their home is pictured as in the fabled country of youth, or on the very substantial hill called Knock-an-Nar, is entirely immaterial. There is unrestrained fancy and a wild luxuriance of imagination. The narrative roams on from one incident to another, with little attempt at definite construction. The ending may be the climax of some episode of the story, but often it provides nothing by way of climax to the tale as a whole. This tale of Voisin, Ossian, is one of the folk tales collected by Jeremiah Curtin in Ireland in 1887, taken from the lips of Gaelic-speaking persons. The Editor. There was a king in Tir Nanok, the land of youth, who held the throne and crown for many a year against all comers, and the law of the kingdom was that every 7th year the champions and best men of the country should run for the office of king. Once in 7 years they all met at the front of the palace, and ran to the top of a hill 2 miles distant. On the top of the hill was a chair, and the man that sat first in the chair was king of Tir Nanok for the next 7 years. After he had ruled for ages, the king became anxious. He was afraid that someone might sit in the chair before him and take the crown off his head. So he called up his druid one day and asked, "How long shall I keep the chair to rule this land, and will any man sit in it before me and take the crown off my head?" "You will keep the chair and the crown forever," said the druid, "unless your own son-in-law takes them from you." The king had no sons and but one daughter, the finest woman in Tir Nanok, and the like of her could not be found in Erin or any kingdom in the world. When the king heard the words of the druid, he said, "I'll have no son-in-law, for I'll put the daughter in a way no man will marry her." Then he took a rod of druidic spells, and calling the daughter up before him, he struck her with the rod, and put a pig's head on her in place of her own. Then he sent the daughter away to her own place in the castle, and turning to the druid said, "There's no man that will marry her now." When the druid saw the face that was on the princess with the pig's head that the father gave her, he was very sorry that he had given such information to the king, and some time after he went to see the princess. "Must I be this way forever?" asked she of the druid. "You must," said he, "till you marry one of the sons of Finn Macumhail in Erin. If you marry one of Finn's sons, you'll be freed from the blot that is on you now, and get back your own head and countenance." When she heard this, she was impatient in her mind, and could never rest till she left Tir Nanok and came to Erin. When she had inquired, she heard that Finn and the Fenians of Erin were at that time living on Knocan Nar, and she made her way to the place without delay, and lived there a while. And then she saw Voisin. He pleased her, and when she found out that he was a son of Finn Macumhail, she was always making up to him and coming towards him. And it was usual for the Fenians in those days to go out hunting on the hills and mountains, and in the woods of Erin, and when one of them went, he always took 5 or 6 men with him to bring home the game. On a day Voisin set out with his men and dogs to the woods, and he went so far and killed so much game that when it was brought together the men were so tired, weak and hungry that they couldn't carry it, but went away home and left him with the 3 dogs, Bran, Sheolan and Buglen, to shift for himself. Now the daughter of the king of Tir Nanok, who was herself the queen of youth, followed closely in the hunt all that day, and when the men left Voisin, she came up to him, and as he stood looking at the great pile of game, and said, "I am very sorry to leave behind anything that I've had the trouble of killing," she looked at him and said, "Tie up a bundle for me, and I'll carry it to lighten the load off you." Voisin gave her a bundle of the game to carry, and took the remainder himself. The evening was very warm and the game heavy, and after they had gone some distance, Voisin said, "Let us rest a while." Both threw down their burdens and put their backs against a great stone that was by the roadside. The woman was heated and out of breath, and opened her dress to cool herself. Then Voisin looked at her and saw her beautiful form and her white bosom. "Ah, then," said he, "it's a pity you have the pig's head on you, for I have never seen such an appearance on a woman in all my life before." "Well," said she, "my father is the king of Tirnanock, and I was the finest woman in his kingdom, and the most beautiful of all, till he put me under a druidic spell, and gave me the pig's head that's on me now in place of my own. And the druid of Tirnanock came to me afterwards, and told me that if one of the sons of Finn Macumhale would marry me, the pig's head would vanish, and I should get back my face in the same form as it was before my father struck me with the druid's wand. When I heard this, I never stopped till I came to Erin, where I found your father, and picked you out among the sons of Finn Macumhale, and followed you to see would you marry me and set me free. If that is the state you're in, and if marriage with me will free you from the spell, I'll not leave the pig's head on you long." So they got married without delay, not waiting to take home the game or to lift it from the ground. That moment the pig's head was gone, and the king's daughter had the same face and beauty that she had before her father struck her with the druidic wand. "Now," said the Queen of Youth to Voisin, "I cannot stay here long, and unless you come with me to Tirnanock, we must part." "Oh," said Voisin, "wherever you go, I'll go, and wherever you turn, I'll follow." Then she turned, and Voisin went with her, not going back to Knock-on-Nar to see his father or his son. That very day they set out for Tirnanock, and never stopped till they came to her father's castle. And when they came there was a welcome before them, for the king thought his daughter was lost. That same year there was to be a choice of a king, and when the appointed day came at the end of the 7th year, all the great men and the champions and the king himself met together at the front of the castle, to run and see who should be first in the chair on the hill. But before a man of them was halfway to the hill, Voisin was sitting above in the chair before them. After that time no one stood up to run for the office against Voisin, and he spent many a happy year as king in Tirnanock. At last he said to his wife, "I wish I could be in Erin today to see my father and his men." "If you go," said his wife, "and set foot on the land of Erin, you'll never come back here to me, and you'll become a blind old man." "How long do you think it is since you came here?" About 3 years," said Voisin. "It is 300 years," said she, "since you came to this kingdom with me. If you must go to Erin, I'll give you this white-faced steed to carry you. But if you come down from the steed, or touch the soil of Erin with your foot, the steed will come back that minute, and you will be where he left you, a poor old man." "I'll come back, never fear," said Voisin. "Have I not good reason to come back?" "But I must see my father and my son and my friends in Erin once more. I must have even one look at them." She prepared the steed for Voisin and said, "This steed will carry you wherever you wish to go." Voisin never stopped till the steed touched the soil of Erin, and he went on until he came to Knockpatrick in Munster, where he saw a man herding cows. In the field where the cows were grazing there was a broad flat stone. "Will you come here," said Voisin to the herdsman, "and turn over this stone?" "Indeed then I will not," said the herdsman, "for I could not lift it, nor 20 men more like me." Voisin rode up to the stone, and reaching down, caught it with his hand and turned it over. Underneath the stone was the great horn of the Fenians, Borabu, which circled round like a seashell. and it was the rule that when any of the Fenians of Erin blew the borabu, the others would assemble at once from whatever part of the country they might be in at the time. "Will you bring this horn to me?" asked Wazin of the herdsman. "I will not," said the herdsman, "for neither I nor many more like me could raise it from the ground." With that, Wazin moved near the horn, and reaching down, took it in his hand. But so eager was he to blow it that he forgot everything, and slipped in reaching, till one foot touched the earth. In an instant the steed was gone, and Wazin lay on the ground, a blind old man. The herdsman went to St. Patrick, who lived nearby, and told him what happened. St. Patrick sent a man and a horse for Wazin, brought him to his own house, gave him a room by himself, and sent a boy to stay with him, to serve and take care of him. And St. Patrick commanded his cook to send Wazin plenty of meat and drink, to give him bread and beef and butter every day. Now, Wazin lived a while in this way. The cook sent him provisions each day, and Sir Patrick himself asked him all kinds of questions about the old times of the Fenians of Erin. Wazin told him about his father, Finn MacCumhail, about himself, his son Oscar, Gol MacMorna, Conan Maol, Diarmuid, and all the Fenian heroes, how they fought, feasted, and hunted, how they came under druidic spells, and how they were freed from them. At the same time, St. Patrick was putting up a great building, but what his men used to put up in the daytime was levelled at night, and St. Patrick lamented over his losses in the hearing of Wazin. Then Wazin said in the hearing of St. Patrick, "If I had my strength and my sight, I'd put a stop to the power that is levelling your work." "Do you think you'd be able to do that?" said St. Patrick, "and let my building go on?" "I do indeed," said Wazin. So St. Patrick prayed to the Lord, and the sight and strength came back to Wazin. He went to the woods and got a great club and stood at the building on guard. What should come in the night but a great beast in the form of a bull, which began to uproot and destroy the work. But if he did, Wazin faced him, and the battle began hot and heavy between the two. But in the course of the night, Wazin got the upper hand of the bull and left him dead before the building. Then he stretched out on the ground himself and fell asleep. Now, St. Patrick was waiting at home to know how would the battle come out, and thinking Wazin too long away, he sent a messenger to the building. And when the messenger came, he saw the ground torn up, a hill in one place and a hollow in the next. The bull was dead, and Wazin sleeping after the desperate battle. He went back and told what he saw. "Oh," said St. Patrick, "it's better to knock the strength out of him again, for he'll kill us all if he gets vexed." St. Patrick took the strength out of him, and when Wazin woke up he was a blind man, and the messenger went out and brought him home. Wazin lived on for a time as before. The cook sent him his food, the boy served him, and St. Patrick listened to the stories of the Fenians of Erin. St. Patrick had a neighbour, a Jew, a very rich man, but the greatest miser in the kingdom. And he had the finest haggard, hay-yard, of corn in Erin. Well, the Jew and St. Patrick got very intimate with one another, and so great became the friendship of the Jew for St. Patrick at last, that he said he'd give him, for the support of his house, as much corn as one man could thrash out of the haggard in a day. When St. Patrick went home after getting the promise of the corn, he told in the hearing of Wazin about what the Jew had said. "Oh, then," said Wazin, "if I had my sight and strength, I'd thrash as much corn in one day as would do your whole house for a 12-month and more." "Will you do that for me?" said St. Patrick. "I will," said Wazin. St. Patrick prayed again to the Lord, and the sight and strength came back to Voisin. He went to the woods next morning at daybreak, Voisin did, pulled up 2 fine ash trees and made a flail of them. After eating his breakfast he left the house, and never stopped till he faced the Hagget of the Jew. Standing before one of the stacks of wheat, he hit it a wallop of his flail, and broke it asunder. He kept on in this way till he slashed the whole Hagget to and fro, and the Jew running like mad up and down the high road in front of the Hagget, tearing the hair from his head when he saw what was doing to his wheat, and the face gone from him entirely, he was so in dread of Voisin. When the Hagget was thrashed clean, Voisin went to St. Patrick and told him to send his men for the wheat, for he had thrashed out the whole Hagget. When St. Patrick saw the countenance that was on Voisin, and heard what he had done, he was greatly in dread of him, and knocked the strength out of him again, and Voisin became an old blind man as before. St. Patrick's men went to the Hagget, and there was so much wheat, they didn't bring the half of it away with them, and they didn't want it. Voisin again lived for a while before, and then he was vexed because the cook didn't give him what he wanted. He told St. Patrick that he wasn't getting enough to eat. Then St. Patrick called up the cook before himself and Voisin, and asked her what she was giving Voisin to eat. She said, "I give him at every meal what bread is baked on a large griddle, and all the butter I make in 1 churn, and a quarter of beef besides." "That ought to be enough for you," said St. Patrick. "Oh, then," said Voisin, turning to the cook, "I have often seen the leg of a blackbird bigger than the quarter of beef you give me. I have often seen an ivy leaf bigger than the griddle on which you bake the bread for me, and I have often seen a single rowan, mountain ash, berry bigger than the bit of butter you give me to eat." "You lie," said the cook, "you never did." Voisin said not a word in answer. Now there was a hound in the place that was going to have her first whelps, and Voisin said to the boy who was tending him, "Do you mind and get the first whelp she'll have and drown the others." Next morning the boy found 3 whelps, and coming back to Voisin said, "There are 3 whelps, and 'tis unknown which of them is the first." At St. Patrick's house they had slaughtered an ox the day before, and Voisin said, "Go now and bring the hide of the ox and hang it up in this room." When the hide was hung up, Voisin said, "Bring here the 3 whelps and throw them up against the hide." The boy threw up one of the whelps against the ox hide. "What did he do?" asked Voisin. "What did he do?" said the boy, "but fall to the ground." "Throw up another," said Voisin. The boy threw another. "What did he do?" asked Voisin. "What did he do but fall the same as the first?" The 3rd whelp was thrown, and he held fast to the hide, didn't fall. "What did he do?" asked Voisin. "Oh," said the boy, "he kept his hold." "Take him down," said Voisin. "Give him to the mother. Bring both in here. Feed the mother well, and drown the other 2. The boy did as he was commanded, and fed the 2 well. And when the whelp grew up, the mother was banished, the whelp chained up, and fed for a year and a day. And when the year and a day were spent, Voisin said, "We'll go hunting tomorrow, and we'll take the dog with us." They went next day, the boy guiding Voisin, holding the dog by a chain. They went first to the place where Voisin had touched earth and lost the magic steed from Tirnanock. The borobull of the Fenians of Erin was lying on the ground there still. Voisin took it up, and they went on to Glen Nasmui, Thrush's Glen. When at the edge of the glen, Voisin began to sound the borobull. Birds and beasts of every kind came hurrying forward. He blew the horn till the glen was full of them from end to end. "What do you see now?" asked he of the boy. The glen is full of living things. What is the dog doing? He is looking ahead, and his hair is on end. Do you see anything else? I see a great bird, all black, settling down on the north side of the glen. That's what I want, said Voisin. What is the dog doing now? Oh, the eyes are coming out of his head, and there isn't a rib of hair on his body that isn't standing up. Let him go now, said Voisin. The boy let slip the chain, and the dog rushed through the glen, killing everything before him. When all the others were dead, he turned to the great blackbird and killed that. Then he faced Voisin and the boy and came bounding toward them with venom and fierceness. Voisin drew out of his bosom a brass ball and said, "If you don't throw this into the dog's mouth, he'll destroy us both. Knock the dog with the ball or he'll tear us to pieces." "Oh," said the boy, "I'll never be able to throw the ball. I'm so in dread of the dog." "Come here at my back then," said Voisin, "and straighten my hand towards the dog." The boy directed the hand, and Voisin threw the ball into the dog's mouth and killed him on the spot. "What have we done?" asked Voisin. "Oh, the dog is knocked," said the boy. "We are all right then," said Voisin. "And do you lead me now to the blackbird of the Khan? I don't care for the others." They went to the great bird, kindled a fire, and cooked all except one of its legs. Then Voisin ate as much as he wanted, and said, "I've had a good meal of my own hunting, and it's many and many a day since I've had one. Now let us go on farther." They went into the woods, and soon Voisin asked the boy, "Do you see anything wonderful?" "I see an ivy with the largest leaves I have ever set eyes on." "Take one leaf of that ivy," said Voisin. The boy took the leaf. Near the ivy they found a rowan berry, and then went home taking the three things with them: the blackbird's leg, the ivy leaf, and the rowan berry. When they reached the house, Voisin called for the cook, and St. Patrick made her come to the fore. When she came, Voisin pointed to the blackbird's leg, and asked, "Which is larger, that leg or the quarter of beef you give me?" "Oh, that is a deal larger," said the cook. "You were right in that case," said St. Patrick to Voisin. Then Voisin drew out the ivy leaf and asked, "Which is larger, this or the griddle on which you made bread for me?" "That is larger than the griddle and the bread together," said the cook. "Right again," said St. Patrick. Voisin now took out the rowan berry and asked, "Which is larger, this berry or the butter of one churning which you give me?" "Oh, that is bigger," said the cook, "than both the churn and the butter." "Right, every time," said St. Patrick. Then Voisin raised his arm and swept the head off the cook with a stroke from the edge of his hand, saying, "You'll never give the lie to an honest man again." End of section 81.
Section 82 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Ava March Tappin. Section 82. The Chase of Slieve Cullinn, an Old Irish Legend. The Feni were a sort of militia who were in their glory in the 3rd century. Their most famous commander was Finn, and Finn's son was Oisin, or Ossian the poet. According to tradition, Ossian lived till the times of St. Patrick, and related to him the following tale together with many others. Even today, the belief lingers that the waters of the little lake Slieve Cullinn have the power to turn the hair grey. In the Irish legends, the Daedonans are magicians. The Editor. Cullinn, the smith of the Daedonans who lived at Slieve Cullinn, had two beautiful daughters, Meluchra and Ina. They both loved Finn, and each sought him for her husband. As they walked together one evening near Alan, they fell to talking of many things, and their conversation turning at last on their future husbands, Ina said she would never marry a man with grey hair. When Meluchra heard this, she resolved with herself that if she could not get Finn, she would plan so that he should not marry her sister Ina. So she departed immediately, and turning her steps northwards, she summoned the Daedanans to meet her at Slieve Cullinn. Having brought them all together, she caused them to make her a lake at the top of the mountain, and she breathed a druidical virtue on its waters, that all who bathed in it should become grey. On a morning not long after this, Finn happened to be walking alone on the lawn before the palace of Alan, when a doe sprang out from a thicket, and passing quite close to him, bounded past like the wind. Without a moment's delay he signalled for his companions and dogs, but none heard except his two hounds, Bran and Scollan. He instantly gave chase, with no other arms than his sword, Manalona, and accompanied only by his two dogs, and before the Feni knew of his absence, he had left Alan of the Green Slopes far behind. The chase turned northwards, and though the hounds kept close to the doe, the chief kept quite as close to the hounds the whole way. And so they continued without rest or pause till they reached Slieve Cullinn, far in the north. Here the doe made a sudden turn and disappeared, and what direction she took, whether east or west, Finn knew not, for he never caught sight of her after, and he marvelled much that any doe in the world should be able to lead Bran and Scollan so long a chase, and escape from them in the end. Meantime they kept on searching, Finn taking one side of the hill and the dogs another, so that he was at last left quite alone. While he was wandering about the hill and whistling for his hounds, he heard the plaintive cry of a woman at no great distance, and turning his steps towards the place he saw a lady sitting on the brink of a little lake, weeping as if her heart would break. Never before did the chieftain see a maiden so lovely. The rose colour of her cheeks was heightened by her grief. Her lips were like ready quickenberries. The delicate blossom of the apple tree was not more white than her neck. Her hair fell in heavy golden ringlets on her shoulders, and as she looked up at the chief, her eyes beamed like stars on a frosty night. Finn accosted her, and seeing that she ceased her weeping for a moment, he asked her had she seen his two hounds pass that way. "I have not seen thy hounds," she replied, "nor have I been at all concerned in the chase, for alas, there is something that troubles me more nearly, a misadventure that has caused me great sorrow." And as she spoke these words, she burst out weeping and sobbing more bitterly than before. Finn was greatly moved at this, so much so that he quite forgot all about his hounds and his own troubles, and he asked her, "What is the cause of this great grief, gentle lady? Has death robbed you of your husband or your child, or what other evil has befallen you? I am much concerned to see a lady in such distress, and I wish you to tell me if anything can be done to lighten your sorrow or to remove the cause of it." She replied, "I had a precious gold ring on my finger which I prize beyond anything in the world, and it has fallen from me into the water. I saw it roll down the steep slope at the bottom till it went quite out of my sight. This is the cause of my sorrow, and thou canst remedy the mishap if thou wilt. The Feni are sworn never to refuse help to a woman in distress, and I now put on thee those gesa, i.e., I solemnly adjure thee, that true heroes dare not break through, to search for the ring, and cease not till thou find it and restore it to me." Though the chief had at the moment no inclination to swim, he could not refuse a prayer urged in this manner. So he plunged in without a moment's hesitation, and examined the lake on all sides, diving and searching into every nook and cranny at the bottom. After swimming in this manner 3 times round and round the lake, he found the ring at last, and approaching the lady, he handed it to her from the water. The moment she got it, she sprang into the lake before his eyes, and, diving down, disappeared in an instant. The chief, wondering greatly at this strange behavior, stepped forth from the water, but as soon as his feet had touched the dry land, he lost all his strength, and fell on the brink a withered grey old man, shrunken up and trembling all over with weakness. He sat him down in woeful plight, and soon his hounds came up. They looked at him wistfully, and sniffed and whined around him, but they knew him not, and passing on, they ran around the lake, searching in vain for their master. On that day the Feni were assembled in the banquet hall of the palace of Alan, some feasting and drinking, some playing chess, and others listening to the sweet music of the harpers. While all were in this wise pleasantly engaged, Kilta Macronan stood up in the midst and said in the hearing of all, I have observed, friends, that our master and king, Finn, the son of Comal, has not been amongst us today, as is his wont, and I wish to know whither he is gone. This speech caused a sudden alarm amongst us, for no one knew aught of the chief, or was aware till that moment that he was absent at all, and we knew not wherefore he had disappeared or whither he had gone. In the midst of our anxious tumult, the envious and foul-mouthed Conan Mall stood up and said, I have never heard sweeter music than your words, Kilta. The Feni are now about to seek for their king, and my only wish is that their quest may last for a whole year, and that it may prove a vain search in the end. Be not cast down, however, O Feni. If you should fail to find the son of Comal, you will not be so ill off as you think, for I will undertake to be your king from this time forth. Though we were at the time more inclined to be sad than mirthful, being weighed down with much anxiety, we could not help laughing when we heard the loud, foolish talk of Conan Mall, but we took no further notice of him. Inquiring now from the lesser people about the palace, we found that the chief and his 2 dogs had followed a doe northwards. So having mustered a strong party of the Feni, we started in pursuit. Kilta and I took the lead, the rest keeping close behind, and in this order we followed the track, never taking rest or slackening speed till we reached Slieve Cullinn. We began to search round the hill, hoping to find either the chief himself or some person who might give us tidings of him. After wandering among brakes and rough rocky places, we at last espied a grey-headed old man sitting on the brink of a lake. I went up to him to ask a question, followed by the rest of the Feni. At first I thought he might be a fisherman who had come up from the plains to fish, but when we came near him he seemed so wretched an old creature, all shriveled up, with the skin hanging in wrinkles over the bare points of his bones, that I felt quite sure he was not a fisherman, and that he was reduced to that state more by sickness and want than by old age. I asked the poor man if he had seen a noble-looking hero pass that way, with 2 hounds chasing a doe. He never answered a word, neither did he stir from where he sat or even look up, but at the question his head sank on his breast, and his limbs shook all over as with palsy. Then he fell into a sudden fit of grief, wringing his hands and uttering feeble cries of woe. We soothed him, and used him gently for a time, hoping he might speak at last, but to no purpose, for he still kept silent. Then at last growing impatient, and thinking that this might be a mere headstrong humour, we drew our swords and threatened him with instant death if he did not at once tell us all he knew of the chief and his hounds, for we had felt sure he had seen them. But he only lamented the more, and still answered nothing. At last, after this had gone on for some time, and when we were about to leave him, he beckoned to Kilta Macronan, and when Kilta had come near, the old man whispered into his ear the dreadful secret, and then we all came to know the truth. When we found that the withered old man was no other than our beloved King Finn himself, we uttered 3 shouts of lamentation and anger, so loud and prolonged that the foxes and badgers rushed affrighted from their dens in the hollows of the mountain. Conan now stepped forward looking very fierce, and unsheathing his sword with mighty bluster, he began in a loud voice to revile Finn and the Feni with the foulest language he could think of, and he ended by saying that he meant to slay the king that moment. Now, O Finn Macamal, I will certainly strike off your head, for you are the man that never gave me credit for valor, or praised my noble deeds in battle. Ever since your father, Comal of the Host, was slain on the field of Naka by the clan Morna of the Golden Shields, you have been our bitter foe, and it is against your will that any of us are now alive. I am very glad to see you, Finn Macamal, brought down to what you now are, and I only wish that the rest of the clan Baskin were like you. Then should I very soon make short work of them all, and joyful to me would be the task of raising a great cairn to their memory. To which Osgar replied with great scorn, It is not worth while drawing a sword to punish thee, Conan Mall, vain and foolish boaster as thou art. And besides, we have at present something else to think of. But if it were not for the trouble that now lies heavy on us on account of our king, I would of a certainty chastise thee by breaking all the bones of thy mouth with my fist. Cease, Osgar, returned Conan in a voice still louder than before. Cease your foolish talk. It is actions and not words that prove a man, and as to the noble warlike deeds done in past times by the Feni, it was by the Clan Morna they were performed, and not by the chicken-hearted Clan Baskin. The fiery Oscar could bear this no longer. He rushed towards Conan Mall, but Conan, terrified at his vengeful look, ran in amongst the Feni with great outcry, beseeching them to save him from the rage of Oscar. We straightway confronted the young hero and checked him in his headlong career, and after much ado we soothed his anger and made peace between him and Conan. When quietness was restored, Kilta asked Finn how this dread evil had befallen him, who was the enchanter, and whether there was any hope of restoring him to his own shape. Finn told him that it was the daughter of Cullinn the smith who had transformed him by her spells, and then he recounted how she had lured him to swim in the lake, and how, when he came forth, he was turned into a withered old man. We now made a framework litter of slender poles, and placing our king on it, we lifted him tenderly on our shoulders, and turning from the lake, we marched slowly uphill till we came to the fairy palace of Slieve Cullinn, where we knew the daughter of Cullinn had her dwelling deep underground. Here we set him down, and the whole troop began at once to dig, determined to find the enchantress in her cave palace, and to take vengeance on her if she did not restore our chief. For 3 days and 3 nights we dug without a moment's rest or pause, till at length we reached her hollow dwelling, when she, affrighted at the tumult at the vengeful look of the heroes, suddenly started forth from the cave and stood before us. She held in her hand a drinking horn of red gold, which was meant for the king. Yet she appeared unwilling, and held it back, notwithstanding the threatening looks of the Feni. But happening to cast her eyes on the graceful and manly youth Oscar, she was moved with such admiration and love for him that she wavered no longer, but placed the fairy drinking horn in the hands of the king. No sooner had he drunk from it than his own shape and features returned, save only that his hair remained of a silvery gray. When we gazed on our chief in his own graceful and manly form, we were all pleased with the soft silvery hue of the gray hairs. And, though the enchantress appeared ready to restore this also, Finn himself told her that it pleased him as it pleased others, and that he chose to remain gray for the rest of his life. When the king had drunk from the horn, he passed it to Macbeth, who drank from it in like manner and gave it to Daring. Daring, after drinking, was about to hand it to the rest, when it gave a sudden twist out of his hand and darted into the loose earth at our feet, where it sank out of sight. We ran at once to recover it, but, though we churned up the earth deeply all around, we were not able to find the drinking horn. This was a disappointment that vexed us exceedingly, for if we had all drunk from it, we should have been gifted with a foreknowledge of future events. A growth of slender twigs grew up afterwards over the spot where it sank into the ground, and this little thicket is still gifted with a part of the virtue of the golden drinking horn, for anyone who looks on it in the morning fasting will know in a moment all things that are to happen that day. So ended the chase of Slieve Cullinn, and in this wise it came to pass that Finn's hair was turned in one day from golden yellow to silvery gray. End of section 82. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 83 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Ava March TAPPAN. Section 83. The Story of St. Patrick, 5th Century, by Patrick Weston Joyce. When Patrick was a boy of 16, he was, as we are told by himself in his writings, taken captive and brought to Ireland. This was about the year 403. He was sold as a slave to a certain rich man named Milko, who employed him to herd sheep and swine on the slopes of Slemish Mountain, in the present county Antrim. Here he spent 6 years of his life. If he felt at first heartbroken and miserably lonely, as no doubt he did, he soon recovered himself, and made nothing of the hardships he endured on the bleak hillside. for in his solitude his mind was turned to God, and every spare moment was given up to devotions. He tells us in his own earnest and beautiful words, "I was daily employed tending flocks, and I prayed frequently during the day, and the love of God was more and more enkindled in my heart. My fear and faith were increased, and my spirit was stirred, so much so that in a single day I poured out my prayers 100 times, and nearly as often in the night. Nay, even in the woods and mountains I remained, and rose before the dawn to my prayer in frost and snow and rain. Neither did I suffer any injury from it, nor did I yield to any slothfulness, such I now experience, for the Spirit of the Lord was fervent within me." But he stood alone in the little world of light and holiness, for his master was a pagan, and though the people he mixed with were bright and lovable, they too were all pagans, grossly superstitious, but beyond that, with little idea of religion of any kind. At the end of 6 years of slavery, Patrick escaped, and made his way through many hardships and dangers to his home and family. During his residence in Ireland, he had become familiar with the language of the people, and the memory of the pagan darkness in which they lived haunted him day and night, so that he formed the resolution to devote his life to their conversion. His steadfast will was shown even at this early period by the manner in which he set about preparing himself for his noble work. He first studied with great diligence for about 4 years in the great monastic school of St. Martin of Tours, and subsequently under St. Germain of Auxerre for about the same length of time, after which he continued his preparations in an island near the Italian coast, and elsewhere, till he was ready to begin his mission. During all this time his thoughts were ever turning lovingly to Ireland, and he had dreams and visions about it. Once he dreamed, as he tells us, that a man from Ireland came to him and gave him a letter, which began with the words, "The voice of the Irish." Whilst I was reading the letter, he goes on to say, "I imagined at the moment that I heard the voices of many, who were near the wood of Foclut, which is beside the Western Ocean, crying out as if with one voice, 'We entreat thee, O holy youth, to come and still walk amongst us.' And I was exceedingly afflicted in my heart, and could read no more, but quickly awoke." Having received authority and benediction from Pope Celestine, he set out for Ireland. On his way through Gaul, news came of the death of Palladius, and as this left Ireland without a bishop, Patrick was consecrated bishop in Gaul by a certain holy prelate named Amator. Embarking for Ireland, he landed on the Wicklow coast, but having been expelled like his predecessor, he sailed northwards, and finally disembarked with his companions at Locke, in the present County Down. Dyco, the chief of the district, thinking they were pirates, hastily armed his followers and sallied forth to expel them. But when they appeared in view, he was so struck by their calm and dignified demeanour, that instead of attacking, he saluted them respectfully, and invited them to his house. Here Patrick announced his mission and explained his doctrine, and Dyco and his whole family became Christians and were baptized, the first of the Irish converted by St. Patrick. As there was no church, the chief presented him with a saval, or barn for divine service, on the site of which a monastery was subsequently erected in honour of the saint, which for many ages was held in great veneration. And the memory of the happy event is preserved to this day in the name of the little village of Saul, near Downpatrick. He remained in this neighbourhood for some time, and the people, following the example of the chief, listened to his preaching and were baptized in great numbers. St. Patrick adopted, from the very beginning, a bold and courageous plan of preaching the gospel in Ireland. He always made straight for the palaces and other great houses, and began by attempting to convert the kings and chiefs. He was well aware of the veneration of the clansmen for their ruling families, and he knew that once the king had become a Christian, the people would soon follow. He had experienced the success of this plan in Saul, and now he came to the bold resolution to go to Tara and present himself before King Laegaire and his court. Bidding farewell to his friend Dyco, he sailed southward to the mouth of the Boyne, whence he set out on foot for Tara with his companions. Soon after leaving the boat, night fell on them, and they were hospitably entertained at the house of a chief, whom the saint converted with his whole family. One of the children, a youth to whom Patrick gave the name of Benin, or Benignus, from his gentle disposition, became so attached to him that he insisted on going along with him next morning. Thenceforward, Benin was Patrick's constant companion and beloved disciple, and after the death of his master, he succeeded him as Archbishop of Armagh. The saint and his little company arrived at the Hill of Slain on Easter Eve, A.D. 433. Here he prepared to celebrate the festival, and towards nightfall, as was then the custom, he lighted the paschal fire on the top of the hill. It so happened that at this very time the king and his nobles were celebrating a festival of some kind at Tara, and the attendants were about to light a great fire on the hill, which was part of the ceremonial. Now there was a law that while this fire was burning, no other should be kindled in the country all round, on pain of death. And accordingly, when the king and his courtiers saw the fire ablaze on the Hill of Slain, 9 miles off, they were much astonished at such an open violation of the law. The monarch instantly called his druids and questioned them about it, and they said, "If that fire which we now see be not extinguished tonight, it will never be extinguished, but will overtop all our fires, and he that has kindled it will overturn thy kingdom." Whereupon the king in great wrath instantly set out in his chariot with a small retinue, 9 chariots in all, and having arrived near Slain, he summoned the strangers to his presence. He had commanded that none should rise up to show them respect. But when they presented themselves, one of the courtiers, Eric the son of Dago, struck with the saint's commanding appearance, rose from his seat and saluted him. This Eric was converted, and became afterwards Bishop of Slain, and to this day there is, on the bank of the Boyne, near Slain, a little ruined oratory called from him St. Eric's Hermitage. The result of this interview was what St. Patrick most earnestly desired. He was directed to appear next day at Tara, and give an account of his proceedings before the assembled court. On the summit of the hill at Slain, at the spot where Patrick lighted his paschal fire, there are still the ruins of a monastery erected in commemoration of the event. The next day was Easter Sunday. Early in the morning, Patrick and his companions set out for the palace, and on their way they chanted a hymn in the native tongue, an invocation for protection against the dangers and treachery by which they were beset, for they had heard that persons were lying in wait to slay them. This noble and beautiful hymn was long held in great veneration by the people of this country, and we still possess copies of it in a very old dialect of the Irish language. In the history of the spread of Christianity, it would be difficult to find a more singular and impressive scene than was presented at the court of King Bekere on that memorable Easter morning. Patrick was robed in white, as were also his companions. He wore his mitre, and carried his crozier in his hand, and when he presented himself before the assembly, Dubtha, Legere's chief poet, rose to welcome him, contrary to the express commands of the king. The saint, all aflame with zeal and unawed by the presence of king and court, explained to the assembly the leading points of the Christian doctrine, and silenced the king's druids in argument. Dubtha became a convert, and thenceforward devoted his poetical talents to the service of God, and Legere gave permission to the strange missionaries to preach their doctrines throughout his dominions. The king himself, however, was not converted, and for the remaining 30 years of his life he remained an unbeliever, while the paganism of the whole country was rapidly going down before the fiery energy of the great missionary. Patrick next proceeded to Tileton, where, during the celebration of the national games, he preached for a week to the assembled multitudes, making many converts, among whom was Conall Golban, brother to King Legere, the ancestor of the O'Donnells of Tyrconnell. We find him soon afterwards making for the plain where stood the great national idol, Crom Cruach, with the 12 lesser idols, all of which he destroyed. About the year 438, with the concurrence of King Legere, he undertook the task of revising the Brehon law. He was aided by 8 others, among them King Laeghaire himself, and at the end of 3 years this Committee of 9 produced a new code, free from all pagan customs and ordinances, which was ever after known as Cain Patrick, or Patrick's Law. This law book, which is also called Sancus More, has been lately translated and published. In his journey through Connaught, he met the 2 daughters of King Laeghaire, Ethnia the Fair and Fidelma the Ruddy, near the palace of Croghan, where they lived at that time in fosterage with their 2 Druid tutors. They had come out one morning at sunrise to wash their hands in a certain spring well, as was their custom, and were greatly astonished to find Patrick and his companions at the well, with books in their hands, chanting a hymn. Having never seen persons in that garb before, the virgins thought at first that they were beings from the Shee, or fairy hills. But when the first surprise was over, they fell into conversation with them, and inquired whence they had come. And Patrick gently replied, "It were better for you to confess to our true God than to inquire concerning our race." They eagerly asked many questions about God, his dwelling place, whether in the sea, in rivers, in mountainous places, or in valleys, how knowledge of him was to be obtained, how he was to be found, seen, and loved, with other inquiries of a like nature. The saint answered all their questions, and explained the leading points of the faith, and the virgins were immediately baptized and consecrated to the service of religion. On the approach of Lent, he retired to the mountain which has ever since borne his name, Croagh Patrick, or Patrick's Hill, where he spent some time in fasting and prayer. About this time, A.D. 449, the 7 sons of Amalgaid, king of Connaught, were holding a meeting in Tiroli, to which Patrick repaired. He expounded his doctrines to the wondering assembly, and the 7 princes with 12,000 persons were baptized. After spending 7 years in Connaught, he visited successively Ulster, Leinster, and Munster, in each of which he preached for several years. Soon after entering Leinster, he converted, at the palace beside Naas, where the Leinster kings then resided, the 2 princes Elin and Oliol, sons of King Dunling, who both afterwards succeeded to the throne of their father. And at Cashel, the seat of the kings of Munster, he was met by the king Angus, the son of Natfree, who conducted him into the palace on the rock with the greatest reverence, and was at once baptized. Wherever St. Patrick went, he founded churches, and left them in charge of his disciples. In his various journeys, he encountered many dangers, and met with numerous temporary repulses, but his courage and resolution never wavered, and success attended his efforts in almost every part of his wonderful career. He founded the See of Armagh about the year 455, and made it the head see of all Ireland. The greater part of the country was now filled with Christians and with churches, and the mission of the venerable apostle was drawing to a close. He was seized with his death illness in Saul, the scene of his first triumph, and he breathed his last on the 17th of March, in or about the year 465, in the 78th year of his age. The news of his death was the signal for universal mourning. From the remotest districts of the island, clergy and laity turned their steps towards the little village of Saul, to pay the last tribute of love and respect to their great master. They celebrated the obsequies for 12 days and nights without interruption, joining in the ceremonies as they arrived in succession, and in the language of one of his biographers, the blaze of myriads of torches made the whole time appear like one continuous day. He was buried with great solemnity at Dundalethglas, the old residence of the princes of Ulidia, and the name, in the altered form of Downpatrick, commemorates to all time the saint's place of interment. End of section 83.
Section 84 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. The World's Story, Volume 10. England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March TAPPAN. Section 84. The Island of Saints and Scholars, 7th and 8th centuries, by Patrick Weston Joyce. In ancient Ireland, religion and education went hand in hand, so that in tracing their history it is impossible to separate them. By far the greatest part of the education of the country was carried on by or under the direction of priests and monks, who always combined religious with secular teaching. From the middle of the 6th century, schools rapidly arose all over the country, most of them in connection with monasteries. Some had very large numbers of students; for instance, we are told that there were 3,000 under St. Finnen at Clonard, and some other schools, such as Bangor, had as many. A few of the students resided in the college, such as sons of kings and chiefs, and those who were literary foster children of the professors; but the most usual arrangement was that each student lived in a little hut of wood and sods, built by himself, or perhaps two or more joined and built a more commodious house for common use. Whole streets of these little houses surrounded the monastery. The huts of the scholars of St. Movie of Glasnevin, near Dublin, extended along the banks of the river Tolka near the present bridge. At stated times the students came forth in crowds to hear the lectures of the professors, which were often given in the open air. In all the more important schools there were students from foreign lands. The majority were from Great Britain, from which they came in "fleet loads," as Aldehelm, an English bishop of the year 705, expressed it. Numbers also came from the Continent, among whom were some princes, Aldfrid, King of Northumbria, and Dagobert II, King of France. Both, when in exile in the 7th century, found an asylum and were educated in Ireland, and others of like rank might be named. We get some idea of the numbers of foreigners from the words of Angus de Caldee, an Irish writer of the 9th century, who mentions by name many of the Romans, Gauls, Germans, Britons, and even Egyptians, all of whom died in Ireland. Venerable Bede, describing the ravages of the yellow plague in 664, says, "This pestilence did no less harm in the island of Ireland. Many of the nobility and of the lower ranks of the English nation were there at that time, and some of them devoted themselves to a monastic life. Others chose to apply themselves to study. The Scots willingly received them all, and took care to supply them with food, as also to furnish them with books to read, and their teaching, all gratis." In the course of 3 or 4 centuries from the time of St. Patrick, Ireland became the most learned country in Europe, and it came to be known by the name now so familiar to us, Insula Sanctorum et Doctorum, the Island of Saints and Scholars. In these great seminaries all branches of knowledge then known were taught. They were in fact the models of our present universities, and besides those persons preparing for a religious life, great numbers of young men, both native and foreign, the sons of kings, chiefs, and others attended them to get a good general education. Laymen who distinguished themselves as scholars were often employed as professors in the monastic schools. One of the most eminent of the professors in the College of Monaster Boys was Flan of the Monastery, a layman of the 11th century, several of whose poems, as well as his book of Annals, are preserved. But some few schools were purely lay and professional, for law, medicine, poetry, or literature, and these were taught generally by laymen. At these colleges, whether clerical or lay, they had various degrees, as there are in modern universities. The highest was that of Olaf, or doctor, and there were Olafs of the several professions, so that a man might be an Olaf poet, an Olaf historian, an Olaf builder, etc., just as we have now doctors of law, medicine, literature, and music. The full course for an Olaf was 12 years. The lower degrees had shorter periods. Men of learning were held in great estimation and much honoured. They had many valuable allowances and privileges, and an Olaf sat at table next to the king or chief. Great number of Irishmen went to teach and to preach the Gospel in Great Britain, Wales, and Scotland. The Picts of Scotland, who then occupied the greatest part of the country, were converted by St. Columba and his monks from Iona, and the whole western coasts of England and Wales abound in memorials of Irish missionaries. The monastery of Lindisfarne in Northumbria, which became so illustrious in after ages, was founded in 634 by Aidan, an Irish monk from Iona, and for 30 years after its foundation it was governed by him and by 2 other Irish bishops, Finan and Colman, in succession. So we see that Mr. Lecky had good reason for his statement that "England owed a great part of her Christianity to Irish monks who laboured among her people before the arrival of Augustine." Whole crowds of ardent and learned Irishmen travelled to the Continent, spreading Christianity and general knowledge among people 10 times more rude and dangerous in those days than the inhabitants of these islands. "What," says Eric, a well-known French writer of the 9th century, "what shall I say of Ireland who, despising the dangers of the deep, is migrating with almost her whole train of philosophers to our coasts?" Irish professors and teachers were in those times held in such estimation that they were employed in most of the schools and colleges of Great Britain and the Continent, and Irish teachers of music were quite as eminent and as much sought after as those of literature and philosophy. We know that Charlemagne, who was crowned Emperor of the West, A.D. 800, held the learned men from Ireland in great respect, and often invited them as guests to his table, and half a century later Johannes Scotus Erigena, i.e. John the Irish Scot, the greatest scholar of his day, was on terms of affectionate intimacy with Charles the Bold, King of France. To this day in many towns of France, Germany, Switzerland, and Italy, Irishmen are venerated as patron saints. Nay, they found their way even to Iceland, for we have the best authority for the statement that when the Norwegians first arrived at that island they found there Irish books, bells, crosiers, and other traces of Irish missionaries. For 400 or 500 years after the time of St. Patrick the monasteries were unmolested, and learning was cultivated within their walls. In the 9th and 10th and the beginning of the 11th century, science and art, the Gaelic language, and learning of every kind were brought to their highest state of perfection. But a change for the worse had set in. The Danish inroads broke up most of the schools and threw everything into disorder. Then the monasteries were no longer the quiet and safe asylums they had been, they became indeed rather more dangerous than other places, so much did the Danes hate them. And learning and art gradually declined in Ireland. There was a revival in the time of Brian Boru, but this too was arrested by the troubles of the Anglo-Norman invasion. End of section 84.
Section 85 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. O'Rourke's Tower and Great Cross, Clonmacnoise, photograph page 434. Many different theories have been advanced to account for the famous round towers that are scattered through Ireland, but the generally accepted explanation is that they were built during the 9th and 10th centuries as places of refuge from marauding bands of Viking pirates. The one shown in the illustration is known as O'Rourke's Tower, and is thought to have been built early in the 10th century. It has lost its roof, but is even now 62 feet high, the walls being nearly 4 feet thick. It was finally located as a watchtower, for it commanded long stretches of the river in both directions, and also an ancient causeway that led across the bog on the Connaught side. As has been said, it was large and roomy enough to contain all the officiating priests of Clonmacnoise, with their pyxes, vestments, and books, and though the pagan Dane or the wild Munsterman might rush on in rapid inroad, yet the solitary watcher on the tower was ready to give warning and collect within the protecting pillar all holy men and things until the tyranny was overpast. The great cross is made of a single stone. On it are the following inscriptions: A prayer for Flam, son of Malsiclan, and a prayer for Colman, who made this cross on the King Flam. There are also sculptures. In one of them St. Kieran stands with a hammer in one hand and a mallet in the other, to indicate that he was the founder of Clonmacnoise. Other sculptures represent scenes in the Passion of our Saviour. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 86 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Monica MC. The Book of Kells, 7th Century, by Charles Johnston and Carita Spencer. In the beginning, it was almost impossible to get a sufficient supply of books for the new monasteries, as the copying of manuscripts was a slow matter. Such continental monasteries as those founded by Columbanus at Luxeuil, Fontaine, and Bobbio got their supply of books from the Irish schools, and up to the 10th century it was the custom of the Irish teachers to carry books from their island home to the schools on the continent. There are numerous instances of donations of manuscripts made by Irish scholars to foreign schools. Thus, in 823, a learned Irishman gave a number of books to the monastery of Bobbio. 2 of these may still be seen in the Ambrosian Library at Milan. Not long after, in 841, Marcus, an Irish bishop, who was returning with his nephew from a pilgrimage to Rome, visited the monastery of St. Gall in Switzerland. He was so charmed with the view that he remained there for the rest of his life, and, out of gratitude for the hospitality he received, willed his books to the monastery. As all books at this time were written by hand, penmanship was one of the most cultivated arts, and was carried to a wonderful degree of perfection. The scribes, who were generally, but not invariably, monks, were held in great respect by the people. The Irish books were not only finely written, but also ornamented in a fashion which was early perfected in Ireland. First, the initial letters were made larger, more elaborate, and more beautiful. Then they were surrounded with dots of color, and finally with delicately interlaced scrollwork, which was sometimes continued along the margin of the page. Decorated headpieces and tailpieces were added, in which leaves the figures of animals and serpents, and sometimes even portraits of saints were mingled with the interlaced scrollwork. Many colors were used. Red, green, pink, blue, and yellow, for instance, are employed in the illumination of the Book of Kells. So well were these colors made that after 12 centuries they have lost none of their original brilliancy. The Book of Kells was finished before the end of the 7th century and is, without doubt, the most perfect and most beautiful manuscript in the world. It is a Latin manuscript of the Gospels. The Book of Armagh, finished in 807, contains the Confession of St. Patrick, the Epistle to Coroticus, and a Life of the Apostle of Ireland. The Book of Durrow, written about the same time as the Book of Kells, and the Book of MacDurnan, written shortly after the Book of Armagh, show the same admirable workmanship. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 87 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stevens. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 87. How Brian Boru Held the Ford of Tribute, 941, by E. S. Brooks. Into that picturesque and legend-filled section of Ireland, now known as County Clare, where over rocks and boulders the Shannon, noblest of Irish rivers, rushes down past Killaloe and Castle Connell to Limerick and the sea, there rode one fair summer morning many, many years ago a young Irish lad. The skirt of his party-coloured len, or kilt, was richly embroidered and fringed with gold. His inner, or jacket, close-fitting and silver-trimmed, was open at the throat, displaying the embroidered len and the torque, or twisted collar of gold, about his sturdy neck, while the purple scarf held the jacket at the waist. A gleaming golden brooch secured the long plaid brat, or shawl, that dropped from his left shoulder. Broad bracelets encircled his bare and curiously tattooed arms, and from an odd-looking golden spiral at the back of his head, his thick and dark red hair fell in flowing ringlets upon his broad shoulders. Rawhide shoes covered his feet, and his bronze shield and short war-axe hung conveniently from his saddle of skins. A strong guard of pikemen and gallows-glasses, or heavily armed footmen, followed at his pony's heels, and seemed an escort worthy a king's son. A strong-limbed, cleanly built lad of 15 was this sturdy young horseman, who now rode down the Athna Boruma, or ford of Tribute, just above the rapids of Shannon, near the town of Killaloe. And as he reined in his pony, he turned and bade his herald, Cogran, sound the trumpet blast that should announce to the clan of Cass the return from his years of fosterage of the young Flythe, or chieftain, Brian, the son of Kennedy, king of Thomond. But ere the strong-lunged Corcoran could wind his horn, the hearts of all the company grew numb with fear, as across the water the low, clear strains of a warning song sounded from the haunted grey stone, the mystic rock of Carrick-Lee that overhung the trembling rapids. Quote, "Never yet for fear or foe by the ford of Killaloe stooped the crests of heroes free, sons of Cass by Carrick-Lee. Falls the arm that smites the foe by the ford of Killaloe, chilled the heart that boundeth free by the rock of Carrick-Lee. He who knows not fear of foe fears the fort of Killaloe, fears the voice that chants his dree from the rock of Carrick-Lee." End quote. Young Brian was full of the superstition of his day, superstition that even yet lives amid the simple peasantry of Ireland, and peoples rocks and woods and streams with good and evil spirits, fairies, sprites, and banshees, and no real native Irish lad could fail to tremble before the mysterious song. Sorely troubled, he turned to Cogran inquiringly, and that faithful retainer said in a rather shaky voice, "'Tis your warning song, O noble young chief. 'Tis the voice of the banshee of our clan, Eobin, the wraith of Carrick-Lee." Just then, from behind the haunted grey rock, a fair young girl appeared, tripping lightly across the large stepping-stones that furnished the only means of crossing the ford of Killaloe. "See, see," said Corcoran, grasping his young lord's arm, "she comes for thee. 'Tis thy doom, O master, the fiend of Carrick-Lee." "So fair a fiend should bring me naught of grief," said young Brian, stoutly enough, though it must be confessed his heart beat fast and loud. "O spirit of the waters," he exclaimed, "O banshee of Clan Cass, why thus early in his life dost thou come to summon the son of Kennedy, the king?" The young girl turned startled eyes upon the group of armed and warlike men, and grasping the skirt of her white and purple len, turned as if to flee, when Corcoran, with a loud laugh, cried out, "Now, fool and double fool am I, fit brother to Sitrick the Blind and the Black King of Dublin. Why, 'tis no banshee, O noble young chief, 'tis but thy foster sister, Emer, the daughter of Conor, Emer the golden-haired." "Nay, is it so? St. Synilus be praised," said Brian, greatly relieved. "Cross to us, maiden, cross to us," he said. "Fear nothing, 'tis but Brian, thy foster brother, returning to his father's home." The girl swiftly crossed the ford and bowed her golden head in a vassal's welcome to the young lord. "Welcome home, O brother," she said. "Even now my lord thy father awaits the sound of thy horn as he sits in the great seat beneath his kingly shield, and "And thou, maiden," said Brian gaily, "thou must needs lurk behind the haunted rock of Carrickley to freeze the heart of young Brian at his homecoming with thy banshee song?" Aymer of the golden hair laughed a ringing laugh. "Sayest thou so, brother?" she said. "Does the scourge of the Danes shrink thus at a maiden's voice?" "Who calls me the scourge of the Danes?" asked Brian. "So across the border do they say that the maidens of King Callaghan's court call the boy Brian, the son of Kennedy," the girl made answer. "Who faces the Danes, my sister, tends no tender foe," said Brian, "and the court of the King of Cashel is no lady's hall in these hard-striking times. But wind thy horn, Corgoran, and cross we the ford to greet the king, my father." Loud and clear the herald's call rose above the rush of the rapids, and as the boy and his followers crossed the ford, the gates of the palace, or dun, of King Kennedy of Thomond were flung open, and the band of welcomers, headed by Mahon, Brian's eldest brother, rode out to greet the lad. 900 years ago, the tribe of Cass was one of the most powerful of the many Irish clans. The whole of Thomond, or North Munster, was under their sway, and from them, say the old records, it was never lawful to levy rent or tribute or pledge or hostage or fostership fees. So strong and free were they. When the clans of Munster gathered for battle, it was the right of the clan of Cass to lead in the attack, and to guard the rear when returning from any invasion. It gave kings to the throne of Munster, and valiant leaders to warfare with the Danes, who, in the 10th century, poured their hosts into Ireland, conquering and destroying. In the year 948, in which our sketch opens, the head of this powerful clan was Kennedy, or Kennedy, King of Thomond. His son Brian had, in accordance with an old Irish custom, passed his boyhood in fosterage at the court of Callaghan, King of Cashel in East Munster. Brought up amid warlike scenes where battles with the Danish invaders were a frequent occurrence, young Brian had now, at 15, completed the years of his fostership, and was a lad of strong and dauntless courage, cool and clear-headed, and a firm foe of Ireland's scourge, the fierce Dub Gael, or Black Gentiles, as the Danes were called. The feast of welcome was over. The bards had sung their heroic songs to the accompaniment of the cruot, or harp. The fool had played his pranks, and the juggler his tricks, and the chief bard, who was expected to be familiar with more than 7 times 50 stories, great and small, had given the best from his list, and as they sat thus in the Cumtech, or great hall, of the long low-roofed house of hewn oak, that scarcely rose above the stout earthen ramparts that defended it, swift messengers came bearing news of a great gathering of Danes for the ravaging of Munster and the especial plundering of the clan of Cass. "Thou hast come in right fitting time, O son," said Kennedy the king. "Here is need of strong arms and stout hearts. How say ye, noble lords and worthy chieftains, dare we face in fight this so great a host?" But as chiefs and councillors were discussing the king's question, advising fight or flight as they deemed wisest, young Brian sprung into the assembly, war-axe in hand. "What, fathers of Canclass," he cried, all aflame with excitement, "will ye stoop to parley with hard-hearted pirates? Ye, who never brooked injustice or tyranny from any king of all the kings of Erin? Ye, who never yielded even the leveret of a hair in tribute to Leinsterman or Dane? 'Tis for the Can of Class to demand tribute, not to pay it. Summon our vassals to war. Place me, O king, my father, here at the ford of the tribute, and make me test of the lessons of my fostership. Know ye not how the boy champion, Cuchulainn of Ulster, held the fort for 5 long days against all the hosts of Connaught? What boy hath done, boy may do. Death can come but once." The lad's impetuous words fired the whole assembly. The gillies and retainers caught up the cry, and, with the wild enthusiasm that has marked the quick-hearted Irishman from Brian's day to this, they all, so says the record, kissed the ground and gave a terrible shout. Beacon fires blazed from cairn and hilltop, and from the 4 points, from north and south and east and west, came the men of Thomond rallying around their chieftains on the banks of Shannon. With terrible ferocity the Danish hosts fell upon Ireland. From Dublin to Cork the coast swarmed with swordsmen. Across the fair fields of Meath and Tipperary, the smooth-planed grassy land of Erin, from Shannon to the sea, the kings and chieftains of Ireland gathered to withstand the shock of the invaders. Their chief blow was struck at Brocken's Brake, in County Meath, and on that field, says the old Irish record, fell the kings and chieftains, the heirs to the crown and the royal princes of Erin. There fell Kennedy, the king, and 2 of his stalwart sons, but at the ford of Tribute Brian, the boy chieftain, kept his post and hurled back again and again the Danes of Limerick as they swarmed up the valley of the Shannon to support their countrymen on the plains of Meath. The haunted grey stone of Carricklee, from which Brian had heard the song of the supposed banshee, rose sharp and bold above the rushing waters, and against it and around it Brian and his followers stood at bay, battling against the Danish hosts. Ill luck was it for the foreigner, says the record, when that youth was born, Brian, the son of Kennedy, in the very midst of the stubborn fight at the ford, and around from a jutting point of the rock of Carricklee, a light shallop came speeding down the rapids. In the prow stood a female figure, all in white, from the gleaming golden lan, or crescent, that held her flowing veil to the hem of her gracefully falling robe, and above the din of the strife, a clear voice sang, quote, "First to face the foreign foe, first to strike the battle blow, last to turn from triumph back, last to leave the battle's wrack. Clan of Cass shall victors be when they fight at Carricklee." End quote. It was, of course, only brave young Ima of the golden hair bringing fresh arms in her shallop to Brian and his fighting men, but as the sun, bursting through the clouds, flashed full upon the shining war-axe which she held aloft, the superstitious Danes saw in the floating figure the White Lady of the Rapids, the Banshee, our Oibin, the fairy guardian of the clan of Cass. Believing, therefore, that they could not prevail against her powerful aid, they turned and fled in dismay from the flowing river and the haunted rock. But fast upon young Brian's victory came the tearful news of the Battle of Brocken's Brake and the defeat of the Irish kings. Of all the brave lad's family, only his eldest brother, Mahon, escaped from that fatal field, and now he reigned in place of Kennedy, his father, as King of Thomond. But the victorious Danes overran all southern Ireland, and the brothers Mahon and Brian found they could not successfully face in open field the hosts of their invaders. So these 2 stout, able, valiant pillars, these 2 fierce, lacerating, magnificent heroes, as the brothers were called in the curious and wordy old Irish record, left their mud-walled fortress palace by the Shannon, and with all their people and all their chattels went deep into the forests of Cratloe and the rocky fastnesses of the County Clare, and there they lived the life of robber chieftains, harassing and plundering the Danes of Limerick and their recreant Irish allies, and guarding against frequent surprise and attack. But so hazardous and unsettled a life was terribly exhausting, and at length each party of them became tired of the other, and finally King Mahon made peace with the Danes of Limerick. But Brian the Brave would make no truce with a hated foe. "Tell my brother," he said, when messengers brought him word of Mahon's treaty, "that Brian the son of Kennedy knows no peace with foreign invaders. Though all others yield and are silent, yet will I never." And with this defiance the boy chieftain and the young champions of the tribe of Cass went deeper into the woods and fastnesses of County Clare, and for months kept up a fierce guerrilla warfare. The Danish tyrants knew neither peace nor rest from his swift and sudden attacks. Much booty of satins and silken cloths, both scarlet and green, pleasing jewels and saddles beautiful and foreign, did they lose to this active young chieftain, and much tribute of cows and hogs and other possessions did he force from them. So dauntless an outlaw did he become that his name struck terror from Galway Bay to the banks of Shannon, and from Lough Derg to the Barren of Clare. When he inflicted not evil on the foreigners in the day, the quaint old record asserts, he was sure to do it in the next night, and when he did it not in the night, he was sure to do it in the following day. One chill April day, as Brian sat alone before the gloomy cave that had given him a winter shelter in the depths of the forests of Clare, his quick ear, well trained in woodcraft, caught the sound of a light step in the thicket. Snatching his ever-ready spear, he stood on guard and demanded, "Who is there?" No answer followed his summons, but as he waited and listened, he heard the notes of a song, low and gentle, as if for his ear alone. Quote, "Chieftain of the stainless shield, prince who brooks no tribute fee, ne'er shall he to pagan yield, who prevailed at Carrick-lee. Rouse thee, arm thee, hark and heed, Erin's strength in Erin's need." Unquote. "'Tis the Banshee," was the youth's first thought. "The guardian of our clan urgeth me to speedier action." Then he called aloud, "Who sings of triumph to Brian the heavy-hearted?" "Be no longer Brian the heavy-hearted, be, as thou ever art, Brian the brave," came the reply, and through the parting thicket appeared not the dreaded vision of Eobin, the Banshee, but the fair young face of his foster sister, Ima of the golden hair. "Better days await thee, Brian my brother," she said. "Mahon the king bids thee meet him at Holy Isle. None dared bring his message for fear of the death-dealing Danes who have circled thee with their earthlines. But what dare not I do for so gallant a foster-brother?" With the courtesy that marked the men of even those savage times, the boy chieftain knelt and kissed the hem of the daring little maiden's purple robe. "And what wishes my brother, the king, O Ima of the golden hair?" he said. "Knows he not that Brian has sworn never to bend his neck to the foreigner?" "That does he know right well," replied the girl, "but his only words to me were, 'Bid Brian my brother keep heart and keep this tryst with me, and the sons of Kennedy may still stand, unfettered, kings of Erin.' So Brian kept the tryst. Near the southern shores of Lough Derg, the Holy Isle still lies all strewn with the ruins of the 7 churches that gave it this name. The outlawed young chieftain met the king. Braving the dangers of Danish capture and death, he had come unattended to meet his brother. "Where, O Brian, are thy followers?" King Mahon inquired. "Save the 15 faithful men that remain to me in the caves of Uim Bloit," said the lad. "The bones of my followers rest on many a field, from the mountains of Connaught to the gates of Limerick, for their chieftain, O my brother, maketh no truce with the foe. Thou art but a boy, O Brian, and like a boy thou dost talk," said the king reprovingly. "Thy pride doth make thee imprudent, for what thou hast gained, since, spite of all, thy followers lie dead." "Gained!" exclaimed the young chieftain impetuously as he faced Mahon the king. "I have gained the right to be called true son of the Can of Class, of ancestors who would brook no insult, who would pay no tribute fee to invaders, who would give no hostage, and as to my trusty liegemen who have fallen, is it not the inheritance of the Can of Class to die for their honour and their homes?" demanded Brian. "So surely it is no honour in valorous men, my brother, to abandon without battle or conflict their father's inheritance to Danes and traitorous kings?" The unyielding courage of the lad roused the elder brother to action, and, secretly but swiftly, he gathered the chiefs of the clan for council in the dun of King Mahon by the ford of Killaloe. "Freedom for Erin and death to the Danes!" cried they, as the voice of one man, says the record. Again the warning beacons flamed from cairn and hilltop. In the shadow of the Rock of Cashel, the royal sun burst, the banner of the ancient kings was flung to the breeze, and clansmen and vassals and allies rallied beneath its folds to strike one mighty blow for the redemption of Ireland. In the county of Tipperary, in the midst of what is called the Golden Valley, this remarkable Rock of Cashel looms up 300 feet above the surrounding plain, its top, even now, crowned with the ruins of what were, in Brian's day, palace and chapel, turret and battlement, and ancient tower. Beneath the rough archway of the triple ramparts at the foot of the rock, and up the sharp ascent, there rode one day the herald of Ivar, the Danish king of Limerick. Through the gateway of the palace he passed, and striding into the audience hall, spoke thus to Mahon the king. Hear now, O king, Ivar, the son of Sitrick, king of Limerick, and sole overlord of Munster, doth summon thee, his vassal, to give up to him this fortress of Castle, to disperse thy followers, to send to him at Limerick, bounden with chains, the body of Brian the outlaw, and to render unto him tribute and hostage. King Mahon glanced proudly out to where upon the ramparts fluttered the flag of Ireland. Say to Ivar, the son of Sitrick, he said, that Mahon, king of Thomond, spurns his summons, and will pay no tribute for his own inheritance. And say thou too, cried his impetuous younger brother, that Brian, the son of Kennedy, and all the men of the clan of Cass prefer destruction and death, rather than submit to the tyranny of pirates and the overlordship of foreigners and Danes. Hear then, Mahon, king of Thomond, hear thou and all thy clan the words of Ivar, the son of Sitrick, came the stern warning of the Danish herald. Thus says the king, I will gather against thee a greater muster and hosting, and I will so ravage and destroy the can of Class that there shall not be left of ye one man to guide a horse's head across a ford, an abbot or a venerable person within the four corners of Munster, who shall not be utterly destroyed or brought under subjection to me, Ivar the king. Tell thy master, said Mahon the king, unmoved by this terrible threat, that the can of Cass defy his boastful words, and will show in battle which are lords of Erin. And tell thy master, said his brother, that Brian the outlaw will come to Limerick not bound with chains, but to bind them. The Danish power was strong and terrible, but the action of the two valiant brothers was swift, and their example was inspiring. Clansmen and vassals flocked to their standard, and a great and warlike host gathered in old Cashel. Brian led them to battle, and near a willow forest, close to the present town of Tipperary, the opposing forces met in battle that lasted from sunrise to midday. And the sunburst banner of the ancient kings streamed victorious over a conquered field, and the hosts of the Danes were routed. From Tipperary to Limerick, Brian pursued the flying enemy, and capturing Limerick, took therefrom great stores of booty and many prisoners, and the queer old Irish record thus briefly tells the terrible story of young Brian's vengeance, a story that fittingly shows us the cruel customs of those savage days of old, days now fortunately gone forever. The fort and the good town he reduced to a cloud of smoke and to red fire afterward. The whole of the captives were collected on the hills of Saingal, and every one that was fit for war was killed, and every one that was fit for a slave was enslaved. And from the day of Limerick's downfall, the star of Ireland brightened, as in battle after battle, Brian Boru, footnote, Brian of the Tribute, end footnote, the wise and valiant young chieftain, was hailed as victor and deliverer from sea to sea. Upon the death of his brother Mahon in the year 976, Brian became King of Thomond, of Munster, and of Cashel. Then, uniting the rival clans and tribes under his sovereign rule, he was crowned at Tara in the year 1000, Ardrai, or High King of Erin. The reign of this great King of Ireland was peaceful and prosperous. He built churches, fostered learning, made bridges and causeways, and constructed a road around the coast of the whole kingdom. In his palace at Kincora, near the old dun of his father, King Kennedy, by the ford of Killaloe, he dispensed a royal hospitality, administered a rigid and impartial justice, and so continued in prosperity for the rest of his reign, having been at his death 38 years King of Munster, and 15 years sovereign of all Ireland. So the boy chieftain came to be King of Ireland, and the story of his death is as full of interest and glory as the record of his boyish deeds. For Brian grew to be an old, old man, and the Danes and some of the restless Irishmen whom he had brought under his sway revolted against his rule. So the grand old man of 90 years led his armies out from the tree-shaded ramparts of royal Kincora, and meeting the enemy on the plains of Dublin, fought on Friday, April the 23rd, 1014, near the little fishing station of Clontarf, the last and most terrible struggle of Norsemen and Gael, of pagan and Christian on Irish soil. It was a bloody day for Ireland, but though the aged king and 4 of his 6 sons, with 11,000 of his followers, were slain on that fatal field, the Danes were utterly routed, and the Battle of Clontarf freed Ireland forever from their invasions and tyrannies. End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 88 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Ireland, Part 2, 6 Centuries of Oppression. Historical note. The Norman barons who invaded Ireland in the 12th century were only looking for plunder, but soon the discipline of their soldiers and the strong castles they built made them a power in the land. Throughout the 13th century, Ireland was torn by the incessant struggle of Norman barons and Irish chiefs, but gradually the later comers mingled and intermarried with the natives until they became almost as Irish as the Irish themselves. The Tudor monarchs reasserted England's authority over Ireland and placed the country under English law. Irish chiefs were evicted from their estates, and the land was given to English settlers. Roman Catholics were excluded from all public offices and threatened with fine and imprisonment if they did not attend the Protestant Church. The result of these and other tyrannical measures was a series of rebellions that were put down with the greatest cruelty. In 1641, the Irish seized the opportunity of the conflict in England between King and Parliament to take a bloody vengeance for their woes, and thousands of the English settlers were killed or driven from the country. 8 years later, Cromwell landed in Ireland with 18,000 veteran soldiers and subdued the country as it had never been subdued before. Under James II, the Catholics were given a share in the government. As a result, he found warm support in Ireland after he was driven from the English throne by William of Orange. In 1690, King William followed James to Ireland, and by his victory at the Boyne, that country was once more subdued. Severe laws were again enacted against Catholics, and the commerce and industry of the unhappy country were deliberately destroyed by a series of laws prohibiting exports and foreign trade. By the end of the 18th century, the limit of endurance was again reached, and another revolt ensued that was put down with difficulty. The only result of this uprising was the suppression of the Parliament at Dublin and the formation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 89 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Edited by Eva March Tappin. Section 89. The House of the Geraldines, by Justin H. McCarthy. By the beginning of the 14th century, the Normans of England had blended with the English, and the Normans of Ireland had blended with the Irish. England's only real authority in Ireland was over the district about Dublin, known as the Pale. In the effort to increase this authority, and to prevent the Normans and Irish from becoming one race, England passed the Statute of Kilkenny. By this statute, Normans were forbidden to speak the Irish language, and if a Norman followed any Irish custom or even wore the Irish dress, he was to forfeit his lands and suffer imprisonment. If he ventured to marry an Irish woman, the statute bade that his property should be forfeited, and that he himself should be hanged, cut down, and disembowelled, while yet alive. The most powerful of the Norman Irish families were the Geraldines, or Fitzgeralds, of Kildare, East Munster, the Butlers of Ormond, West Munster, and the Burks of Connaught. The Editor. The story of the House of Geraldine is one of the most romantic in all Irish history. The Geraldines were descended from the two brothers, Maurice and William Fitzgerald, who came to Ireland at the heels of Strongbow. Through varying fortunes, at one time the whole house was nearly exterminated by McCarthy More. They had risen to a proud position of rule in Ireland. They owned all the broad lands, from Maynooth to Lixnaw. Their followers swarmed everywhere, bearing a G on their breast in token that they owed their parts to the Geraldines. After Bosworth battle had placed Henry VII on the throne of Richard of Gloucester, the new king was too busy with his kingdom to give much thought to Ireland. The English colony was in a bad way there. It was reduced to the county of Dublin, and parts of Meath, Louth, and Kildare. The greater part of the island was entirely in the hands of Irish chieftains, who exacted tribute from the English, and scornfully set at naught the continued and meaningless renewals of the statutes of Kilkenny. Henry at first left Ireland alone. He was ever content to leave the Geraldine control of the country unquestioned, although the Geraldines had been so defiantly Yorkist, and though not a few followers of the house had painted their own white roses red with their own blood on many an English field, they were Yorkist still. When Lambert Simnel came over to Ireland, pretending to be the son of false fleeting, perjured Clarence, the Geraldines rallied round him with warm support and sympathy. When this image of a king was swept from the throne to the kitchen, Perkin Warbeck took his place, claimed to be the Duke of York, whom Gloucester had murdered in the Tower, and he, too, found Geraldine aid and maintenance. Henry had now learned something of the strength of Irish disaffection in the hands of the Irish chiefs, and prepared to crush it out more subtly than by the sword. We have seen what the Irish Parliament was like, a poor thing enough in itself, but at worst containing the principles of a representative system. This system Henry resolved to destroy. 3 centuries had passed since the Norman banners had first floated over the Irish fields, and in all that time no attempt had been made to force the English laws upon the Irish setts, or to interfere with the self-government of the Norman settlers. Now in 1494, Henry sent over Sir Edward Poynings as Lord Deputy, with an army at his back, to change altogether the relationship between the two islands. Poynings summoned a parliament at Drogheda, at which the famous measure known as Poynings' Act was passed. This act established that all English laws should operate in Ireland, and that the consent of the Privy Council of England was necessary for all acts of the Irish Parliament. These measures at once deprived Ireland of all claim to independent government. Henceforward she was to be the helpless dependent of the conquering country. But the loss of liberty did not destroy the Irish desire for freedom. It rather gave it an additional incentive to action. Ireland being thus soldered close to England, Henry was content to leave the government of the country in the hands of its most powerful man. All Ireland, men said, was not a match for the Earl of Kildare. Then let the Earl of Kildare govern all Ireland, said Henry VII, and gave the rule of Ireland into its hands. He had been the most potent spirit in Ireland under the old system. To confirm his power under the new seemed to the astute Henry the surest means of securing his alliance and the quiet dependence of Ireland. His successor, the 8th Henry, looked on the Geraldine power with grave jealousy. The control of the island was practically in the hands of the Earls of Kildare and their followers, and was drifting day by day farther from the control and supremacy of England. What use were statutes of Kilkenny and Poyning's acts if the country was under the command of an Anglo-Irish house who defied the authority of England? His jealousy of the Geraldines was fostered by Wolsey, who was considerably under the influence of the House of Ormond, bitter enemies of the Geraldines. Gerald, the 9th Earl, son of Henry VII's deputy, was summoned to England. He was at once thrown into the Tower, and false news of his execution was sent to Dublin. His son, Lord Thomas Fitzgerald, Silken Thomas, as he was commonly called by his people, from the splendour of his dress, displayed no silken spirit. He raised at once a desperate revolt against the king. But his forces were shattered by the English artillery, brought thus into Irish warfare for the first time. He and his 5 uncles were compelled to surrender. They were sent to London, to the Tower, where the Earl of Kildare had died of a broken heart, and they were all hanged at Tyburn. Only one of their kin, a boy of 12, a son of the Earl of Kildare, by his second wife, escaped from the slaughter of his race to Rome, to found again the fortunes of his house. End of section 72. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 90 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Ava March Tappan. Section number 90. The Geraldines, by Thomas Davis. The Geraldines, the Geraldines, 'tis full 1,000 years since mid the Tuscan vineyards bright flash their battle spears. When Capet seized the crown of France, their iron shields were known, and their sabre dint struck terror on the banks of the Garonne. Across the downs of Hastings they spurred hard by William's side, and the grey sands of Palestine with Moslem blood they dyed. But never then nor thence till now had falsehood or disgrace been seen to soil Fitzgerald's plume or mantle in his face. The Geraldines, the Geraldines, 'tis in Strongbow's van, by lawless force as conquerors their Irish reign began. And oh, through many a dark campaign they proved their prowess stern, in Leinster's plains and Munster's vales, on kings and chief and kern. But noble was the cheer within the hall so rudely won, and generous was the steel-gloved hand that had such slaughter done. How gay their laugh, how proud their mien! You'd ask no herald's sign, among 1,000 you had known the princely Geraldine. These Geraldines, not long or air they breathed, not long they fed on venison and Irish water seethed, not often had their children been by Irish mothers nursed, when from their full and genial hearts an Irish feeling burst. The English monarchs strove in vain, by law, by force and bribe, to win from Irish thoughts and ways this more than Irish tribe, for still they clung to fosterage, to brehon, cloak, and bard. What king dare say to Geraldine, your Irish wife discard? Ye Geraldines, how royally ye reigned, o'er Desmond broad and rich Kildare, and English arts disdained. Your sword made knights, your banner waved, free was your bugle call, by Glen's green slopes and Dingle's tide, from Barrow's banks to Youghal. What gorgeous shrines, what brehon lore, what minstrel feats there were, in and around Maynooth's grey keep and palace-filled Adair. But not for rite or feast ye stayed, when friend or kin were pressed, and foemen fled, when Cramabas bespoke your lance and rest. Ye Geraldines, since Silken Thomas flung King Henry's sword on council board the English thanes among, ye never ceased to battle brave against the English sway, though axe and brand and treachery your proudest cut away. Of Desmond's blood through women's veins passed on the exhausted tide. His title lives, a Saxon churl usurps the lion's hide, And though Kildare tower haughtily, there's ruin at the root, else why, since Edward fell to earth, had such a tree no fruit? True Geraldine, brave Geraldine, as torrents mould the earth, you channeled deep old Ireland's heart by constancy and worth. When ginkgo leaguered Limerick the Irish soldiers gazed, to see if in the setting sun dead Desmond's banner blazed. And still it is the peasants' hope upon the Currach's mere, they live, will see 10,000 men with good Lord Edward here. So let them dream till brighter days, when not by Edward's shade, but by some leader true as he, their lines shall be arrayed. These Geraldines, rain wears away the rock, and time may wear away the tribe that stood the battle shock. But ever, sure, while one is left of all that honoured race, in front of Ireland's chivalry is that Fitzgerald's place. And though the last were dead and gone, how many a field and town, from Thomas Court to Abbey Field, would cherish their renown, and men would say of Valor's rise or ancient power's decline, 'Twill never soar, it never shone, as did the Geraldine. The Geraldines, and are there any fears within the sons of conquerors for full 1,000 years? Can treason spring from out a soil bedewed with martyrs' blood? Or has that grown a purling brook which long rushed down a flood? But Desmond swept with sword and fire, by clan and keep laid low, by silken Thomas and his kin, by sainted Edward? No! The forms of century rise, and in the Irish line command their son to take the post that fits the Geraldine. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 91 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Vengeance of Cromwell, 1649, by Oliver Cromwell. After the execution of Charles I in 1649, Cromwell set out to subdue Ireland. One of the first of his operations was the attack upon Drogheda, or Tredah. The following is part of his own account of what happened after his forces had made their way into the city. The men who were shipped to the Barbados were sold as slaves, a far worse fate than death. The Editor. Divers of the enemy retreated into the Mill Mount, a place very strong and of difficult access, being exceedingly high, having a good graft, and strongly palisadoed. The governor, Sir Arthur Ashton, and divers considerable officers being there, our men getting up to them, were ordered by me to put them all to the sword. And indeed, being in the heat of action, I forbade them to spare any that were in arms in the town. And I think that night they put to the sword about 2,000 men, divers of the officers and soldiers being fled over the bridge into the other part of the town, where about 100 of them possessed St. Peter's Church steeple, some of the West Gate, and others a strong round tower next the gate called St. Sunday's. These being summoned to yield to mercy, refused, whereupon I ordered the steeple of St. Peter's Church to be fired. The next day the other 2 towers were summoned, and one of which was about 6 or 7 score, but they refused to yield themselves, and we, knowing that hunger must compel them, set only good guards to secure them from running away until their stomachs were come down. From one of the said towers, notwithstanding their condition, they killed and wounded some of our men. When they submitted, their officers were knocked on the head, and every 10th man of the soldiers killed, and the rest shipped for the Barbados. The soldiers in the other tower were all spared, as to their lives only, and shipped likewise for the Barbados. I am persuaded that this is a righteous judgment of God upon these barbarous wretches, who have imbrued their hands in so much innocent blood, and that it will tend to prevent the effusion of blood for the future, which are the satisfactory grounds to such actions, which otherwise cannot but work remorse and regret. The officers and soldiers of this garrison were the flower of their army, and their great expectation was, that our attempting this place would put fair to ruin us, they being confident of the resolution of their men and the advantage of the place. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 92, After the Rebellion of 1641, 1653, by Mrs. E. M. Field. This morning's sun rose very brightly. There was not a cloud in all the sky, and I was very glad, for at all times I love sunshine, and on Sunday it seems only right to see it. I dressed quickly and went down into the great hall, singing as I went. The great wolf dogs rose up from where they lay by the fire, our turf fire that burns almost all the year round, for we love the cheerfulness of it, and came barking and fawning upon me. Dogs have a wonderful power of sympathy. If one is sad, they see it and are gentle in their demonstrations of affection. But when one is glad, they are glad too, and show it with all their might, as these good beasts did now. "Ah, Bran, ah, Rory," I said, "but you must not forget your master. Pierce, where's Pierce? Good dogs." At the mention of that name, the dogs suddenly ceased their delighted capers, turned their eyes from corner to corner of the room, and whined piteously. "He is not here, dear dogs," I said, "and I know not how we have the heart to be glad when he is hiding, and Cromwell holds the land. But I think it is just because everything has been so dark that I have the heart to be glad now, because sad times always do give place to better in the end, and so I think it must be soon with us. The terrible avenger Cromwell has ravaged to his heart's content. It was 1649 when he landed. In 1650 our soldiers laid down their arms, and last year of 1652 the Parliament issued an act banishing those who had taken a leading part in Sir Phelim's revolt, and with them strange companions in misfortune, all the Protestant hierarchy, and dividing their lands among soldiers and others at their pleasure. My father bore no arms in that rising, because for many years he has been afflicted with partial numbness on one side of his body, making him incapable of warfare, strong man though he is yet. We have little to fear, I think, therefore, although indeed I think we have as little to hope. Thus I mused this morning in the great hall until my mother came in, and my father followed her. After them came servants bringing breakfast, as many dishes and as heavy as in the days when the great hall was ever filled with guests and retainers, as I trust it may be again. But many a familiar face will never more be seen here. The King of Spain has a great army of Irish swordsmen now, and France and Poland too are rich in those brave and fearless hearts. "What, up with the birds, my Ethna?" said my father. "The long day is never long enough for the child." And as I bent to kiss his hand, he kissed my forehead, and graciously gave me leave to sit down at once. So soon as the meal was finished, the servants brought mantles, and we went down together to the church, which we see from the windows of the great hall, Darraheen, our island church. Outside the house is a broad terrace, beyond the terrace long slopes of emerald green grass, descending to the lake that nestles among its wooded shores, and bears on its breast a wooded islet or two. On the right hand a long promontory juts out into the calm waters, and on this the church is built. Blue hills close the view. They might be the end of the world for all I care. Nothing is so dear to me as the lake and the woods, and the fertile fields that stretch away left and right where the trees end. The shore of the lake is a gay scene on Sunday morning, when the little bell rings for mass, and the people come from far and near afoot, or more commonly in their boats. They are amphibious like the beavers, and learn to swim as soon as they learn to run. Rowing, moreover, is very early learned. Our flat-bottomed cots are not easily overturned, and even if a youngster should contrive to fall into the water, he can swim like any fish, and his clothing of homespun can easily be wrung out and dried. Up the lake came the boats as I stood waiting. 4 oars. The first thing that comes to hand will do. A fire shovel, a spade, a narrow log for cutting turf, a piece of board. Never were there such people as the Irish for contrivance. My father declares something is sure to be ready to hand, and vogue la galère. I watched the crowd assembling, some of the men in the old quilted jerkin, which keeps the body warm at home and defends it in battle, others in the wide and long mantles which cover many deficiencies, some with bare feet, others with thick brogues, and in blue hose made from beginning to end by their wives, who comb the wool and card it, spin it on their cheerful whirling wheels, and knit it afterwards into those comfortable garments. For the women, their gowns were blue or else scarlet, woven in the village loom. They mostly carried their brogues in stockings. If they came on foot, they certainly did so, pausing before they turned the last corner to put them on, and so appear in full dress at the church door. The husbands of the married women carried the brogues for their wives as well as their own, being courteous at heart, though lowly born. Some of the very well-to-do came on their cars, with the two solid wooden wheels, and the flat planking nailed above the axles, the most elementary vehicle, I suppose, that ever was made. One here and there had a wicker creel attached to it, for use on market days. Another would have a rough wooden bench to form a seat for the passengers. A few had bits of wood nailed along to form low sides, a great convenience on weekdays when sand or gravel forms the load. The women who came by boat sat in easy dignity upon low wooden creepies, set in the stern of the flat-bottomed cots, while the menfolk rowed or punted with long poles. Some few solitary individuals came along in coracles of wicker work covered with hide. From far and near they came as they might. None stayed away except those who by very grievous infirmity were compelled. Even old age was not a hindrance, for Terence MacSwiney, stout, sturdy young fellow that he is, carried his old grandmother on his back, Judy MacSwiney, whose age no one accurately knows, but who had had the great honor of being foster mother to my father, which proud post gives great dignity to the MacSwiney family, and was bought by them, as I believe, for a great number of cows, 50 at the least, contributed by brothers and cousins, all the members of Judy's family, as was the custom of that day. It was one of those strangely still days which come in early autumn, when nature seems to rest, exhausted like a new-made mother. All she could do has been done. Her harvests are golden, her fruit is ripe, her roses have blown, her young birds are strong on the wing. In perfect silence, neither triumphant nor disappointed, she seems to rest awhile. The first yellow leaves were dropping into the perfectly unruffled lake, like fairy gold thrown to the care of the water sprites. The sun was hot, but the air had a pleasant, crisp freshness. Commend me to happy September for a truly pleasant day. Many a kindly greeting passed between us and our people, as my father sat on the chair that is always set for him outside the church door, till the hour of 9 strikes, and he enters the well-filled house of God. In their melodious Gaelic, the people wished us many more happy Sundays, and saints' days, and all other good things in this world and the next, and ever a vein of poetry ran through their greetings. "I'm growing old, Teague. I cannot expect much more sunshine," said my father, to whom Teague Rafferty had wished that many years of such sun as was shining now might be his. "But if the yellow sunbeams were gone from his lord's head," protested Teague, "the moon of his silver hair had only begun to shine." At which my father laughed, and said that it was strange that on my head there was no gold. What wish could Teague give to raven-haired Ethna? "That every hair on her head may be a candle to light her to glory, the pulse of our hearts," said Teague. And the hour of 9 struck, and we went into the chapel, where Father Ambrose stood at the altar and celebrated the Mass. Our people's warm hearts were deeply moved by the sacred rites. They are eager alike in love and in hate. In devotion they are vehement. They sobbed oftentimes and beat their breasts, and tears flowed down many an old and wrinkled face. Not one word of the Latin is understood by them. It seemed to me almost strange that they should be so moved, but as the emotion rose, so it died away when the Mass was ended. With the scent of the incense and the sound of the chanting, it passed away, and a merry throng they were that streamed out into the sunshine again. At the corner of the broad terrace in front of the castle windows is a great beech, whose branches spread very widely, and its top shoots far up into the sky. A splendid tree it is, and of great age, and under the shelter of its spreading branches my father's great oaken armchair was set after Mass. Then the people, repairing to their boats and cars, or fetching bundles which they had laid under the trees, brought the offerings due from them as tenants. A basket of fat, cackling geese from one, from another a tub of rich golden butter, from the poorest eggs and honeycombs, hares and pigeons, or plump young ducks and chickens, from the better to do a heifer or two, or a few sheep, which were driven up that the knight of Lara might see that they were noble beasts and worthy of his acceptance. Pigs there were, too, in plenty, the faithful friends of our cottagers, cheaply fed as they are, and easily tended. "You have brought me a fair offering, friends," said my father when all was spread before him. "Only Brian Lynch has nothing. How is that?" Brian Lynch stood with downcast face in the background. He now came forward sadly. Long illness had sorely hindered him, he said. Nevertheless he had brought some honeycomb, if the knight would be pleased to take so poor an offering, and he would gladly give labor over and above that which was required of him, if only his lord would be pleased to forgive his shortcomings this time. "Take the honeycomb back to your children, Brian," said my father. "It may well be that they are hungry, and come daily to the castle for a loaf, Brian. Ethna," he added, turning to me, "it may be that you can help Brian Lynch's children with some of the work of your busy needle. Is it so?" I could, and I had promised so to do. Tears rushed to Brian Lynch's eyes. He threw himself on the ground and kissed the hem of my father's mantle, declaring that but for so good and patient a master he could not live or survive his misfortunes. But now hope filled his heart again, like sunshine that comes back in spring. "Murtough Fogarty," said my father, when Brian had gone away joyful, "you are hiding yourself in the crowd, and you also have brought me no offering. How is this?" But when Murtough would have sheltered himself under the same excuse which had so well profited Brian Lynch, my father shook his head and frowned. "That is not true in your case, and the excuse will not serve your turn, Murtough. Strong drink is the root of all your misfortunes, that and idleness. Have I said truly?" The man, hanging his head, confessed that nothing could ever be concealed from the master, so wise and discerning was he. "I give you 3 months' grace, Murtough," said the knight sternly. "If at the end of that time you bring me a due offering, well; if not, you and your family must come and serve me without any wage but your food till all is worked for." The sentence was meekly accepted, and the men came again, one by one, to ask what free labor they should give until Christmas. My father's harvest had been brought in, each man helping as he could, for our hired servants were but few, and this was customary. Now the turf for the great winter fires in the castle had to be drawn home, and each man was required to give the use of his car and of his own hands for a greater or less number of days, according to his ability. This matter also was settled for each one with due care. "My friends," said then my father, "is all just and right?" "It is all just and right," they answered, and again he asked, thinking of the changing times, "Shall I do away with free labor and offerings in kind, and bid you pay me rent, as they do in England?" There was little doubt of the mind of the people, as with one voice they entreated that he would never change the old customs. "Spend me, but defend me," has ever been their motto. Nor have I any mind to do so, but the times are changing, and the newly come English ever demand their rent, my father answered sadly, and then he desired that all who had any case to bring before him should at once proceed. At this several men stepped forward, for the people will not, if they can help it, that is, unless summoned to appear, go before any of the English courts. They come to my father with any dispute, and abide gladly and willingly by his decisions. "Have you the roll?" my father asked, and a servant brought to him upon a velvet cushion the ancient roll of the Brehon Law, which for so many and many a long year has been kept in our family, and was formerly expounded by the chief Son Brehon in presence of as many of the sept as could gather upon a hilltop above our shining lake. With much vehemence each side in the first cause argued before my father, the complainant accusing the other of a theft which was eventually brought home to him, and he was commanded to pay an eric of 2 pounds 10 shillings in English money, or an ox, a fine beast, being valued at that sum; to restore besides the valuables which he had taken, certain ancient jewels and ornaments of gold and silver, which had been preserved with almost religious care by the complainant, The sentence was the heavier because the theft had been committed on the Feast of Assumption, a serious aggravation according to our ancient law of the offence. In England, so I have heard, they take a man's life for stealing a sheep. Such a law seems horrible to our people, especially as the administering of it here has little comfort for them, since here, if the defendant be English, it is ever reckoned answer enough to say that the plaintiff is a mere Irishman. On the next case there was conflict of evidence. That very morning, so the miller of Ardee declared, Lawrence Riley had crept into his mill and had abstracted a sack of flour. In answer, Lawrence declared that he had not been there, but far away. Could he prove it? Ay, that he could. He could call witnesses by the score to show that he had been in another place, or in several other places, if the Knight of Laura so desired. Nor was he one whit abashed when it was pointed out by the laughter that arose that his last answer had not been for his advantage. My father turned to the miller. You say you did not hear the thief? The miller had heard no sound. It was strange, for he was certainly in the mill. My father beckoned to one standing by. Take off his brogues. It was done. A pair of clean and neat blue hose appeared. The hose next, and Lawrence's bare feet showed unmistakable traces of the miller's white, dusty floor. Strong evidence, truly, for the plaintiff. Great was the triumph of the adversary, great was the respect paid to the wisdom of the Knight of Laura. Lawrence himself, though compelled to pay an eric, seemed as much pleased as anybody. It was a fine story to tell again, and to be sure some one must pay the piper. And now, said my father, having by a wave of the hand dismissed the attendant pleaders, and returned the roll to its cushion, on which it was at once carried into the castle, we have done a good day's work. Let us have some play. Where is the cake? And Rory, the piper. Rory, with his pipes under his arm, was to the fore in a moment. Girls in scarlet or blue skirts, with kerchiefs neatly tied over their shoulders, and perhaps another over their hair, or a gay ribbon to tie it, stepped forward readily enough, and the young men no less readily. Mantles were even thrown aside by many of the elders, and the piper's elbow was soon at work filling his pipes with a will. Meantime Larry Ogue came forth from the castle with a pike 10 feet long in his hands, carrying high above his head on the point of it a round board on which was the cake, a right good cake, as I know well, who helped to make it. Round the board was a thick wreath of Michaelmas daisies and red berries, and such field flowers as could still be found, while on pegs at the very edge of the rosiest apples of the year were fixed, set close to each other in a bright circle, red cheek to red cheek. Then every lad choosing for himself a lass, they danced in a ring round about the cake, which Larry Ogue held upright on its pike handle, and a merry scene it was, for Rory piped, and those who stood round encouraged the dancers to do their best for the cake, seeing that the couple that held up longest would win it as a prize. So the mirth grew greater and greater, as one couple and another gave in with faces crimson as the apples, till at last no one was left but Teague O'Rourke, my brother Pierce's foster brother, and pretty Nora, nee Houlihan, who duly received the cake and the apples. The cake they cut up, and it vanished wonderfully fast. Then Nora threw the apples, and the young men scrambled for them, and each one who was fortunate enough to get an apple presented it to some girl, and got in return a kiss, if he could, but as often as not he only received a clout, which was not an unmixed pleasure, I should imagine, as the arms of these fair ones were strengthened by haymaking and milking, and other tasks that make firm muscles. Ah, it was a merry day. A comfortable meal was laid out upon the short grass in a green glade, and there the people rested and ate and were glad, and sang out old songs that have mostly a wail in them, even if the words are gay. And last of all, Teague O'Rourke sang a song of his own making, or more probably of Malachi, our old harper's, which made a silence fall upon the merry gathering, as if a shadow passed over it. For he sang of the Brynin Dun, the sloe tree, and by that name they call my brother Pierce, because his eyes are dark as the sloes, and his hair is raven black as it clusters over his forehead in the ancient Irish fashion of the Coolin, which we love, and which the English hate, and have long striven to abolish. They were rude rhymes enough that Teague sang, but they went to our hearts, as the finest melodies and most inspired words could hardly have done, and this was his song. My Drynin Dun's fairer than a soft summer day. My Drynin Dun's breath is like the new mown hay. and his smile, Magil more, my brightness of my heart, like the ray of the sun, and the name they call him is the Drinnen Dun. Kushla Makri, vein of my heart, is the rain falling dreary, where thou art keeping guard, toil worn and weary? Youth of the strong arm, oh, where art thou gone, dwelling in the shade of the Drinnen Don? Curse upon the Sassenach, English, joy bless them never, the hearthstone of hell be their pillow forever. God's red wrath shall leave them no rest 'neath the sun, for all our hearts are breaking for my Drinnen Dun. Teague, cried my father, I will not have that song sung. I've said it before. If you have a mind to sing, sing songs that will give us the hearts of men, and not a fillaloo, only fit for a woman. And you, he turned to the harper, add at once a cheerful strain to the song, since I doubt not that it is of your making, and henceforth whoso sings it must sing the whole, under pain of my anger. Ay, but he can sing the curses twice over if he list, he added under his breath. Thus adjured the old blind harper, who sat shrouded in his long mantle, a little apart from the gay crowd, struck the chords of his harp, and sang to the same melody, but in a major key. Teague having passed after his first verse into a wild minor strain. Hark how the blackbird sings, Shula, Shula, a rune, come, come, my dear, Slantha, a health, ma vorneen, my darling, come soon. For the snow melts away, and the summer's begun, when we see the first blossoms of the Drinnen Dun. There is hope here, but you might have promised him to us a little sooner than the spring, Malaki, said my father, between sighing and smiling, and he called upon any who were willing to come forth and dance again. And you, Ethna, my child, take part in the sport and lead the handkerchief dance. The Knight of Lara's daughter need bate no jot of her dignity, but will add to her empire over the hearts of her father's people by joining in pleasure as in worship with them. I needed no such argument. To move to music is always a boundless pleasure to me. Do not all young and strong creatures find it so? Certainly a horse springs under the rider at the sound of cheerful music, as if to live and move had all at once become a doubled pleasure. But I linger too long over the story of this day. We have lived through many a merrier, after all, Rent Day, and Patron Day, and St. Patrick's happy feast. But this was the very last, and I think I shall never forget anything that happened from morning till the night of it. For as I was winding in and out with the best dancers present, holding a silken kerchief and passing under it and back again in the various figures of the dance, there was suddenly a stir among the crowd, and Rory stopped piping, for half a dozen young gentlemen of the neighborhood rode up and dismounted, casting their reins to some of the lads standing by, and themselves at once approaching my parents. "Who comes here?" asked my father. "O'Loughlin, you are welcome, and Fitzgerald, your father's son as always, a Cadmilla Failfa, 100,000 welcomes, here. And the rest of you, those that remained, were not of family equal to his own. I am pleased to see you. Be seated where you will, on the grass beside me. Ho Teague, cushions for the O'Loughlin and the son of Hugh Fitzgerald." Young Fitzgerald was evidently too much disturbed in mind to answer this welcome as readily as he ought. He stood upright, holding a sheet of paper, and seemed uncertain how to utter what he had to say. "What, bashful?" cried my father, whose patience, to say truth, is not so long as that of Job. "Why, man, thou hadst ever the gift of the gab like a true Irishman. What is there in that half ounce of paper to turn thee as white as itself? Here, give me." There was silence while he read the paper which he had impatiently seized. It was a slow business, that reading, or so it seemed to me, for the perturbed faces of the young men led me to fear that evil news was contained on that plain white sheet, a foot wide perhaps by 2 feet long, printed on in fair black type with the official seal of Ireland drawn above. It was no wonder that my father rose without a word when he had finished, and went straight indoors, followed with eager anxiety by my mother, while we all stood and looked after them dismayed. For the paper was a proclamation of Oliver Cromwell, declaring that from henceforth all estates and farms in the 3 provinces should belong to the English soldiers and adventurers, and that the Irish nation must go bodily, children, cattle, and all, across the Shannon into the wilds of Connaught before the 1st of March of the next year, under penalty of death if found out of that province or the county of Clare after that date. Alas, alas for us, there is no blossoming of the Dwynwen Dun to check our sadness, no spring following our long winter, no dawn to end our dark night, but only sorrow and sorrow, and yet again sorrow. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain. Section 93 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World's Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 93, The Siege of Londonderry, 1689, by Thomas Babington Macaulay. When the English finally lost all patience with King James II, they invited his daughter and her husband, William of Orange, to become their sovereigns. James fled, but he did not give up hope of regaining his crown, and a year later he landed in Ireland with troops and money supplied by the King of France. All Ireland, except Ulster, was on his side, but Ulster, which had been taken from the Irish Catholic owners and given to English and Scotch Protestants, declared for William. Derry, or Londonderry, was its most strongly fortified town, and thither fled large numbers of the Protestants. To this town James, with his French and Irish forces, now laid siege. The Editor. May passed away, June arrived, and still Londonderry held out. There had been many sallies and skirmishes, with various success, but on the whole the advantage had been with the garrison. Several officers of note had been carried prisoners into the city, and the 2 French banners, torn after hard fighting from the besiegers, had been hung as trophies in the chancel of the cathedral. It seemed that the siege must be turned into a blockade, but before the hope of reducing the town by main force was relinquished, it was determined to make a great effort. The point selected for assault was an outwork called Windmill Hill, which was not far from the southern gate. Religious stimulants were employed to animate the courage of the forlorn hope. Many volunteers bound themselves by oath to make their way into the works or to perish in the attempt. Captain Butler, son of the Lord Mountgarret, undertook to lead the sworn men to the attacks. On the walls the colonists were drawn up in 3 ranks. The office of those who were behind was to load the muskets of those who were in front. The Irish came on boldly and with a fearful uproar, but after long and hard fighting were driven back. The women of Londonderry were seen amidst the thickest fire, serving out water and ammunition to their husbands and brothers. In one place, where the wall was only 7 feet high, Butler and some of his sworn men succeeded in reaching the top, but they were all killed or made prisoners. At length, after 400 of the Irish had fallen, their chiefs ordered a retreat to be sounded. Nothing was left but to try the effect of hunger. It was known that the stock of food in the city was but slender. Indeed, it was thought strange that the supplies should have held out so long. Every precaution was now taken against the introduction of provisions. All the avenues leading to the city by land were closely guarded. On the south were encamped along the left bank of the Foyle the horsemen who had followed Lord Galmoy from the valley of the Barrow. Their chief was of all the Irish captains the most dreaded and the most abhorred by the Protestants, for he had disciplined his men with rare skill and care, and many frightful stories were told of his barbarity and perfidy. Long lines of tents, occupied by the infantry of Butler and O'Neill, of Lord Slane and Lord Germanstown, by Nugent's Westmeath men, by Eustace's Kildare men, and by Kavanaugh's Kerry men, extended northward till they again approached the waterside. The river was fringed with forts and batteries, which no vessel could pass without great peril. After some time it was determined to make the security still more complete by throwing a barricade across the stream, about 1.5 miles below the city. Several boats full of stones were sunk. A row of stakes was driven into the bottom of the river. Large pieces of fir wood, strongly bound together, formed a boom, which was more than 1/4 mile in length, and which was firmly fastened to both shores by cables a foot thick. There could be no doubt that if Londonderry fell, the whole Irish army would instantly march in irresistible force upon Lough Erne. Yet what could be done? Some brave men were for making a desperate attempt to relieve the besieged city, but the odds were too great. Detachments, however, were sent which infested the rear of the blockading army, cut off supplies, and on one occasion carried away the horses of 3 entire troops of cavalry. Still the line of posts which surrounded Londonderry by land remained unbroken. The river was still strictly closed and guarded. Within the walls the distress had become extreme. So early as the 8th of June, horseflesh was almost the only meat which could be purchased, and of horseflesh the supply was scanty. It was necessary to make up the deficiency with tallow, and even tallow was doled out with a parsimonious hand. On the 15th of June a gleam of hope appeared. The sentinels on the top of the cathedral saw sails 9 miles off in the bay of Lough Foyle. 30 vessels of different sizes were counted. Signals were made from the steeples and were turned from the mastheads, but were imperfectly understood on both sides. At last a messenger from the fleet eluded the Irish sentinels, dived under the boom, and informed the garrison that Kirke had arrived from England with troops, arms, ammunition, and provisions to relieve the city. In Londonderry expectation was at the height, but a few hours of feverish joy were followed by weeks of misery. Kirke thought it unsafe to make any attempt, either by land or by water, on the lines of the besiegers, and retired to the entrance of Lough Foyle, where during several weeks he lay inactive. And now the pressure of famine became every day more severe. A strict search was made in all the recesses of all the houses of the city, and some provisions which had been concealed in cellars by people who had since died or made their escape were discovered and carried to the magazines. The stock of cannon balls was almost exhausted, and their place was supplied by brickbats coated with lead. Pestilence began, as usual, to make its appearance in the train of hunger. 15 officers died of fever in one day. The governor, Bekere, was among those who sank under the disease. His place was supplied by Colonel John Mitchelburne. Meanwhile it was known at Dublin that Kirke and his squadron were on the coast of Ulster. The alarm was great at the castle. Even before this news arrived, Avaux had given it as his opinion that Richard Hamilton was unequal to the difficulties of the situation. It had therefore been resolved that Rosen should take the chief command. He was now sent down with all speed. On the 19th of June he arrived at the headquarters of the besieging army. At first he attempted to undermine the walls, but his plan was discovered, and he was compelled to abandon it after a sharp fight in which more than 100 of his men were slain. Then his fury rose to a strange pitch. He, an old soldier, a marshal of France, in expectancy, trained in the school of the greatest generals, accustomed during many years to scientific war, to be baffled by a mob of country gentlemen, farmers, shopkeepers, who were protected only by a wall which any good engineer would at once have pronounced untenable. He raved, he blasphemed, in a language of his own, made up of all the dialects spoken from the Baltic to the Atlantic. He would raze the city to the ground. He would spare no living thing, no, not the young girls, not the babies at the breast. As to the leaders, death was too light a punishment for them. He would rack them. He would roast them alive. In his rage he ordered a shell to be flung into the town with a letter containing a horrible menace. He would, he said, gather into one body all the Protestants who had remained at their homes between Charlemont and the sea, old men, women, children, many of them near in blood and affection to the defenders of Londonderry. No protection, whatever might be the authority by which it had been given, should be respected. The multitude thus brought together should be driven under the walls of Londonderry, and should there be starved to death in the sight of their countrymen, their friends, their kinsmen. This was no idle threat. Parties were instantly sent out in all directions to collect victims. At dawn on the morning of the 2nd of July, hundreds of Protestants, who were charged with no crime, who were incapable of bearing arms, and many of whom had protections granted by James, were dragged to the gates of the city. It was imagined that the piteous sight would quell the spirit of the colonists, but the only effect was to rouse that spirit to still greater energy. An order was immediately put forth that no man should utter the word surrender on pain of death, and no man uttered that word. Several prisoners of high rank were in the town. Hitherto they had been well treated, and had received as good rations as were measured out to the garrison. They were now closely confined. A gallows was erected on one of the bastions, and a message was conveyed to Rosen, requesting him to send a confessor instantly to prepare his friends for death. The prisoners, in great dismay, wrote to the savage Livonian, but received no answer. They then addressed themselves to their countryman Richard Hamilton. They were willing, they said, to shed their blood for their king, but they thought it hard to die the ignominious death of thieves in consequence of the barbarity of their own companions in arms. Hamilton, though a man of lax principles, was not cruel. He had been disgusted by the inhumanity of Rosen, but being only second in command, could not venture to express publicly all that he thought. He, however, remonstrated strongly. Some Irish officers felt on this occasion, as it was natural that brave men should feel, and declared, weeping with pity and indignation, that they should never cease to have in their ears the cries of the poor women and children who had been driven at the point of the pike to die of famine between the camp and the city. Rosen persisted during 48 hours. In that time many unhappy creatures perished, but Londonderry held out as resolutely as ever, and he saw that his crime was likely to produce nothing but hatred and obloquy. He at length gave way, and suffered the survivors to withdraw. The garrison then took down the gallows which had been erected on the bastion. When the tidings of these events reached Dublin, James, though by no means prone to compassion, was startled by an atrocity of which the civil wars of England had furnished no example, and was displeased by learning that protections given by his authority and guaranteed by his honor had been publicly declared to be nullities. He complained to the French ambassadors, and said, with a warmth which the occasion fully justified, that Rosen was a barbarous Muscovite. Melfort could not refrain from adding that if Rosen had been an Englishman he would have been hanged. Avaux was utterly unable to understand this effeminate sensibility. In his opinion, nothing had been done that was at all reprehensible, and he had some difficulty in commanding himself when he heard the king and the secretary blame in strong language an act of wholesome severity. In truth, the French ambassador and the French general were well paired. There was a great difference, doubtless, in appearance and manner between the handsome, graceful, and refined diplomatist, whose dexterity and suavity had been renowned at the most polite courts of Europe, and the military adventurer whose look and voice reminded all who came near him that he had been born in a half savage country, that he had risen from the ranks, and that he had once been sentenced to death for marauding. But the heart of the courtier was even more callous than that of the soldier. Rosen was recalled to Dublin, and Richard Hamilton was again left in the chief command. He tried gentler means than those which had brought so much reproach on his predecessor. No trick, no lie, which was thought likely to discourage the starving garrison, was spared. One day a great shout was raised by the whole Irish camp. The defenders of Londonderry were soon informed that the army of James was rejoicing on account of the fall of Enniskillen. They were told that they had now no chance of being relieved, and were exhorted to save their lives by capitulating. They consented to negotiate, but what they asked was that they should be permitted to depart armed and in military array, by land or by water, at their choice. They demanded hostages for the exact fulfillment of these conditions, and insisted that the hostages should be sent on board of the fleet which lay in Lough Foyle. Such terms Hamilton durst not grant. The governors would abate nothing. The treaty was broken off, and the conflict recommenced. By this time July was far advanced, and the state of the city was, hour by hour, becoming more frightful. The number of the inhabitants had been thinned more by famine and disease than by the fire of the enemy, yet that fire was sharper and more constant than ever. One of the gates was beaten in, one of the bastions was laid in ruins, but the breaches made by day were repaired by night with indefatigable activity. Every attack was still repelled, but the fighting men of the garrison were so much exhausted that they could scarcely keep their legs. Several of them, in the act of striking at the enemy, fell down from mere weakness. A very small quantity of grain remained and was doled out by mouthfuls. The stock of salted hides was considerable, and by gnawing them the garrison appeased the rage of hunger. Dogs, fattened on the blood of the slain, who lay unburied round the town, were luxuries which few could afford to purchase. The price of a whelp's paw was 5 shillings and 6pence. 9 horses were still alive, and but barely alive. They were so lean that little meat was likely to be found upon them. It was, however, determined to slaughter them for food. The people perished so fast that it was impossible for the survivors to perform the rites of sepulture. There was scarcely a cellar in which some corpse was not decaying. Such was the extremity of distress that the rats who came to feast in those hideous dens were eagerly hunted and greedily devoured. A small fish caught in the river was not to be purchased with money. The only price for which such a treasure could be obtained was some handfuls of oatmeal. Leprosy, such as strange and unwholesome diet engenders, made existence a constant torment. The whole city was poisoned by the stench exhaled from the bodies of the dead and of the half-dead. That there should be fits of discontent and insubordination among men enduring such misery was inevitable. At one moment it was suspected that Walker had laid up somewhere a secret store of food and was reveling in private, while he exhorted others to suffer resolutely for the good cause. His house was strictly examined. His innocence was fully proved. He regained his popularity, and the garrison, with death in near prospect, thronged to the cathedral to hear him preach, drank in his earnest eloquence with delight, and went forth from the house of God with haggard faces and tottering steps, but with spirit still unsubdued. There were indeed some secret plottings. A very few obscure traitors opened communications with the enemy, but it was necessary that all such dealings should be carefully concealed. None dared to utter publicly any words save words of defiance and stubborn resolution. Even in that extremity the general cry was "No surrender!" And there were not wanting voices which in low tones added, "First the horses and hides, and then the prisoners, and then each other." It was afterwards related, half in jest, yet not without a horrible mixture of earnest, that a corpulent citizen, whose bulk presented a strange contrast to the skeletons which surrounded him, thought it expedient to conceal himself from the numerous eyes which followed him with cannibal looks whenever he appeared in the streets. It was no slight aggravation of the sufferings of the garrison that all this time the English ships were seen far off in Lough Foyle. Communication between the fleet and the city was almost impossible. One diver who had attempted to pass the boom was drowned, another was hanged. The language of signals was hardly intelligible. On the 13th of July, however, a piece of paper sewed up in a cloth button came to Walker's hands. It was a letter from Kirke, and contained assurances of speedy relief, but more than a fortnight of intense misery had since elapsed, and the hearts of the most sanguine were sick with deferred hope. By no art could the provisions which were left be made to hold out 2 days more. Just at this time Kirke received a dispatch from England which contained positive orders that Londonderry should be relieved. He accordingly determined to make an attempt which, as far as appears, he might have made with at least an equally fair prospect of success. 6 weeks earlier. Among the merchant ships which had come to Locke Foyle under his convoy was one called the Mountjoy. The master, Makaja Browning, a native of Londonderry, had brought from England a large cargo of provisions. He had, it is said, repeatedly remonstrated against the inaction of the armament. He now eagerly volunteered to take the risk of succouring his fellow citizens, and his offer was accepted. Andrew Douglas, master of the Phoenix, who had on board a great quantity of meal from Scotland, was willing to share the danger and the honour. The 2 merchantmen were to be escorted by the Dartmouth frigate of 36 guns, commanded by Captain John Leake, afterwards an admiral of great fame. It was the 30th of July. The sun had just set. The evening sermon in the cathedral was over, and the heartbroken congregation had separated, when the sentinels on the tower saw the sails of 3 vessels coming up the Foyle. Soon there was a stir in the Irish camp. The besiegers were on the alert for miles along both shores. The ships were in extreme peril, for the river was low, and the only navigable channel ran very near to the left bank, where the headquarters of the enemy had been fixed, and where the batteries were most numerous. Leake performed his duty with a skill and spirit worthy of his noble profession, exposed his frigate to cover the merchantmen, and used his guns with great effect. At length the little squadron came to the place of peril. Then the Mountjoy took the lead and went right at the boom. The huge barricade cracked and gave way, but the shock was such that the Mountjoy rebounded and stuck in the mud. A yell of triumph rose from the banks. The Irish rushed to their boats and were preparing to board, but the Dartmouth poured on them a well-directed broadside, which threw them into disorder. Just then the Phoenix dashed at the breach which the Mountjoy had made, and was in a moment within the fence. Meantime the tide was rising fast. The Mountjoy began to move, and soon passed safe through the broken stakes and floating spars. But her brave master was no more. A shot from one of the batteries had struck him, and he died by the most enviable of all deaths, in sight of the city which was his birthplace, which was his home, and which had just been saved by his courage and self-devotion from the most frightful form of destruction. The night had closed in before the conflict at the boom began, but the flash of the guns was seen, and the noise heard by the lean and ghastly multitude which covered the walls of the city. When the Mountjoy grounded, and when the shout of triumph rose from the Irish on both sides of the river, the hearts of the besieged died within them. One who endured the unutterable anguish of that moment has told us that they looked fearfully livid in each other's eyes. Even after the barricade had been passed, there was a terrible half-hour of suspense. It was 10 o'clock before the ships arrived at the quay. The whole population was there to welcome them. A screen made of casks filled with earth was hastily thrown up to protect the landing place from the batteries on the other side of the river, and then the work of unloading began. First were rolled on shore barrels containing 6,000 bushels of meal. Then came great cheeses, casks of beef, flitches of bacon, kegs of butter, sacks of peas and biscuit, anchors of brandy. Not many hours before, 1/2 pound of tallow and 3/4 of a pound of salted hide had been weighed out with niggardly care to every fighting man. The ration which each now received was 3 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of beef, and a pint of peas. It is easy to imagine with what tears grace was said over the suppers of that evening. There was little sleep on either side of the wall. The bonfires shone bright along the whole circuit of the ramparts. The Irish guns continued to roar all night, and all night the bells of the rescued city made answer to the Irish guns with a peal of joyous defiance. Through the whole of the 31st of July the batteries of the enemy continued to play, but soon after the sun had again gone down, flames were seen arising from the camp, and when the 1st of August dawned, a line of smoking ruins marked the site lately occupied by the huts of the besiegers, and the citizens saw far off the long column of pikes and standards retreating up the left bank of the Foyle towards Strabane. So ended this great siege, the most memorable in the annals of the British Isles. It had lasted 105 days. The garrison had been reduced from about 7,000 effective men to about 3,000. The loss of the besiegers cannot be precisely ascertained. Walker estimated it at 8,000 men. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain. Section 94 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan, Section 94. The Battle of the Boyne, 1690, by Thomas Babington Macaulay. A year after the siege of Londonderry, King William landed in Ireland and at the river Boyne. His veteran soldiers met the untrained Irish peasants in a battle that sealed the fate of Ireland. The Editor. It was still early in the day. The king rode slowly along the northern bank of the river, and closely examined the position of the Irish, from whom he was sometimes separated by an interval of little more than 200 feet. He was accompanied by Schomberg, Ormond, Sidney, Solmes, Prince George of Hesse, Coningsby, and others. "The army is but small," said one of the Dutch officers. Indeed, it did not appear to consist of more than 16,000 men, but it was well known from the reports brought by deserters that many regiments were concealed from view by the undulations of the ground. "They may be stronger than they look," said William, "but weak or strong, I will soon know all about them." At length he alighted at a spot nearly opposite to Old Bridge, sat down on the turf to rest himself, and called for breakfast. The sumpter horses were unloaded, the canteens were opened, and a tablecloth was spread on the grass. The place is marked by an obelisk, built while many veterans who could well remember the events of that day were still living. While William was at his repast, a group of horsemen appeared close to the water on the opposite shore. Among them his attendants could discern some who had once been conspicuous at reviews in Hyde Park and at balls in the gallery of Whitehall, the youthful Berwick, the small, fair-haired Lauzun, Tyrconnel, once admired by maids of honor as the model of manly vigor and beauty, but now bent down by years and crippled by gout, and, overtopping all, the stately head of Sarsfield. The chiefs of the Irish army soon discovered that the person who, surrounded by a splendid circle, was breakfasting on the opposite bank was the Prince of Orange. They sent for artillery. 2 field pieces, screened from view by a troop of cavalry, were brought down almost to the brink of the river and placed behind a hedge. William, who had just risen from his meal and was again in the saddle, was the mark of both guns. The first shot struck one of the holsters of Prince George of Hesse and brought his horse to the ground. "Ah!" cried the king, "the poor prince is killed." As the words passed his lips, he was himself hit by a second ball, a 6-pounder. It merely tore his coat, grazed his shoulder, and drew 2 or 3 ounces of blood. Both armies saw that the shot had taken effect, for the king sank down for a moment on his horse's neck. A yell of exultation rose from the Irish camp. The English and their allies were in dismay. Solmes flung himself prostrate on the earth and burst into tears, but William's deportment soon reassured his friends. "There is no harm done," he said, "but the bullet came quite near enough." Coningsby put his handkerchief to the wound. A surgeon was sent for. A plaster was applied, and the king, as soon as the dressing was finished, rode round all the posts of his army amidst loud acclamations. Such was the energy of his spirit that, in spite of his feeble health, in spite of his recent hurt, he was that day 19 hours on horseback. A cannonade was kept up on both sides till the evening. William observed with especial attention the effect produced by the Irish shots on the English regiments, which had never been in action, and declared himself satisfied with the result. "All is right," he said. "They stand fire well." Long after sunset he made a final inspection of his forces by torchlight, and gave orders that everything should be ready for forcing a passage across the river on the morrow. Every soldier was to put a green bough in his hat. The baggage and great coats were to be left under a guard. The word was Westminster. The king's resolution to attack the Irish was not approved by all his lieutenants. Schomberg, in particular, pronounced the experiment too hazardous, and when his opinion was overruled, retired to his tent in no very good humor. When the order of battle was delivered to him, he muttered that he had been more used to give such orders than to receive them. For this little fit of sullenness, very pardonable in a general who had won great victories when his master was still a child, the brave veteran made on the following morning a noble atonement. The 1st of July dawned, a day which has never since returned without exciting strong emotions of very different kinds in the 2 populations which divide Ireland. The sun rose bright and cloudless. Soon after 4 both armies were in motion. William ordered his right wing, under the command of Meinhart Schomberg, one of the Duke's sons, to march to the bridge of Slane, some miles up the river, to cross there, and to turn the left flank of the Irish army. Meinhart Schomberg was assisted by Portland and Douglas. James, anticipating some such design, had already sent to the bridge a regiment of dragoons, commanded by Sir Neil O'Neill. O'Neill behaved himself like a brave gentleman, but he soon received a mortal wound. His men fled, and the English right wing passed the river. This move made Lauzun uneasy. What if the English right wing should get into the rear of the army of James? About 4 miles south of the Boyne was a place called Duleek, where the road to Dublin was so narrow that 2 cars could not pass each other, and where on both sides of the road lay a morass, which afforded no firm footing. If Meinhart Schomberg should occupy this spot, it would be impossible for the Irish to retreat. They must either conquer or be cut off to a man. Disturbed by this apprehension, the French general marched with his countrymen and with Sarsfield's horse in the direction of Slane Bridge. Thus the fords near Old Bridge were left to be defended by the Irish alone. It was now near 10 o'clock. William put himself at the head of his left wing, which was composed exclusively of cavalry, and prepared to pass the river not far above Drogheda. The center of his army, which consisted almost exclusively of foot, was entrusted to the command of Schomberg, and was marshalled opposite to Old Bridge. At Old Bridge had been collected the whole Irish army, foot, dragoons, and horse, Sarsfield's regiment alone excepted. The Meath bank bristled with pikes and bayonets. A fortification had been made by French engineers out of the hedges and buildings, and a breastwork had been thrown up close to the water side. Tyrconnell was there, and under him were Richard, Hamilton, and Antrim. Schomberg gave the word. Solmes's Blues were the first to move. They marched gallantly, with drums beating, to the brink of the Boyne. Then the drums stopped, and the men, 10 abreast, descended into the water. Next plunged Londonderry and Enniskillen. A little to the left of Londonderry and Enniskillen, Carrier-Moe crossed at the head of a long column of French refugees. A little to the left of Carrier-Moe and his refugees, the main body of the English infantry struggled through the river up to their armpits in water. Still farther down the stream the Danes found another ford. In a few minutes the Boyne, for a quarter of a mile, was alive with muskets and green boughs. It was not till the assailants had reached the middle of the channel that they became aware of the whole difficulty and danger of the service in which they were engaged. They had as yet seen little more than half the hostile army. Now whole regiments of foot and horse seemed to start out of the earth. A wild shout of defiance rose from the whole shore. During one moment the event seemed doubtful, but the Protestants pressed resolutely forward, and in another moment the whole Irish line gave way. Tyrconnell looked on in helpless despair. He did not want personal courage, but his military skill was so small that he hardly ever reviewed his regiment in the Phoenix Park without committing some blunder, and to rally the ranks which were breaking all round him was no task for a general who had survived the energy of his body and of his mind, and yet had still the rudiments of his profession to learn. Several of his best officers fell while vainly endeavoring to prevail on their soldiers to look the Dutch Blues in the face. Richard Hamilton ordered a body of foot to fall on the French refugees, who were still deep in water. He led the way, and accompanied by some courageous gentlemen, advanced sword in hand into the river. But neither his commands nor his example could infuse valor into that mob of cow stealers. He was left almost alone, and retired from the bank in despair. Farther down the river Antrim's division ran like sheep at the approach of the English column. Whole regiments flung away arms, colours, and cloaks, and scampered off to the hills without striking a blow or firing a shot. It required many years and many heroic exploits to take away the reproach which that ignominious rout left on the Irish name. Yet even before the day closed it was abundantly proved that the reproach was unjust. Richard Hamilton put himself at the head of the cavalry, and under his command they made a gallant though an unsuccessful attempt to retrieve the day. They maintained a desperate fight in the bed of the river with Solmes's Blues. They drove the Danish brigade back into the stream. They fell impetuously on the Huguenot regiments, which, not being provided with pikes, then ordinarily used by foot to repel horse, began to give ground. Callimots, while encouraging his fellow exiles, received a mortal wound in the thigh. 4 of his men carried him back across the ford to his tent. As he passed, he continued to urge forward the rear ranks, which were still up to the breast in the water. On, my lads, to glory, to glory! Schomberg, who had remained on the northern bank, and who had thence watched the progress of his troops with the eye of a general, now thought that the emergency required from him the personal exertion of a soldier. Those who stood about him besought him in vain to put on his cuirass. Without defensive armor he rode through the river and rallied the refugees whom the fall of Callimots had dismayed. "Come on," he cried in French, pointing to the popish squadrons. "Come on, gentlemen, there are your persecutors." Those were his last words. As he spoke, a band of Irish horsemen rushed upon him and encircled him for a moment. When they retired, he was on the ground. His friends raised him, but he was already a corpse. 2 saber wounds were on his head, and a bullet from a carbine was lodged in his neck. Almost at the same moment, Walker, while exhorting the colonists of Ulster to play the men, was shot dead. During near half an hour the battle continued to rage along the southern shore of the river. All was smoke, dust, and din. Old soldiers were heard to say that they had seldom seen sharper work in the Low Countries. But just at this conjuncture William came up with the left wing. He had found much difficulty in crossing. The tide was running fast. His charger had been forced to swim, and had been almost lost in the mud. As soon as the king was on firm ground, he took his sword in his left hand, for his right arm was stiff with his wound and his bandage, and led his men to the place where the fight was the hottest. His arrival decided the fate of the day. Yet the Irish horse retired, fighting obstinately. It was long remembered among the Protestants of Ulster that in the midst of the tumult William rode to the head of the Enniskilleners. "What will you do for me?" he cried. He was not immediately recognized, and one trooper, taking him for an enemy, was about to fire. William gently put aside the carbine. "What," said he, "do you not know your friends?" "It is his Majesty," said the colonel. The ranks of sturdy Protestant yeomen set up a shout of joy. "Gentlemen," said William, "you shall be my guards to-day. I have heard much of you. Let me see something of you." One of the most remarkable peculiarities of this man, ordinarily so saturnine and reserved, was that danger acted on him like wine, opened his heart, loosened his tongue, and took away all appearance of constraint from his manner. On this memorable day he was seen wherever the peril was greatest. One ball struck the cap of his pistol, another carried off the heel of his jack-boot, but his lieutenants in vain implored him to retire to some station from which he could give his orders without exposing a life so valuable to Europe. His troops, animated by his example, gained ground fast. The Irish cavalry made their last stand at a house called Plotton Castle, about 1.5 miles south of Old Bridge. There the Enniskilleners were repelled with the loss of 50 men, and were hotly pursued till William rallied them and turned the chase back. In this encounter Richard Hamilton, who had done all that could be done by valor to retrieve a reputation forfeited by perfidy, was severely wounded, taken prisoner, and instantly brought through the smoke and over the carnage before the prince whom he had foully wronged. On no occasion did the character of William show itself in a more striking manner. "Is this business over?" he said, "or will your horse make more fight?" "On my honor, sir," answered Hamilton, "I believe that they will." "Your honor," muttered William, "your honor." That half-suppressed exclamation was the only revenge which he condescended to take for an injury for which many sovereigns, far more affable and gracious in their ordinary deportment, would have exacted a terrible retribution. Then restraining himself, he ordered his own surgeon to look to the hurts of the captive. And now the battle was over. Hamilton was mistaken in thinking that his horse would continue to fight. Whole troops had been cut to pieces. One fine regiment had only 30 unwounded men left. It was enough that these gallant soldiers had disputed the field till they were left without support, or hope, or guidance, till their bravest leader was a captive, and till their king had fled. End of section 94. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by alanmapstone. The Wearing o' the Green, 1798. During the rebellion of 1798, the famous Wearing o' the Green began to be sung. Stopford A. Brooke says that it is probably the finest street ballad ever written. The Editor. Oh, Paddy dear, and did ye hear the news that's going round? The shamrock is by law forbid to grow on Irish ground. No more St. Patrick's Day we'll keep, his colour can't be seen. For there's a cruel law agin the wearing o' the green. I met with Napper Tandy, and he took me by the hand, and he said, how's poor old Ireland, and how does she stand? She's the most distressful country that ever yet was seen, for they're hanging men and women there for wearing o' the green. And if the colour we must wear is England's cruel red, let it remind us of the blood that Ireland has shed. Then pull the shamrock from your hat and throw it on the sod, and never fear 'twill take root there, though underfoot 'tis trod. When law can stop the blades of grass from growing as they grow, and when the leaves in summer time their colour dare not show, then I will change the colour too I wear in my cobean. But till that day, please God, I'll stick to wearing o' the green. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain. Section 96 of England, Scotland, Ireland and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by alanmapstone. Emmet's Grave by Justin F. McCarthy. Robert Emmet was the leader of the United Irishmen, an organisation which was formed to bring about parliamentary reforms. Becoming revolutionary, he aided in causing the Irish Rebellion of 1798. 5 years later, an uprising was led by Emmet, who was captured and put to death. The Editor. There is a grave in Dublin, whose sad and silent stone no name of him who sleeps beneath, no eulogy makes known. No prayer for the departed soul, no monumental bust, adorns the voiceless sepulchre that shrouds the martyr's dust. 'Tis the grave of Robert Emmet, it obeys the latest breath of his bidding to the country on the day he met his death. My epitaph he ordered, let no living finger trace, till with the nations once again my country takes her place. But all who love their country love that melancholy grave, where the gallant body moulders of the bravest of the brave. 'Tis a nobler bed for such a sleep, with its epitaph unsaid, than the proudest tomb men ever raised to the venerated dead. Ah, lover, soldier, patriot, the time will surely come, when that mute slab that guards thy rest need be no longer dumb, and when the children of thy race shall feel the right to make a fitting epitaph for him who died for Ireland's sake. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 97 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Harp That Once Through Tara's Halls by Thomas Moore. Tara, a score of miles from Dublin, was famous in early Irish history as a royal residence. The Editor. The harp that once through Tara's halls the soul of music shed, now hangs as mute on Tara's walls as if that soul were fled. So sleeps the pride of former days, so glory's thrill is o'er, and hearts that once beat high for praise now feel that pulse no more. No more to chiefs and ladies bright the harp of Tara swells, the chord alone that breaks at night its tale of ruin tells. Thus freedom now so seldom wakes, the only throb she gives is when some heart indignant breaks, to show that still she lives. End of section 97. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 98 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Read for LibriVox.org by Sara J. Ireland, Part 3. Ireland and Her People. Historical Note. Throughout the 19th century, the struggle for freedom was continued by various societies and parties: the United Irishmen, the Ribbon Society, the Young Ireland Party, the Fenian Society, the Land League, and others. Repression was answered by outrage, and the prospect for liberty seemed at times dark indeed. But slowly the long struggle against oppression began to bear fruit. In 1829, the right of Catholics to sit in Parliament was granted. 40 years later, by the efforts of Gladstone, the Episcopal Church in Ireland was disestablished. Another serious grievance was the land question. The land of the country was in the hands of a very few persons, and was rented by them annually. Except in Ulster, a tenant who had improved his holding in any way usually had his rent raised, and if he was evicted, he received no compensation for any of his improvements. By the influence of Gladstone, the Act of the 3 Fs, free sale, fair rent, fixity of tenure, was passed. In 1885, the government offered to lend the small farmers the money to purchase their farms for themselves, by their making small payments to extend over a period of 49 years. Other acts have been passed with the same general aim. The most pressing question for a long time was that of Home Rule, that is, a local legislature for the country, notwithstanding the threat of the Protestant province of Ulster to rebel rather than be governed by an Irish Parliament. A Home Rule Bill passed the House of Commons in 1914 and so became law. End of section 98. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 99 of England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The World Story, Volume 10, England, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, edited by Eva March Tappan. Section 99. The Grand Canal Hotel by Charles Lever. The following scene from a story by a famous Irish novelist gives a vivid picture of the utter wretchedness to which a large proportion of the population of Ireland had been reduced by the early 19th century. The Editor. Little does he know who voyages in a canal boat dragged along some 3 miles and a half per hour, ignominiously at the tails of 2 ambling hackneys, what pride, pomp, and circumstance await him at the first town he enters. Seated on the deck, watching with a Dutchman's apathy the sedgy banks, whose tall flaggers bow their heads beneath the ripple that eddies from the bow, now lifting his eyes from earth to sky, with nothing to interest, nothing to attract him, turning from the gaze of the long, dreary tract of bog and moorland, to look upon his fellow travellers, whose features are perhaps neither more striking nor more pleasing. The monotonous jog of the postilion before, the impassive placidity of the helmsman behind, the lazy smoke that seems to lack energy to issue from the little chimney, the brown and leaden look of all around, have something dreamy and sleep-compelling, almost impossible to resist. And already, as the voyager droops his head and lets fall his eyelids, a confused and misty sense of some everlasting journey, toilsome, tedious, and slow, creeps over his besotted faculties, when suddenly the loud bray of the horn breaks upon his ears. The sound is re-echoed from a distance. The far-off tinkle of a bell is borne along the water, and he sees before him, as if conjured up by some magician's wand, the roofs and chimneys of a little village. Meanwhile, the excitement about him increases. The deck is lumbered with hampers and boxes and parcels. The note of departure to many a cloaked and frieze-coated passenger has rung. For, strange as it may seem, in that little assemblage of mud hovels, with their dunghills and their duck-pools around them, with its one slated house and its square chapel, yet there are people who live there; and stranger still, some of those who have left it and seen other places are going back there again, to drag on life as before. But the plot is thickening. The large brass bell at the stern of the boat is thundering away with its clanging sound. The banks are crowded with people, and as if to favor the melodramatic magic of the scene, the track rope is cast off, the weary posters trot away towards their stable, the stately barge floats on to its destined haven, without the aid of any visible influence. He who watches the look of proud, important bearing that beams upon the captain's face at a moment like this, may philosophize upon the charms of that power which man wields above his fellow men. Such, at least, were some of my reflections, and I could not help muttering to myself, if a man like this feels pride of station, what a glorious service must be the navy. Watching with interest the nautical skill with which, having fastened a rope to the stern, the boat was swung round, with her head in the direction from whence she came, intimating thereby the monotonous character of her avocations, I did not perceive that one by one the passengers were taking their departure. "Good-bye, Captain," cried Father Tom, as he extended his ample hand to me. "We'll meet again in Loughrea. I'm going on Mrs. Carney's car, or I'd be delighted to join you in a conveyance, but you'll easily get one at the hotel." I had barely time to thank the good father for his kind advice, when I perceived him adjusting various duodecimo carnies in the well of the car, and then, having carefully included himself in the frieze coat that wrapped Mrs. Carney, he gave the word to drive on. As the day following was the time appointed for naming the horses and the riders, I had no reason for haste. Locke, from what I had heard, was a commonplace country town, in which, as in all similar places, every newcomer was canvassed with a prying and searching curiosity. I resolved, therefore, to stop where I was. Not, indeed, that the scenery possessed any attractions. A prospect more bleak, more desolate, and more barren it would be impossible to conceive. A wide river with low and reedy banks, moving sluggishly on its yellow current, between broad tracts of bog or callow meadowland, no trace of cultivation, not even a tree was to be seen. Such is Shannon Harbor. No matter, thought I, the hotel at least looks well. This consolatory reflection of mine was elicited by the prospect of a large stone building of some stories high, whose granite portico and wide steps stood in strange contrast to the miserable mud hovels that flanked it on either side. It was a strange thought to have placed such a building in such a situation. I dismissed the ungrateful notion as I remembered my own position, and how happy I felt to accept its hospitality. A solitary, jaunting car stood on the canal side, the poorest specimen of its class I had ever seen. The car, a few boards cobbled up by some country carpenter, seemed to threaten disunion, even with the coughing of the wretched beast that wheezed between its shafts, while the driver, an emaciated creature of any age from 16 to 60, sat shivering upon the seat, striking from time to time with his whip at the flies that played about the animal's ears, as though anticipating their prey. "Banagher, your honour, Loch sir, rowl ye over in an hour and a half. Is it Partumna, sir?" "No, my good friend," replied I stop at the hotel." Had I proposed to take a sail down the Shannon on my portmanteau, I don't think the astonishment could have been greater. The bystanders, and they were numerous enough by this time, looked from one to the other with expressions of mingled surprise and dread. And indeed, had I, like some sturdy knight errant of old, announced my determination to pass the night in a haunted chamber, more unequivocal evidences of their admiration and fear could not have been evoked. "In the hotel," said one. "He is going to stop at the hotel," cried another. "Blessed hour," said a third. "Wonders will never cease. Short as had been my residence in Ireland, it had at least taught me one lesson, never to be surprised at anything I met with. So many views of life peculiar to the land met me at every turn, so many strange prejudices, so many singular notions, that were I to apply my previous knowledge of the world, such as it was, to my guidance here, I should be like a man endeavouring to sound the depths of the sea, with an instrument intended to ascertain the distance of a star. Leaving, therefore, to time the explanation of the mysterious astonishment around me, I gathered together my baggage and left the boat. The first impressions of a traveller are not uncommonly his best. The finer and more distinctive features of a land require deep study and long acquaintance, but the broader traits of nationality are caught in an instant, or not caught at all. Familiarity with them destroys them, and it is only at first blush that we learn to appreciate them with force. Who that has landed at Calais, at Rotterdam, or at Leghorn, has not felt this? The Flemish peasant with her long-eared cap and heavy sabot, the dark Italian basking his swarthy features in the sun, are striking objects when we first look on them. But days and weeks roll on, the wider characteristics of human nature swallow up the smaller and more narrow features of nationality, and in a short time we forget that the things which have surprised us at first are not what we have been used to from our infancy. Gifted with but slender powers of observation, such as they were, this was to me always a moment of their exercise. How often, in the rural districts of my own country, had the air of cheery comfort and healthy contentment spoken to my heart? How frequently in the manufacturing ones had the din of hammers, the black smoke, or the lurid flame of furnaces turned my thoughts to those great sources of our national wealth, and made me look on every dark and swarthy face that passed, as on one who ministered to his country's weal. But now I was to view a new and very different scene. Scarcely had I put foot on shore, when the whole population of the village thronged around me. What are these? thought I. What art do they practise? What trade do they profess? Alas! Their wan looks, their tattered garments, their outstretched hands, and imploring voices gave the answer. They were all beggars. It was not as if the old, the decrepit, the sickly, or the feeble had fallen on the charity of their fellow men in their hour of need, but here were all, the old man and the infant, the husband and the wife, the aged grandfather and the tottering grandchild, the white locks of youth, the whiter hairs of age, pale, pallid, and sickly, trembling between starvation and suspense, watching with the hectic eye of fever every gesture of him on whom their momentary hope was fixed, canvassing in muttered tones every step of his proceeding, and hazarding a doubt upon its bearing on their own fate. Oh, the heavens be your bed, noble gentlemen! Look at me. The Lord reward you for the little sixpence that you have in your fingers there. I'm the mother of 10 of them. Billy Cronin, your honour. I'm dark since I was 9 years old. I'm the oldest man in the townland, said an old fellow with a white beard and a blanket strapped round him, while bursting through the crowd came a strange, odd-looking figure in a huntsman's coat and cap, but both were so patched and tattered it was difficult to detect their colour. "Here's Joe, your honour," cried he, putting his hand to his mouth at the same moment. "Tally-ho, ye-ho, ye-ho," he shouted with a mellow cadence I never heard surpassed. "Yow, yow, yow," he cried, imitating the barking of dogs, and then, uttering a long, low wail, like the bay of a hound, he shouted out, "Hark away, hark away," and at the same moment pranced into the thickest of the crowd, upsetting men, women, and children as he went, the curses of some, the cries of others, and the laughter of nearly all ringing through the motley mass, making their misery look still more frightful. Throwing what silver I had about me amongst them, I made my way towards the hotel, not alone, however, but heading a procession of my ragged friends, who, with loud praises of my liberality, testified their gratitude by bearing me company. Arrived at the porch, I took my luggage from the carrier and entered the house. Unlike any other hotel I had ever seen, there was neither stir nor bustle, no burly landlord, no buxom landlady, no dapper waiter with napkin on his arm, no pert-looking chambermaid with a bedroom candlestick. A large hall, dirty and unfurnished, led into a kind of bar, upon whose unpainted shelves a few straggling bottles were ranged together, with some pewter measures and tobacco pipes, while the walls were covered with placards, setting forth the regulations for the Grand Canal Hotel, with a list, copious and abundant, of all the good things to be found therein, with the prices annexed, and a pressing entreaty to the traveller, should he not feel satisfied with his reception, to mention it in a book kept for that purpose by the landlord. I cast my eye along the bill of fare, so ostentatiously put forth. I read of rump steaks and roast fowls, of red rounds and sirloins, and I turned from the spot, resolved to explore further. The room opposite was large and spacious, and probably destined for the coffee room, but it also was empty. It had neither chair nor table, and save a pictorial representation of a canal boat, drawn by some native artist with a burnt stick upon the wall, it had no decoration. Having amused myself with a Lady Caher, such was the vessel called, I again set forth on my voyage of discovery, and bent my steps towards the kitchen. Alas! my success was no better there. The goodly grate, before which should have stood some of that luscious fare of which I had been reading, was cold and deserted. In one corner, it was true, 3 sods of earth, scarce lighted, supported an antiquated kettle, whose twisted spout was turned up with a misanthropic curl at the misery of its existence. I ascended the stairs, my footsteps echoed along the silent corridor, but still no trace of human habitant could I see, and I began to believe that even the landlord had departed with the larder. At this moment the low murmur of voices caught my ear. I listened, and could distinctly catch the sound of persons talking together at the end of the corridor. Following along this, I came to a door, at which, having knocked twice with my knuckles, I waited for the invitation to enter. Either indisposed to admit me, or not having heard my summons, they did not reply. So, turning the handle gently, I opened the door, and entered the room unobserved. For some minutes I profited but little by this step. The apartment, a small one, was literally full of smoke, and it was only when I had wiped the tears from my eyes 3 times that I at length began to recognize the objects before me. Seated upon 2 low stools, beside a miserable fire of green wood that smoked, not blazed, upon the hearth, were a man and a woman. Between them a small and rickety table supported a tea equipage of the humblest description, and a plate of fish, whose odour pronounced them red herrings. Of the man I could see but little, as his back was turned toward me, but had it been otherwise I could scarcely have withdrawn my looks from the figure of his companion. Never had my eyes fallen on an object so strange and so unearthly. She was an old woman, so old indeed as to have numbered nearly 100 years. Her head, uncovered by her cap or coif, displayed a mass of white hair that hung down her back and shoulders, and even partly across her face, not sufficiently, however, to conceal 2 dark orbits, within which her dimmed eyes faintly glimmered. Her nose was thin and pointed, and projecting to the very mouth, which, drawn backwards at the angles by the tense muscles, wore an expression of hideous laughter. Over her coarse dress, of some country stuff, she wore for warmth the cast-off coat of a soldier, giving to her uncouth figure the semblance of an aged baboon at a village show. Her voice, broken with coughing, was a low, feeble treble, that seemed to issue from passages where lingering life had left scarce a trace of vitality, and yet she talked on without ceasing, and moved her skinny fingers among the teacups and knives upon the table with a fidgety restlessness, as though in search of something. "There, Agoshla, don't smoke, don't now. Sure it is the ruin of your complexion. I never see boys take to tobacco this way when I was young." "Whisht, mother, and don't be bothering me," was the cranky reply, given in a voice which, strange to say, was not quite unknown to me. "Ay, ay," said the old crone, "always the same, never mindin' a word I say. And maybe in a few years I won't be to the fore to look after you and watch you." Here the painful thought of leaving a world so full of its seductions and sweets seemed too much for her feelings, and she began to cry. Her companion, however, appeared but little affected, but puffed away at his pipe at his ease, waiting with patience till the paroxysm was past. "There now," said the old lady, brightening up, "take away the tay things, and you may go and take a run on the common. But mind you, don't be pelting Jack Moore's goose, and take care of Brian's sow. She is as wicked as the divil, now that she is boneens after her. D'ye hear me, darlin', or is it sick you are? Och, wirra, wirra! What's the matter with you? Corney, ma boochel." "Corney!" exclaimed I, forgetful of my incognito. "Ay, Corney, nather more nor less than Corney himself," said that redoubted personage, as, rising to his legs, he deposited his pipe upon the table, thrust his hands into his pockets, and seemed prepared to give battle. "Oh, Corney," said I am delighted to find you here. Perhaps you can assist me. I thought this was a hotel." "And why wouldn't you think it is a hotel? Hasn't it a bar and a coffee room? Isn't the regulations of the house printed and stuck up on all the walls? Ay, that's what the directors did, put the price on everything, as if one was going to cheat the people. And signs on it. Look at the place now. Ugh, the haythens, the Turks." "Yes, indeed, Corney, look at the place now. Glad to have an opportunity to chime in with my friend's opinions." "Well, and look at it," replied he, bristling up. "And what have you to say agin it? Isn't it the Grand Canal Hotel?" "Yes, but," said I, conciliatingly, "a hotel ought at least to have a landlord or a landlady." "And what do you call my mother there?" said he, with indignant energy. "Don't bate, Corney, sir, don't strike the child," screamed the old woman, in an accent of heart-rending terror. "Sure he doesn't know what he is saying." "He is telling me it isn't the Grand Canal Hotel, mother." shouted Corney in the old lady's ears, while at the same moment he burst into a fit of most discordant laughter. By some strange sympathy the old woman joined in, and I myself, unable to resist the ludicrous effect of a scene which still had touched my feelings, gave way also, and thus we all three laughed on for several minutes. Suddenly recovering himself in the midst of his cachinnations, Corney turned briskly round, fixed his fiery eyes upon me, and said, "And did you come all the way from town to laugh at my mother and me?" I hastened to exonerate myself from such a charge, and in a few words informed him of the object of my journey, whither I was going, and under what painful delusion I laboured in supposing the internal arrangements of the Grand Canal Hotel bore any relation to its imposing exterior. "I thought I could have dined here." "No, you can't," was the reply. "And ye're not fond of herons?" "And had a bed too?" "Nor that either, av ye don't like straw." "And has your mother nothing better than that?" said I, pointing to the miserable plate of fish. "Whisht, I tell you, and don't be putting the like in her head. Sometimes she hears as well as you or me." Here he dropped his voice to a whisper. "Herons is so cheap that we always make her believe it's Lent. This is 9 year now she's fasting." Here a fit of laughing at the success of this innocent ruse again broke from Corney, in which, as before, his mother joined. "Then what am I to do?" asked I, "if I can get nothing to eat here? Is there no other house in the village?" "No, divil a one." "How far is it to Locre?" 14 miles and a bit." "I can get a car, I suppose?" "Ay, if Mary Dunnan's boy is not gone back." The old woman, whose eyes were impatiently fixed upon me during this colloquy, but who heard not a word of what was going forward, now broke in. "Why doesn't he pay the bill and go away? Divil a farthing I'll take off it. Sure av ye were a rale gentleman ye'd be giving a fit penny bit to the gossoon there that sarved you." "Never mind, Corney dear, I'll buy a bag of marbles for you at Banagher." Fearful of once more giving way to unseasonable mirth, I rushed from the room and hurried downstairs. The crowd that had so lately accompanied me was now scattered, each to his several home. The only one who lingered near the door was the poor idiot, for such he was, that wore the huntsman's dress. "Is the Locre car gone, Joe?" said I, for I remembered his name. "She is, your honour, she's away." "Is there any means of getting over to night?" "Barn walking, there's none." "Ay, but," said I, "were I even disposed for that, I have got my luggage." "Is it heavy?" said Joe. "This portmanteau and the carpet bag you see there?" "I'll carry them," was the brief reply. "You'll not be able, my poor fellow," said I. "I, and you on the top of them?" "You don't know how heavy I am," said I laughingly. "Begorra, I wish you was heavier." "And why so, Joe?" "Because one that was so good to the poor is worth his weight in goold any day." I do not pretend to say whether it was the flattery or the promise these words gave me of an agreeable companion en route, but certain it is I at once closed with his proposal, and with a ceremonious bow to the Grand Canal Hotel, took my departure and set out for Locre. End of section 99. This recording is in the public domain.